Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
And we're back. Our last day of promotion relegation, North America Valorant Challengers League. I'm Mia Mouse, and I have Roy with me. We're the desk of 3-letter names today, we were saying.
Yes.
And it's a best of 5 today, Roy. Are we ready to go all the way to map 5?
Oh, dude, we are so ready. This is. I want to put this in perspective because it kind of just clicked to me. And this Tenric was yapping about it before we went live, and I kind of just want to talk about this. Okay, this might be the last promo relegation, maybe ever? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Like. We don't know. It could be, and this feels special. It feels like a lot is on the line for these teams, right? Because they're trying to put themselves on the map. They're trying to do things, and it's ruling BO5. It's exciting. I'm ready. I'm ready.
I mean, it is like life and death situation for these teams at hand. We have Jackpot and Rose, which we are going to be watching right now, but Tempers and Evictix is also going on playing their little game right now. And this is going to be who qualifies. I mean, what's on the line for them today, Roy?
Oh, there's again, let me put it this way, okay? They're either going to continue keeping their names in the VCL spotlight, or they're going to put their names for the first time in that VCL spotlight, especially headed into 2027, Mia. I mean, you want your name to be in the circuit. You want to be on the best teams. You want to showcase your talent, right? Especially when roster shuffles are going to happen. People are going to look for the next wave of players. And, you know, promo relegation, it's not unusual for us to see superstars being made. We've seen a lot of magic only this year alone. We've seen a lot of upcomers move up to VCT just this year. And it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, so we do have Jackpot and Rose today, but after yesterday's game, you quickly realize anything could happen in these matches. I'm looking at you yesterday's Lotus game because we went into double OT yesterday and I at no point knew what was going on. But Jackpot could have their jackpot today and end up taking it. But I don't know if Rose has anything to do with it. What do you want to see Rose do differently than what they did up against Evictix in yesterday's game?
Rose is one of those teams where it's like, it's kind of, they have a very unique identity, and they play very well, and when things look good, they look really good, but sometimes they just look a little disjointed. But it feels like at any time of the day they could turn up, so I wouldn't really dwell too much on the results. But for Jackpot, kind of focusing a little bit more on that roster, I feel like those players are the upcomers, right? They're the ones coming in. We don't really know too much about some of the players. They're very young. They're very I mean, they're the only reminiscent of FlyQuest, previously rankers as well. I mean, there's just so many upcoming rosters. Division 1 is another roster that comes to mind, so they kind of remind me of that. There's a lot of young potential on this roster, and there's also a couple familiar faces, and I think it's gonna be fun. And I think that team has a pretty unique play style as well. So I think Jackpot is very exciting, and I think we'll get to Rose in a second here because we are a little bit more familiar with them. But overall, I'm excited. I think this roster is cool, and we're ready to get more into it.
I know you said we have a lot of familiar faces here, but also, like, we don't really know Jackpot that well. We've seen them play in, like, previous tournaments, but I feel like I hardly know who Jackpot really is as a full team. So let's take a look at their roster. Roy, to come into Challengers, what are we thinking about Jackpot here?
Ooh, good question. Okay, so first thing that comes to mind before we get into the actual players themselves is I'm looking at their match history, and I'm looking at their agent choices, and I kind of dig their compositional choices. They do a lot of the double duelist. They do a lot of the jet ISO, which is super unique. And listen, I used to think there's a specific way that Valorant should be played, and there's just optimal mathematical, logistical way, and everyone's doing all this optimal and efficiency and all this. But no, at the end of the day, it's an FPS game, okay? These guys, they have the compositions. They're very brawly. We're in a very brawly meta. They're young, they're upcoming, they're hungry, and kind of starting to zone in on some of the players right here. I think Aqua is a former T2 player. He's played with a lot of players that have competed in VCL NA, so he's probably the most experienced player on this roster, I would say. And the rest of these players just look like just young, upcoming players. Actually, Twix kind of looks a little bit like Verno now that I'm looking at him a little bit, but that's a side point. I think it's going to be interesting. I think this roster is unique, and I think teams that have unique comps tend to perform oddly well against teams like Rose, because, I mean, Rose is practicing against, you know, T2 teams and maybe some T1 teams, and everyone's running quote-unquote same comps, right, Mia? But you come into a match against Jackpot, and they're running the ISO Jet and Chamber. You've never really played against a comp like that. It can catch a lot of these teams off guard.
I couldn't agree with you even more. I mean, I love a brawl in an FPS game. That's what FPS is all about, and I think it's so much fun to watch as well. But from what I gathered, we have KHS here who's comfortable switching roles and keeping up the stats while he's at it. I mean, you could go through all these roles and you're not really a duelist player, but you are keeping up to par with those duelist stats. So is there any agent specific you want KHS to play today? Or maybe you could help us break down these stats a little bit more.
Yeah, I think, okay, so I think in this current meta of single initiators for the most part, there's so much pressure on these players to be like really precise and really effective in their role. And I feel like KHS, just looking over his profile, like he seems like that guy. Like he seems like he's like kind of a young Trent. If you know, I don't want to hype him up too much, but he looks like that guy for this team. He's performing well in the initiator role. There's a lot of pressure for initiators to be really precise, especially with the longer cooldowns. And I think overall his KDA is very impressive. His damage per round, his ACS, it's all top notch. It seems like he's one of the more consistent performers on this roster among many very flashy players, which I think speaks volumes in and of itself. And I also think that he plays Sky in a skyless world. So
it's skyless cool. World.
Yeah.
Poor Sky. We were
Rip
talking.
My girl.
I know. We were talking about before how a lot of these maps, we're talking about Fracture, how it's so important to have that good initiator. And I think KHS could like really put it up to a test and like get their team in there and make sure that everything goes as smooth as possible. But if Rose has anything to say about it, like I said, we have Rose's roster, which we've been new. We have so many amazing players on this roster. We had yesterday's game where Tim had rounds of clutches, Corrupt, Retro. Retro was so good on Vise yesterday, and I hope we get to see that again today. Who are you looking forward to seeing play on Rose's team?
Oh, that's such a hard question because
I
feel
know.
like okay, whew. There's so many thoughts coming through my brain. Okay, the first one that comes to mind is that this is one of the remaining GC core rosters that we have in NA, which automatically makes them super unique and super interesting. Now, to add on top of that, there's so many players to pick from in terms of the performance. We've seen Cherod have just crazy pop-off games. We've seen Retro have pop-off games. We've seen Queen Bopsta do Queen Bopsta things, Corrupt as well. We've seen the Tim clutches. We've seen a lot of that. And I think for me, the narrative for this roster in my mind is this roster has a unique identity, but the main goal is to try to keep their spot, because I feel like they've suffered from the Neon meta because they haven't really had like this outstanding Neon player. But headed into a non-Nia future potentially in the next split, I think this roster will perform a lot better in that meta, and I think for them it's really important to keep their spot. And I think if they do keep their spot, they're going to be looking really good headed into the next split. But focusing on the present, I think overall Queen Bopsta has been super impressive. She's always been that person for this team. Her pop-off performances have been so good in the initiator role, and I think just overall she brings a lot of experience, she brings a lot of comms, and she seems to be developing quite well in the emotional leadership, which I think was a little bit lacking in the past. But overall I feel like in terms of stats, in terms of performances, I mean, dude, you're not going to see any shortage of Bopsta highlights, okay? We're going to be seeing a lot of that in play. Look at the stats. 147 damage per round, 1.5 KDA. I mean, she's out here, she's supporting, she's popping off, she's bringing calm, she's bringing energy, she's bringing vibes. Like, what more could you possibly want from your initiator player?
All that hype that you were gonna say, I'm just going to double down on it, because Bob is just so much fun to watch. Even in yesterday's game, which I hope she keeps going with this momentum, it was first half on Lotus. She was 12-6. 5 rounds into the game, and the rest of the team had under 5 kills. I mean, eventually, eventually the momentum picked up and everything ended up evening out. But it just goes to show you how much of Bob's hard work set that momentum for their team to start picking it up and winning those rounds. So Bob is seriously just such an important player today, and I'm excited what we're gonna see for her today.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. I'm ready. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting head-to-heads as well. But overall, I think this match is going to be really fun.
Yeah, 100%. And we have today, our head-to-head is Philips Norelco, Twigs versus Shaurod. Shaurod? I always say this name incorrectly.
I'm going to go with Chairod for now until I get corrected by Twitch chat. Yeah, we've seen Chairod in VCL. It's no surprise. This player has popped off many times. The operator in their hand has been lethal, to say the very least. And I think it's there's really, I mean, you can probably flip through a lot of Rose's matches and see Chara pop-off games where they've single-handedly carried them to the finish line. It's a very fierce player in that regard, but I think looking over towards Twigs, kind of a bit of an unknown quantity in the VCL slash, you know, in the T2 realm of performances, I think it's going to be really interesting. It seems like Twigs is the duelist for this roster, at least one of the duelists for this roster. And I think overall it's going to be, you know, this is the first step of potentially many, if they qualify for VCL, to showcase themselves, to put themselves on the map. I think there's always a need for really pop-off duelists, and also on the other line for Chara as well, you know, having good Sentinel players that can flex into Killjoy, but also flex into Chamber and still popping off is really important.
But you also see that Neon being played 4 times, and I think it's so fun to see, like, this is going to be one of the last patches where I really feel like we're gonna see this Neon meta, and we were talking a little bit about it before, but obviously we are on the old patch day, so no new nerfs. But something really interesting that I found out yesterday is that Neon Sprint is actually as equal as having your knife out.
Wow.
So what do you think about this nerf?
Okay, all right. So I think the nerf is very deserved. Okay. I know there's some people still clinging on to potentially the Neon future. I'm a denier. I think we're going to be moving on from Neon after this patch. So in Twigs, while we're here, enjoy it. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy sliding and pew-pewing. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. The meta has been entertaining, okay? At the very least, it's been fun to watch. And I think this match is going to have no shortage of action and highlight reel. So I'm excited, Mia.
And here we go. We have Ascent, Fracture, Lotus, Breeze, Pearl, if we go the full amount. And one thing that we were also saying before, Rose played on Ascent yesterday, and we haven't seen much of Ascent because it is one of the newer maps in rotation, switching out with Finds. And Ascent yesterday, Rose started on that attack, and they are also starting on that attack today. But unfortunately, they fell a little short yesterday, going 2 and 10 at the half. I don't know what we think we should see change up from Rose here, but what do you want to see out of Rose?
I think they probably learned a lot. And I think having a 2-10 loss on an attack half, I feel like you have a lot of takeaways. But that being said, I think it takes a lot of confidence to pick it as the first map, especially considering your performances and forcing the attack side on yourself again. So I think must have learned a lot or came up with a productive conversation in terms of what they wanted to fix heading into that map. And looking at Jackpot's performance on that map as well, it feels like honestly, it really does feel like Jackpot is comfortable playing that map. So I don't really think it's like a counter pick to Jackpot's awkwardness on the map. I think Rose just probably learned a lot from their previous Ascent showing, and they're going to apply in this match going forward.
Rose said that we are going to show up and show out compared to yesterday. And look at it's split in half again. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. It could go either way. I know you are very Team Rose here.
Yeah, very Team Rose is a very strong opinion, okay? I like Rose. I've reluctantly picked them. I always like voting for the underdogs, okay? I should have picked Jackpot. I just, haven't seen too much from them. It's hard to give a quantity, and I think that's why I'm kind of excited for this match, is because we're going to kind of learn a lot. But there we go. We have the Agent Select production. You're on top of your game today. Let's go. Yeah, Mia, so just looking at these compositions real quick, it feels like we're getting a bit of the old and a bit of the new, which is a little weird because the youngins are picking the old and the old heads are picking the new, so it's a little interesting. But yeah, it's the KO Jet meta, the old one. We've seen it tried and tested for many years, many seasons. And for Rose, they've opted for obviously the Deadlock and the Vice, the double senti. It's a lot of gadgets, a lot of defensive power. So of course, Mia, the name of the game here for Rose is to survive on this attack side, get as many rounds as possible, because once that side flips, as long as they have enough rounds to play with, it should be a lot more comfortable, and they should have a lot more to work with on that defensive side.
You know what's so funny? You have Jackpot defending first with the 2 initiators, and you have Rose attacking first with the 2 sentis, and you would almost think like, oh, these comps would be better if it was even switched a little. But I think 2 sentis on Ascent is crazy to attack into. I mean, it's so hard to already get inside of those choke points. To have 2 sentinels stopping you even more, I mean, it's top 5 horror stories of my life, of anyone's life. Yeah, on that note,
oh, go ahead. No.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to say anything before we toss?
No, I'm just saying that Jackpot, you better be careful on those pulse plants, because those double sentis will be scary to retake on.
Well, Tenrek and Shio, I'm so sorry. Shio, all to you.
Thanks so much, Mia. It's exciting for this last match of promotion relegation between Rose and Jackpot. Shayo, two of these teams that have been just working so hard through different legs, and that's the fun part of this tournament, is that you get to see that clash between 2 and 2.5 with such high stakes.
Absolutely, you know, one of the stakes that hasn't been harped on too much, and you call me Shayo, Shio, whatever it is, as long as I get to have that mic just for a little moment, is the fact that a lot of stage 2 / the challengers section of Valorant has a shot at Worlds, at Champions this time around, right? So both these teams fighting for what could be a crazy path. We've seen it from, you know, countless teams in America before, where they get in off a win or a loss. You think about EGN, their path all the way up to Champions. These two could be names that end up lifting a trophy. The potential for that is there. I'm excited. Talking about these comps though, Tenrek, I mean, two very different flavors today on a map we haven't seen too much of this entire year.
100%. Yeah, this is our first foray into Ascent with this tournament this season, and it's exciting to see teams take both an old and new approach to it. Rose with that newer one, especially considering that they are a team that tends to stray from Neon, and so they've often veered into the off meta anyway. This double Senti, as the desk mentioned, will be really solid for these retakes. Jackpot's keeping it basic, keeping it clean, keeping it simple. They got the KJ, they got the KO, they got Hoof on the Jet. It's gonna be some standard Ascent, just like yesterday.
Jackpot just want to make sure their odds are the best if possible, right? Getting 2 initiators, you get more information, especially on the defense. They have so much control before the spike actually ends up hitting one of these sites. But yeah, for Rose, you don't want to, you know, get hit by a thorn pretty much. So their biggest thorn will be just attacking and touching that spike down at any moment. Suddenly you have stuns, you know, crept up from Deadlock. You got the walls being put up as well. Corrupt, I think, will be a very big force in terms of how these retakes go. It'll be a very exciting time to see exactly how Rose deal with getting on site, though. Lots of eyes on Karod, or Sherrod, the way you want to say it. For me, this Jet is going to be prime at kind of figuring out the map. You only really have one duelist as well, where I've mostly seen double duelists be one of the best things possible inside this map to be able to trade off with as well. So exciting from both sides. I think Rose also has the advantage of playing against much better teams inside challengers for their, you know, entire run of their split. So they have some experience coming in, but starting off on Ascent, it's kind of new for both ways. Same old map. What is the I think the best parts of Ascent that kind of differ from other maps for you, Tenrek? Why do you think this map stands out in the pool?
I think it's got to be the rhythm for me, and I think the way that these two teams are going to approach this this map in particular, with sort of, you know, re-entering this being in the pool, is going to show that really well. Like you mentioned, Sherrod being this sort of progenitor that has to make so much space on this Jet due to the 2 Sentis. I think the rhythm of Ascent is really going to beat when it comes to Rose's attack, especially if they know how to manage it properly. Corrupt's calling with tempo has been on and off throughout this season. It's what's led to them having some underwhelming performances in the past. However, with this double Senti being able to pile drive right on top of Sherrod, feels like the site takes are so powerful. And that's what makes Ascent so Ascenti. It's just this idea of taking a site as an attacking team and making it entirely your own, making post plants terrifying to the other side, making mid presence and off-site presence a complete non-starter by the time you fully committed to this. But it takes a lot of reading, it takes a lot of deception, and it takes a lot of patience. And that is something that, as well, a lot of these promotion and relegation teams have been training to not lack.
Absolutely. I feel like Jackpot is one of these teams that has a lot to deal with in terms of getting that information, being able to play around the patience as well that you need to move around on Ascent. But at the same time, you know, you mentioned it earlier, Roy did as well, this might be the last time we see, and I think it is actually confirmed, the last time we see promotion and relegation within this year in general. Kind of the underdog fighting what is the bottom of the barrel, not because of their fault really, you know, just there has to be a loser of the league holding on to their spot, going for a second chance. I mean, between this one, we talked about it in Preds a little bit, but why are you so Jackpot pilled in this match?
It's tough for me to say initially, you know, walking into this matchup on paper, because watching Rose for such a long time, I have seen them develop. I have seen them rise against the competition. I have seen them continuously push to break a glass ceiling. The problem with Rose is every time they break a glass ceiling, it feels like the next one is like 3 inches above them. It feels like that scaling of progression isn't as fast as the other North American teams. And for Jackpot, that could also be the case. That being said, I haven't seen nearly as much Jackpot as I have Rose, so up in the air.
Yeah, let's see what's new though. 3-hold almost could turn into a 4 in mid, and Hook is there already to throw things down. Fast action already on Ascent. No time for information. They want to get straight into the pizza, straight into the sauce, and here we go. Smoke blocking things off. Not gonna see too much pushing more from Rose there just for a second. Bit of a split threat as well, as we have somebody already all the way over at stairs. Retro's here in a spot that should not even be possible yet, winning a few gunfights, dealing lots of damage, kind of opening up the round for the rest of the team to be able to catch up with. Can they actually solidify the pinch? Yes, they can. A chokehold, no breath left for Jackpot. Just Hoof watches the cross.
Very slippery attack start out from this Rose team. Able to slip through a couple of the cracks and turn it into a double wrap on both mid and B side with these pistols. But Huff able to get these one shots.
Well, there's going to be more than one for that one just for a second. We're going to chill for now. Bob, she's going to be moving over to market. Winnable type of situation when there's just two alive. Who's got that sheriff as well? It just takes a few well-placed bullets. If you have the reads, the round can be clean. And this will be important as well to kind of set the pace for the rest of the game. And Bob's going to be the first point of contact. They're not going to find much on that one from Hoof. Going to be looking for more after the fact. Can't see anything just yet. The cross will be the next option. Again, a missed shot. They're giving this to Hoof though over and over again with these repeats. They're not even connected. It doesn't matter. Rose is that much better. Bob is that much cleaner. They have that first round.
Definitely trying to extend those fights, but that's what this composition is built for from Rose. And I mean, if they want to return to formula, even when they have an advantage so solid, then, you know, more power to you. Someone like Bob is able to continuously duck and dive out and spam that util pull so that the Sentis can stretch these post plants even farther. I mean, you already saw Huff feeling the pressure in the 1v2, having to just take that slow roll approach through market. So, I mean, if Rose can take that and extend it even further on the rounds in which they have the advantages, then feels like a good way to springboard this attack half. Again, the reaction time is solid, but I mean, they got off the starter pistol for that opener. They came in blistering.
This time it's a bit, much slower, just working for control. You don't want to speed up into a 5-stacker and you go somewhere on the map. A little bit of hit control, working for those orbs, getting deadlock annihilation, ultimate not many people are used to working with. Okay, bit of info there. It's not just something that stops the push. Sometimes those sonic sensors can end up dragging bullets over and you get a nice little bit of information. KO also trades with that knife, able to see exactly who's in A main.
Such a strange way for both teams to approach this. Rose yet to pick up the spike, Jackpot yet to Gamba stack until the first bit of util thrown up until the A site, and even then, everybody's playing with safety scissors at the moment. Sherrod.
Still have Sova, top mid just waiting. These guys have so much space too. They'll
walk up on top of Sherrod. I mean, they've already gained Jackpot or Rose so much space here. And then they can, default approach with this double Senti setup. Dylan's the only one available. Doesn't even have anything to stall. Feels as clean as you like for the anti.
A trophy notification popping up on the top right. Pacifist run completed. Not a single bullet shot. Nice from Rose. They're doing challenges on this one. Okay, a little bit of a Pokeball trap, kind of. The wall blocking off. Chilling. They can use him. See what moves he has. His nature, I guess. Retro, he ends up going down. Tough looks there, but again, if they can pick up that outlaw, things should be fine. Decimation from Sherrod as they end up just cleaning up this eco. Everybody really invested hard. Okay, into this round. I was about to say, no scamming of economy there really from the side of Rose. Losing 2 players might be a bit of a hit compared to what they were planning for.
Definitely a decent chunk. It lets Jackpot feel a lot safer coming into this next buy, which will include the glass cannon op coming up from Huff. You want to stop Sherrod as early as possible here with the fact that, again, the post-plant take is so stalwart and you don't have nearly as stable of a hold on these individual sites with Jackpot's composition. That being said, Huff is getting the double support as well. It's still a 3-2 on top of this operator.
The read for B is not going to be the one that's actually correct. Sherrod's in there. The trade's going to be coming good as well from Tim. I mean, well-oiled machine. The train's on track right now. Usual stations you see on Ascent 2. Crazy that Sherrod's going to be able to do that with nobody on site. Don't even have information of that, by the way. These guys just gamble on the bonus to be in this position. And now the opposite is it even a worse spot right now. A retake, last cannon is going to be tough.
Yeah, hard to even justify as you go on. And then the sheer placed on top, so that's another couple seconds. Burn Chillin is also tucked out by the barrier mesh. And half the spike is already ticked away. Jackpot might have to consider the save already.
It was one fight. It was 30 seconds ago, but it feels like that's when the round ended. Corrupt is there 2 on an angle with the trade. Rose looking, really good in their defensive positions, at least on this post plant here to just stop the spike from being diffused. And again, this is on a bonus where they actually took a bit of a hit to their econ. Jackpot started the round with a hold, Old went bad. Chances never looked good.
Feels like no matter where Rose excavate, I mean, they've shown this in the first 3 rounds of the game. They can pick anywhere to go to approach, take it from 0 to 100 in a couple seconds once they get their first man in, and then they can set up their no-no square. This A site looks so bloody clean the second they get on. You put the mesh on the tree door, you put the shear on heaven, you force in an opening jump from one angle in order to necessitate a swing out onto a vulnerable one from the other, and then you still can't even pinch it because you have to burn both of them.
Yeah, from that perspective, from the side of Jackpot, it felt like the door was more, valuable than the site. I don't know why they were so anchored up on the left side, not even in tree. This time, that up trap play still not going to come into fruition and has a lot less firepower. No rifles on this one, just sheriffs across the board. Puff has to be the difference maker, and already Rose have, done mission number 1. They figured out kind of where that op might be, and they'll move over to the other side of the map.
And you can just put a shear down there so you don't let KHS even go for the trap either. They'll have to burn that too. Yeah, they'll. But that'll waste even more time. You still have this 3-2 setup. No one has mid presence, and so Rose could also be lurking there too. Take flight.
Back over to side, at least this time for the side of Jackpot. They're going to be holding this both with KO and Omen. So you have Paranoia, Knife as well to stop that dash from coming in. None of it going to be useful right now. I think Aqua's already tossed that knife as well, so that's not even going to be an option. They're just trying to figure out wine, any trap play. Shiraz in an entry with an operator. They're doing this differently right now. Oh, they're just waiting for the pick, actually. Jump spots sometimes from hell. Shiraz waiting for it. Not super prepped. 4-man stack on this side now, so Jackpot, best chances to win for the Zico. Ooh, not after that one.
Nasty Sherrod. That's the kind of shot they were looking for too. Chilling can at least counteract it, and so this walk-in from Rose is a little bit piecemeal comparatively. You don't have as much Sensi set up, but you have so many more players and so much better guns. It's got to be on twigs with this Sheriff. Oh, that's unfortunate. Can't line it up. Might just have to save this again, but too close to the problem.
Problem though, fixable, just 2 players, and Spike just went down, so about 40 seconds of time to work with. There's a wall, there's a door, you have an op. He's got to hit the floor apparently. Switch over to the Stinger, and we're ready to keep going. Pup does not want to let this one go. Not sure if he has time or the angle to go back for the operator, so there's another one to pick up here on the right. Sticks with the Stinger for now. Making off a few more sensors, found Corrupt, no idea where the second player is. Tim at low HP, scaling up on Jen. Looking for the angle. Now see Omen for a second. Tim up top on the ledger. Bit of a credit though to deal with. Corrupt on top of Dice. Gambling is what Jackpot should be known for. All in now on this defuse. Gonna be after getting off of it. It's tough for Huff. He's there to do the econ damage, not be able to even save a gun. Really well played from Rose to play for their house. They got a bank to be able to buy with afterwards as well. Really nice post plan, a good round.
Yeah, reaching the when all else fails conclusion after a couple of great shots were hit there by Jackpot's members. Yeah, that's a solid re-entry by Chillin to be able to cut into the crowd as they get the spike down. And that feels like really the only way that you can contest this properly is like having enough personnel here, getting the read earlier and meeting the fight when it starts on that opening dive. And it's so difficult to do that with a map that's intertwined like this. I mean, Jackpot is still, on the fence about the mid control. They've just been sticking the alarm bot there and praying.
This time Rose kind of speeding up on this one, realizing giving people time. Hunter Fury coming in, Aqua electrified. Water doesn't deal with that conductivity too well. Bob's gonna find Twigs too. Try to flood in on this rifle round with a few picks of KHS's own. It's looking kind of nice here for him. Tag also coming in, spam a possibility. Double swing from Huff gonna come through at the same time. Both players electric and alive. Finally, Jackpot responding, and they're saying things loud.
There's that double-edged sword that Rose is walking in with. When they clear with that double ultimate, they negate their ability to follow up with intel, to follow up with some other search, and that lets KHS hide away against the Annihilation of Hunter's Fury that truthfully doesn't even really clear the board that well. Rose was opting to take a full-blown, widespread fight, and Jackpot has proven that their mechs can match blow for blow on that sort of thing. Rose needs to understand that they need to stay high and above on the macro because otherwise this game is going to start getting too close for them.
Yeah, seeing that there's immediately so many people on site though might kind of tell them that mid is something that's a bit haphazard for the side of Jackpot. Just something used to rotate between point A and point B, not something held too hard by players in a trap fashion. Sherrod tagged up, so the momentum kind of slows down. Wall over the top of the rope, but KHS finds a spam on it. Updraft though to get the trade. Aqua there too, so every single player from Jackpot covering each other. It's huge from Aqua to get 2 there from that position. Smokes now gone from Rose. This is tough.
Yeah, the spear tip getting rocketed after that alarm bot proc. The wallbang made it so easy to get the kill, so now you've got to creep again. Huge flash thrown up, but it's missed on the contact, and an immediate follow-up by Jackpot will give them a second round, and it's more errors from Rose than pop-offs by Jackpot that get them across the line there, and even so, I'm planning on seeing a lot more pop-offs by Jackpot.
Yeah, Jackpot's positioning in that round was sick. You had Huff with the operator, even if he misses, you know, you have Chillin swinging all the way from that point on site to try to help him out. He misses, doesn't matter. Second layer, Aqua coming in with the flash. Aqua in the MVP of that round too. 2 picks into util like that for your team to play off of as a third layer. We're eating a cake right now on this B site with how many different ingredients are inside this defensive game plan. Again, moving that up over to Cat. With the Odin to be able to crack things down and spam things out, nowhere to hide. Jackpot's got some layers as well in middle.
Yeah, just relentless on the 1-4, and they can totally shroud that out with how much resources they have. Rose have to take the singular fight, and they just can't again on A side. Jackpot's too prepped.
All this time, they're trying to trap play it by spamming through it instead, making it seem like their own, but Corrupt does find some value with the Spectre. 2v4 with an arsenal like this, though, should not be possible. Upgrades to a Vandal. We're finding every single cheeky angle possible through this door in that Odin spam. Paranoid, can't see anything. Shorty down. It's tough for Rose for the moment. Seems like Jackpot have a nice hold on this map.
Able to claw it back and get some really good punishes in. And that's been something that Rose, and for that matter, the Swim Trek Blue core that also plays in GC, has been kind of prone to in their late games, in those 3-1s in the Swiss, trying to fight for that absolute upper echelon. Doing it again here to be what would be likely the final team to ever be in North American Challengers. It's a tough title to make up, but Shy, I mean, these are 2 teams that have been prepped for that title since, what, like 2023? These guys have been in the weeds for years at this point.
Yeah, they're really just trying to grab it all the way over the top and kind of own it as well, not just be there, but then, you know, also deserve to belong there at the same time. So again, finding a voice on this map might be the edge, but also that means you have to win some of the others after this if you want to see this Ascent be able to, you know, be played inside something like the Challengers League. Tagging more info in mid, but again, neutral time gained and space held for the side of Jackpot. Rose kind of frozen for the moment to have their own op to be able to work with, but it's not going to see much now. Again, they don't have that much control of the map right now, but the defensive side aren't fighting for much either. They're just kind of held over, waiting to react.
Yeah, KHS is so content not revealing anything until that take is coming. Understands how crucial the intel util has been. The Jackpot being able to take these back. Seeing Rose blatantly attempt to trade that util away. And at 50,
oh, no way.
The drone is called into the Hunter's Fury. This is gutsy from KHS with nothing else to follow up. Yeah, that's not gonna get jack.
Yeah, not gonna find much right now. KHS's position up top though is key to making sure that they don't lose complete control of this map, but he's moving over to grass immediately on a read. Reason to be nice though is, yeah, the rest of Rose is ready for this A hit. 25 seconds, you don't have time to go over to the B site right now. Knife coming in late from the side of Aqua, sees nothing inside B main, so maybe an early rotate will come through. 16 seconds now on this full buy attack round. 13 seconds, we haven't touched the site. Finally online with it, so much delay. 8 seconds left, people falling down to nanos. It's disaster for the side of Rose. They wilt down the time and find nothing. 0 seconds, the spike never found home. What I'll say it again, tremendous disaster of a round.
Yeah. That's a real choke, 100%. I mean, you saw Jackpot with the confidence to hold it down. Tower defense mode as that timer got down to like 20 seconds, and Rose had still yet to buckle in. And the crazy thing is, for that round in particular, it really feels like they have the perfect trigger finger for it once KHS lets that Hunter's Fury go and is covering absolutely nobody. But Rose isn't prepared to coalesce on tree in time for that. They're still kind of waiting around on default, and so that empty ult doesn't get punished at all.
I like Rose when they were taking risks when Gerard was moving so fast. Huff Big shot missed to give him the entry, but Tim ends up teleporting instead. It's him picked off. Second opportunity for Pop. They're going to miss. Third time is not the charm. It's actually luck for the side of Rose. Trying to find more, but oh my God, KHS lives on heaven. Looking so good. Third time I've seen him just go over and absolutely raise down Rose. 3K for him right there.
He owns that spot, man. He's just been swinging out like 3 or 4 consecutive rounds and getting at least 2 every time after the board's been clear. Just a little argument of util between teams, and then the janitor steps in. There's a reason he's been leading the scoreboard in Premier coming into this. You gotta abandon ship. Bob's gotta hightail it. Once again, saving the gun. That'll be a lead for Jackpot now with their ult rotation still looking crisp, as KHS is already halfway to his next one as well. Like, the machine, like you said, it was turning so well for Rose at the beginning when they were taking those risks, when they were being a little more bombastic, willing to just take fights without necessarily understanding everything that was going on. But then Jackpot started winning fights back, and Rose got scared. It's the same story we've heard from this team so many times in Challengers already.
Not going to be possible for Bob here either. 10 seconds, may as well go for the save for the moment. Dying here could, I guess, prove fruitful for the ultimate. These guys are just
That's not
joking around. To get the ult, I guess, to do some damage, but the bank again is filling up for the side of Jackpot. I feel like between these two teams, the on-paper analysis shouldn't be the end of the story. Like, we've said the most basic things to prep some viewers up of, hey, it'll be hard for, you know, site hits to happen. The spike shouldn't really touch the site for the side of Rose. They don't have as many tools. I mean, that's where the story finishes. You'd assume it has some strats ready, some type of manipulation on the map to be able to pull people on defense to get towards these sites. They've got a 4-1 bunker to try to hit a site, no information. It's gone poorly. Past, like, you know, Pistol Eco wins. Past that as well, mid, I feel like relatively unexplored. You get tagged once, spammed down, and now you've just let KHS live in your head rent free. Try to go for mid. It's the biggest gap right now for a team that loves over rotating and loves anchoring so much on the side of defense.
Especially when the alarm bot's been getting placed in the same spot every single round. You didn't clear it one time, got punished for it once by dying very quickly to the vulnerable, and then you refuse to challenge it for what, it's been 3 rounds now since you've even tried to contest it once with these lurks. I mean, the closest thing we've seen to that was when Retro tried to contest Cat on the 1-4 on a half eco round against an operator that Huff was holding. It just doesn't feel like optimization of the right kinds of decisions that Rose should be making. And again, it's a confidence thing. They need to be willing to approach the same thing twice if they fail the first time around. That's just the nature of this game. You just have to give it another shot because these game plans from Rose are so, like you said, on paper, they're so solid, but the conclusion is so brief and so swift.
They have so many options to them and getting free main space on both sides when they want it. It'd be really cool if they all in for like A, B main space for Fodder like they are right now. Unfortunately, Huff has absolute, hacks installed, so he's gonna be able to land that shot as he's just, firing back at the tracers. Back in mid, Sub Rosa, people trapped down. I mean, this round's already over before it started. Jackpot getting proactive against an eco round is insane. I mean, this is absolute risk that's not needed, especially in B main out of all places, and it works.
They should absolutely be handing a rifle over to Rose. And Twigs is still the one that's daring to peek it, despite the fact that he's the one that's the lowest health pool out of the entire team. And there's no real immediate follow-up, so a rifle could easily fall into Rose's hands. That's just, Jackpot doesn't care. They feel invincible at the moment. And why shouldn't they?
Feels like if this map repeats over and over again, they end up winning a few more pistols as well. This should be so Jackpot sided, but on the side of Ascent, the most basic things, just taking mat space, seems to be a struggle for Rose at the moment. They're still shooting down. I mean, all 5 players are aiming pretty well. We can see the tier gap there, but in terms of macro on the map, this next round, fight for that A main space. Leave one person there. Go back for B or mid. Start to explore that map a bit more, because right now, Jackpot own everything, and you're paying a heavy toll wherever you walk, Rose.
Terrified to see how that round will condition Rose, considering that this will be the last, economical boon that they'll get this half if they don't pick it up now. That slowness that we already saw occur in the mid rounds could now escape into when the barriers drop after that kind of aggression, so much extra checking they may feel needs to be done, instead of just fighting it out and winning, which we know Rose is capable of.
Kira's getting absolutely burned by these mollies at the same time. So much pressure. Second one coming in, actually separating him apart from the team. Doesn't matter. He's there to be able to get that shot down. Again, we talk about the aim. There's a difference. Huff, though, with the timing here. Gonna try to save his teammate. The aim, good for Rose again. They cannot lose a gunfight. They just have to find him.
One enemy remaining.
Just got to twist the knife a little deeper, the same way Jackpot's doing. It really, once you unlock that headspace, it really isn't that difficult to deviate from. Rose have been here a million times. They understand the situation. They understand the pressure. They just got to adapt. And this round, the one that they needed to in order to make this half stable, is the one they'll be able to do it. Keeping some ults on the way too. Again, that hyper aggression coming through and then just pile driving on top of the bodies you've already managed to take care of. You know Jackpot is coming from Premier. You know a lot of their game plan is going to kind of just whittle down to let's trade away our bodies until we get the advantage back. And Rose is more than willing to play into that.
One more round on the half. Both stories that work the best for each team on display now. Aqua close range. Judgington is up. And it's actually quickly stopped by Corrupt. All good. Pocket strat taken apart from the shadows up in the business as well. Tim is now in a pocket spot on site. And because of that cut noise, you're thinking that maybe this is a B fake into A, not going to be finding much, and nobody hears this drone either. I think, yes, Huff might all the way towards this CT side, finally finds it, hop in tow, but Tim is there first.
Down as well. Once again, just getting so ahead of things in Jackpot, having no real answer to this. This is the kind of speed that they don't expect to have to contest with the double Senti setup, and it made it so unbreakable in the opening 4. Really good on Rose to see the weaknesses that B provided and the hold that Jackpot had thereof. Better corner peeking, better checks. Jackpot just with the flank attempt in the 2v3.
Oh, Annihilation coming in to maybe just trap play, but you can easily break that down. No ammo though, but nobody's swinging off of it.
Yeah.
Not going to be taking the full risk. Annihilation completely denied there.
One enemy remaining.
The contingency with the collat from Retro through the smoke. I'm not sure what that was. Either way, what a way to end the half. 6-6 for Rose and Jackpot.
That's hella sense from Retro. Hearing the steps on top of the tempo of that lockdown expiring, that is reacting to that ultimate after 1,000 times heads. That's absolutely disgusting. You see, what, maybe a shoulder and a half coming out of that?
Nothing. He saw nothing. He was paranoid. There was, he couldn't hear, couldn't see. That's just instinct.
That's just raw sense. So it's side swapping, it's Jackpot that'll now take that attacking side. Gotta say, it's crazy. Even in promo relegation, it's like counter spamming. Like, everybody's good at that now. Like, at the beginning of this year, nobody was tracing in smokes, and now everybody's doing it. It's nuts.
Now the power scaling, it just gets crazier as time passes on. Moving over towards the attack side for a comp that has double innie. Want to play slow with that info. Sherrod, though, again, disrespecting space and time.
Yeah.
A team that feels like they're better will go for these peaks, and I feel like Rose have shown so far in this game they've won mostly every single gunfight when it's 50-50, when it's on their terms. So looking good. B pivot here from Jackpot. They've lost their entry, so we'll have to slowly encroach onto this site.
Thorns activate. Thorns are alive.
See a little bit.
I've already used quite a bit in order to even make it this far. Retro could take an easy cut, especially with the pinch coming through. Yeah, Rose can react to this far too quickly.
The trapped in B main now, left, right. Reaction from Rose looking just like how Jackpot had theirs on their side. Twigs will get a little bit of value, but at the same time, a very clean pistol round from Rose. Starting on with confidence and ending with it too. Every single player reacting perfectly to the noise put down.
It's interesting seeing Sherrod kind of not, be, you know, play second fiddle as the top frag at the moment. Just because Huff has had so many more opportunities to get hyper-aggressive on the defense with the Jet. But the thing is, as we saw in that opening round, if there's one player in this entire lobby who is allowed to and will be doing things like that, it is Sherrod. They've shown pretty consistently and indisputably that they are likely the best gunfighter, incident to incident, across this series. And they are going to try to flex that as often as possible, especially on top of dry contact on a map like this when everything else feels so valuable.
Bob in the smoke. Marshall close range could be disastrous, and yeah, perfectly timed to get away, hopefully a little bit further. Okay, and no hit, re-peek. I want to see it. There we go. Work the eco. Pocket of much. It's not the worst giving up a Marshall, and that's a lot of information that is usually good for the team. So Shirad's going to be able to pick it up. They're going to see that there's a wall over at Cat, kind of herding the team into a full Vise utility position. Now, there was help from Sova here before. Unfortunately, Bob is dead, so that's not going to be a thing. More people will have to rotate on the map, but, you know, it might be a bit of a risk situation. We did see just now Sharad push in and actually check all of main. Not going to see much there. And quickly trip the shear wall and move all the way back. I think I said it was Sharad that picked up the Marshall as well. They've actually started off with a Marshall of their own. Nobody picked up the Marshall on the side of Jackpot just yet. They're going to just take this raw with classics all the way through. Cat, there's going to be one sonic sensor and a few shots. So another one after the fact, and living here from Sharad. The trap wave's coming in. Nade in the business too. Huff getting the trade. Things are looking a bit too iffy now. 22 HP, 13 seconds. Every shot has to land. A bit expensive for the side again from Rose.
Gun here.
Yeah, that's a lot more than I think they were bargaining for at that point. Kudos to Jackpot for just kind of full sending it, knowing that their time is a little cooked and understanding that there's going to be Senti util just dotting these sites no matter what. Play through the pain, rub it off, and, you know, force these guys to vacate just a little bit more. And Sharad, I mean, as long as they have to go to repeak once, that means you can repeak them too. So Jackpot understanding they can keep hitting that slot until they strike gold. The question is, now that these guns are available, is wasting that much time kind of dotting around the Sense util viable? Because now Rose can feel comfortable taking the space. Good punish, though, from Twigs on top of the grab net.
Shadows traveling.
See just the Sentinel line that's held up right now, and the fact that they can switch up every single time. Unless, yeah, Huff is getting free picks like this and they're working the numbers advantage, it's going to be very tough still to penetrate these sites on your own time. You cannot wait till the 45, 50-second mark. You sometimes may have to take things a little bit faster. Want to wait on the clock, and already Jackpot's moving in. Ooh, this Vise util, though, will be tough. Judge on the other side, I'm not sure if you're trying to punish the shear wall here, Retro, or trying to get some value before it comes up. Stopping Huff in their tracks at the moment, too. Playing on top of the Thorns. Retro is looking for some value here. Twigs finds Corrupt kind of moving up to 45 seconds. They could move all the way away. Judge shots miss. Tragic. And now, yeah, the trick is given up for the side of Rose in their hold. Bob, the last line they may not know about, finding more value. They're committing to this B line with 30 seconds left. This might be another disaster. Bob, we'll hold for now. She's looking strong.
Hasn't really moved too much, though, so they can just hold this until she decides to swing it. Very tempted to as well with the deficit, but now comes the swing in, and off-kilter tempo will win it out.
13 seconds, and it'll be a free sight. No weapon for Retro to be able to get either, so this just looks like for the side of Jackpot, a nice patient round win. And again, patterns just like last time. You know, the anti-eco being a bit too expensive for Rose, they could not have much to translate with in the next round. Here we are with another win. Shaky mouse from Retro 2. But the challenge for Jackpot should be actually reaching these sites. I wonder if they also go for mid control a little bit. These Sentinels usually are also in a cool spot where they can mix and match with each other, right? You put a sonic sensor on a shear wall, suddenly the people jump spotting it get punished. We haven't seen too much of that complicated type of defensive strategy from Rose just yet. They're keeping Vaz on one side, Deadlock on the other. So I wonder if that changes too if they start to get in trouble.
That's exactly what I was thinking about as well. I was just starting to wonder, like, this sheer setup seems pretty ingenious to force out the walkout. And I mean, Aqua did a wonderful job of being able to manage that without taking the hit. But at the same time, yeah, why don't you just combo a little bit and use that synergy that both of those kits have to be able to kind of, you know, scale off of each other. Yeah, sensor on the shear feels like a perfect way to move in on this, but it's still just the 1-in-1. They want a solid person to cover both sites, and it seems like they're not going to really evolve from that game plan.
Oh, that shock should do some damage.
Both shocks here?
And again, they have to deal with the shear wall if they want to come in. I know they can hear it. A few people coming in trying to fight in the pocket. Going to be split apart on the flank. Going to see Sherrod actually find some space as well. They're going crazy. They're fully stuck. Burned. It's another right now all the way over towards the side of lane. Corrupts in a swing as well. And Rose, they are now saying you cannot 5-hit a site. You're playing against double sentinels. What are you doing, Jackpot? Jackpot gambling, and they're not hitting any of their numbers.
You said they should have been ready for the shear, but I truly don't know if they were, because Aqua kind of just walked out, and then remaining two just had to be satisfied with hanging out in the cubby.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it was, right? They wanted to flash the pocket. You notice everybody stays back to try to fight lane. That's where they saw Retro last time. Cool strategy. There's also, let me count on my fingers. So yeah, 4 other players on the defensive side that they didn't think about. So Market swung for free, CT spam for free, and suddenly, yeah, your counter shot for 1 player might have worked. Retro didn't even die, I think. And things were done. 1 Thorn used for the moment. The other one's still here right now. On the other side, you have Sonic sensors to be able to deal with. Cat might be your option. It was walled one of these other rounds. Sherrod is in a pocket spot and might be the first to contact you. You're going to see if he can find a pick. He will, or they will, and Sherrod's going to be able to dash out there really fast.
Yeah, good chase down. Good reason we don't tend to see too many of those cat creeps. There's too much uncertainty again with how much of A main or B main, excuse me, is obfuscated. This sheer, I don't know if Rose will have an excuse to even change the Sentinel setup this half. Jackpot, they've yet to really door bust. And even if they go for the mid takes, like, why do you change the plan then? Just put another person on mid.
If they know where Retro's playing as well, the fact that they have KO means that at least they have 2 rounds where they can stop that combination from coming in. I have a cool breakdown if I see it happen for a potential to counter it from the side of Rose. There's so many cool things you can do with these Sentinels. Focusing on this round though, still it's a 4v4. Mid space taken, exploding in from Market. Sonic sensor stun coming through for Retro to be able to play off of. Not gonna find much for now. No Thorn's hit, but look at the time that Bob has to play with. Look at the information she can just toy around through. Jackpot gonna come in with just 2 legs completely broken onto the side. Annihilation. Not gonna find much, but actually buy space for the fight to be comfortable for the side of Rose. 1 person left now. Huff back sight in the boathouse. Kind of sent over to drown for the moment. Knives in tow, has 3 people to face for the moment. No updraft available, so things will stay standard on the ground. Tim playing over with the paranoia. Huff's not scared, but Huff has been put to sleep.
And that was some very impressive patience coming from Rose throughout that round, respecting the mid lurk, understanding the lack of space that was taken on any other channel, and then the setup of the Sonic sensor in the back. Not to punish, not to let somebody else swoop in and sneak a kill, but to let the rest of the team completely dial in, get the stack prepared, have that deadlock ulti ready. Bob is able to waste a couple more seconds from Boathouse, get her kills on the way down, then Rose feels even more comfortable being able to wait just a little longer, pressure just a little longer, make Jackpot feel that burn just a little bit longer. And again, stretching out the rounds, even when it's unnecessary, is so crucial to the bottom line. Rose making this a psychological affair the other way now that they've taken that streak homeward.
Jackpot speeding up slightly. And that's what I was about to say. You could just go for the knife close, try to fight over what Retro usually does. Retro's not here. Backside playing safe, dodging the knife, and suddenly the 5 pop that I think was planned here for the side of Jackpot has been stopped. Sheer wall, shocks. Dart's not even being used yet. Actually, I talked about shocks. Nothing from the side of Bob has been put down. Hunter's Fury also, if you do make it through all the absolutely crazy util you try to plant, you're getting shocked down as well from this bow and arrow. I mean, they're gonna just send it raw.
Yeah, there it is. She's gonna use it. No sightline on mid with the smoke set up. Just assume there's maybe a body hanging, but no tags. So maybe a little less to work on still. I mean, this B feels so unbreakable on top of the Vice util that they do hear the rush in on top of the sheer does get Huff in, and there's no follow-up on top. Now the flash drive able to get him inside the site, but the rest of the team still has to walk it down. KHS manages to get 2 though.
Oh, that lineup from across the world gonna be coming in, giving so much info. Retro just staying on one of the sides, and a spray, and it's answered. A 2K for Retro. So much info, so much time gained from this team. Corrupt. They're also insane. Scanned, but they're the one with the spam and that 1v1 win. Where's Aqua? Leaving your teammate over to dry. The read is correct from Corrupt. Rose has won the round again with util from across the world. That nade just kind of seizing the whole team, not giving them a chance to kind of wrap over backside Boathouse, forced to clear from the left, and Retro can then just spam. The connections right now, they're working from the A to B side, from Sentinel to Sentinel, is beautiful.
Just able to segment these fights so beautifully, even when they look very dirty.
Look
Yeah,
at this.
Retro, I mean, getting to stick around this long is utterly ridiculous. With, you know, Corrupt still multitasking as well, still trying to clear up the rest of this. It's again, you see the timidity. And Jackpot, justified timeout, the first of theirs this series after Yet it feels like at this point they have finally come up against a brick wall. Because that was the round it looked like they could scale it after they, you know, teased out the Hunter's Fury. They got Bob to look away for a couple crucial seconds. They get the timing right. They get Huff in. He doesn't immediately die. KHS gets the follow-up too. Like everything went right for the opening. And the opening was your most vulnerable part of your attack. And then Rose recover. They dare to recover, man. String it back out. And that clutch from Corrupt, that read on the wrap was nuts.
Yeah, the fights are going fine for them. The util is just absolutely amazing. This timeout's coming in. I would even say slightly late for Jackpot, but at the same time, the game wasn't, you know, completely run away from in the last few rounds. This is exactly where you would need that input to come in. I just feel like right now, Rose are doing everything correctly. Aqua finally has ultimate, so I think we might be seeing, yep, this little read coming in from the team. That's absolutely amazing. You kind of set each sentinel up with the other sentinel's utility. Whoever gets, you know, null commanded, whoever gets completely suppressed still has utility to play off of. So Deadlock will still in middle, where she's not going to get hit by the exec. At the same time, KHS raw ult coming in. Sherrod dashes past it, gets value. Messy, what is going on in mid? I'm not talking about the goat. I'm talking about weird util and things just being pushed down from. Drone finds even more value, and things are suddenly at a standstill for 777's Jackpot.
Such a strange interaction there. The Hunter's Fury opted after the immediate peek onto Bob when Sherrod is already going for the rush downs. You get that trap set up when, yeah, I mean, HS a bit of a sitting duck there, but it's Huff that'll take the blow. So Jet for Jet gone. Spear tips dulled down. So now the null command feels even stronger for this pack fight that Jackpot will want to initiate. Inevitably, I assume. They'll go for the lean. Both senties are here now, so I mean, it could connect viably.
KH has been self-known. They're worried about art for the moment. Or just market in mid. I'm getting everything confused. There should be a painting in there maybe, but all the way over up at grass, these guys will just keep moving in slowly. The first time where they've really manipulated map space, dodged the sentinels, got a drop on the Rose for the moment, got no trades either from the offensive side or the defensive side of the team. Gets spiked down as well suddenly. I feel like Jackpot have done it. Very nice timeout to be able to actually manipulate the round. It started off messy though, but I think Rose still has a chance on this one.
Big step back. So that lets them still have a lot of resources. That Steel Garden's still free as well for Retro for the initiation. And that double Senti has made the great migration. Let's see what they can do.
What? Spam going in from Twigs. 4v2 becomes a 3v2, so doable. Net available from Corrupt. Don't think it'll connect, but will give confidence to actually push in on the entry. Second flash coming in, know exactly where KO is. All the way in hell. Retro's gonna be able to find it. Another one!
Joking!
4v2, you're kidding me!
No time, but even still, another microsecond available to Rose, and that would have gotten them to 12. That is such a high level of reading coming from Rose throughout that. A drop-down peak on top of Corrupt the second he extends out of tree. Like that in itself was great timing on the pinch. Shout out to Aqua for getting this creep up as Rose have this magnificent step back that Jackpot do a good job of taking advantage of, and ultimately it leads them to that clock advantage as the Sentis have to sort of crawl their way back in. And even still, a formidable fight won by the defenders that continues to put the onus on the Premier team to rise above.
Jackpot will wait over outside A main. Their mid take with the Sova Jet combinations been giving them dividends in terms of map space and information at a low cost. Still not going to find much or push through just yet. I've been liking the way they're being really patient and not really giving away who's where on this attack side as well. Been nice from Jackpot for the moment, but once they do start to find past those lines, you've got information from top mid coming in. Bob going to be able to see you off the jump spot. Spam fights will start. A main. There's an operator in wine, and it's not Tipsy. Sherrod looking so good. That last shot, movement and accuracy error is going to be in tow, but Corrupt's here to delay for the rest of the team to maybe solidify that ace site if that is the final mission. Bob is not convinced, though. Understands that B also exists and not much more noise is coming over from the side.
Wow. Quick lockdown. You figure Jackpot might want to cut noise a little bit longer to maybe force Rose to consider the rotation with how timid they've been anyway, but they'll just move in. Huge grab net by Corrupt, though. They're pushing it. Tim traded away after the detainment, so Jackpot see this as their moment to get in. Corrupt also detained. Gonna just get tracked down.
Player
Oh my god.
That's a resible body, though, so 3v1 now. Yeah, that felt strange from so many angles.
10 seconds left.
Again, Corrupt like saying we should challenge it a bit. They use the net. Not going to be able to find much after the fact. 3v1, not one from the side of Rose either. I mean, a very good round from Jackpot in approach. I like the challenge from Rose, but players not on the same page. I don't understand why Corrupt was there in the beginning, throws the net, and then starts to run away knowing they're going to be detained regardless. I think, Tim ends up winning that fight also on the right side. You have an extra player. You can maybe take that lockdown down. Maybe they're even more confident, have more time to play with. That's a disconnected round for Rose.
Absolutely. Yeah, comms need to be tighter in order to make that sort of thing work. And Rose, that's another thing we've seen in challenges constantly, where they do have these amazing counter strats in the back pocket, but they're just not executed surgically enough to be able to make the right kind of impact. And that little gap, you see them twisting the knife. Now Rose fully bound to the eco after the first, or the previous round, slightly tripped them up. Corrupt, now back in the wine cubby.
Okay, are they even expecting one is a question. Not with this Sentinel in tow. Corrupt has the space and the time and the patience to get 1, 2, maybe even 3 here. The net comes in with the scan. It's huge from Rose. Hubris on the side of Jackpot. They lose all their earnings from the previous rounds. Annihilation's up until as well to try to secure things, as they thought it was a 5-man push. Nope. Chilling up in Cat. I would say has a rifle advantage, but the guns have been picked up on the other side. Low and enough to be able to dice down by the knives. Sherrod and Rose, what a trap play that just was not seen by the side of Jackpot.
Shout out to those shots by Corrupt as well. Clean as hell to get Rose that advantage quick and easy. A bit to see Jackpot refuse to check wine after they just got opt out of it the first time, and they know there's an eco, so there's likely going to be the trap set up. Feels very conventional to check that just about every time you're approaching, especially this late in the game, and it might have just cost you the map.
Might want to call in that final TO, but we're going to be chilling for now. Trust the players, trust the team. They're all in. The first thing that they were actually running into that was a problem previous rounds was that op from Sherrod. Not going to be able to see it for now. This entire setup actually on the B side has changed completely. You've got so much to be able to deal with in lane. If you're trying to take it, there's a conga line of util. So Cat will be the option. Ooh.
Yeah, grab that's gonna stop. He's just that little bit of hesitation from Hook means everything.
Sonic sensor going to be activated as well. Tim's here to watch that A main line. They have people on the right side lined up perfectly. Utah on the left side with an operator. Mid is the answer, but it's also just so risky. Without the proper rifles, how do you deal with people peeking you from market and top mid? And I feel like, yeah, already repositioning on Farad. Might switch over to the market side to even cover mid. Bob finding the first pick on that one. I could have come through to maybe find some information, but even then, nothing. It's just
so
tough.
awkward.
Roadblock, 30 seconds left versus Jackpot.
I feel like they can't even cross into the one room on this approach that doesn't have any Senti util attached to it because there's a Sentinel attached to it. They're just terrified. And yeah, good reason. Corrupt is so lit right now. Oh, damn.
You said a Sentinel might just be a goat. Corrupt has not missed a shot so far. Chillin says, I can do the same things too. Eyes or no eyes, I'm good for it.
Last one down.
Opt in the back though, that is map point for Rose. They have control over that one. Rise of Scarlet Empire pick up map 1 against Jackpot, and we saw that it was actually pretty strong for them coming in earlier on. So this is going to be a nice showing for these guys, at least on that defensive side. 10 rec. That was a really fun map, I think, for both teams.
Definitely a good way to sort of dip our toes into the sort of match that this would be. A lot of bewildering moments that show the slight gaps that got these teams to this level of play. But you also see the mechs, the level of intuition, the skill, the planning that goes into these teams that lets them have a chance at this shot above in Challengers. So I'm very excited to see the development that occurs even across this series, because the level of conditioning moment to moment when it comes to games like these, it means everything for these teams. You got to take that psychological reset, you got to get back to the drawing board, and you got to take it back to 0-0, because that's what we're starting to get.
Yeah, the best part about this is that there are, you know, it is a best of 5, so there's many more maps to play, even if one does not go your way. So we'll see how things roll out from here on out. The same teams, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. More action after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
And map 1 Ascent is done just like that. Rose takes map 1. Unlike yesterday, they did not able to take Ascent, but this day we saw something so different from Rose Roy.
I mean, okay, let's go back chronologically speaking right here, okay? First of all, Rose is a pistol team. I think it's undeniable at this point. They're actually just an insane pistol team. They won the pistol to kick things off on the attack side. We talked coming into this map about how important that first half was going to be, Mia, and they capitalized. They got the pistol, they got the bonus, they had the 4-0 start. Then we saw a little bit of discussions happening internally for Jackpot. They make the adjustments. They started popping off. They had a bit of their own streak, and then we somehow ended the half in a 6-6 fashion. It was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of clutch up moments from a lot of different players in the server. But the 6-6 half, as soon as that happened, you and I were like, yes, this is a great attack half for Rose. A lot different than what we saw yesterday from them. Clearly, they've worked on their mistakes. Now you head into the second half, you're looking at the double senti composition, and you're like, okay, this is just a stone wall. Like everywhere you go, there's so many balls and vines and things to get through, and so many sticky small choke points. And it just really felt like Jackpot were slowly finding the solution, but it honestly just felt like Rose was very comfortable on the defensive side, and they just capitalized.
And that 6-6 half was so important. Like you were saying, I mean, to get 6-6 on attack, on Ascent with double Sentinel is almost like unheard of. And they really showed, like, they stood on their own 2 feet, and they really just showed up. And into that second half, they were able to stop them so, I would say, almost easily going through those choke points because of how narrow those choke points are. And just behind them, you said, like, there was just vines, sensors, like, you name it, everything was ready for them behind those choke points. And although Jackpot was so close to so many of these rounds, but you've seen, like, even this round we're seeing right now with Corrupt just had the read on them. Corrupt had some amazing shots, and honestly, all of Rose played so great in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a huge... I'm going to just talk about Corrupt because you were kind of on the topic.
Please.
I think Corrupt just had... Like, this round right here is... Oh, I'm cringing watching this one. I mean, this was brutal. It kind of felt like there was a moment in time where it felt like Jackpot had a real shot at coming back. But that round where they don't clear Corrupt and Wine, and then they end up 2K'ing and just completely taking the Thrifty. I mean, that was the nail in the coffin. That was like all the chances were completely... just underwhelming now for Jackpot, but it still was a back and forth. We did see a huge step up from Jackpot. It kind of felt like they were maybe a little bit timid at first, and then they started heating up. They started gaining a little bit of confidence, and then towards the end, we saw a lot more life from them. Yeah, that round was brutal, and there was a lot of clutch up moments from Corrupt that, you know, some rounds that should have potentially gone Jackpot's way. So all in all, this was a great first map. We got some pretty good intro into the state of what Jackpot's up to and how they're playing and how they're feeling. And overall, I mean, I'm happy to watch that. It was an entertaining first map.
Yes, it feels like the first 4 rounds, like, obviously was going so towards Rose's way. And once Jackpot finally got that footing on what to do, the sides just got flopped. And when you're just going against the 2 Sentinels, it's just so hard. And again, each player played so great. KHS and Huff, we do want to also talk about them. They did so well. Huff was getting those operator picks, which I know is probably so annoying to go up against. And whenever Huff wasn't getting, KHS was kind of cleaning it up, but they just felt a little bit short. But we are going into their map pick next map. So what do you want to see from them?
Honestly, I don't even think they need to change much. I feel like if you take everything into context, the fact that Rose won both pistols, the fact that Rose also won a bonus, also stole a Thrifty from you, like, I feel like if you're Jackpot, you're kind of chilling, right? Like, it wasn't as bad as it looked, and there still were opportunities for you to have closed out this game, and there's several clutches that didn't go your way. I feel like if I'm a Jackpot player, like, putting myself in their shoes, I'm not really overthinking this at all. I'm like, this is fine. Like, this was Rose's map pick. We went on it. Yeah, it could have gone our way, but I mean, it's whatever. Now they're kind of comfortable. They're feeling good, and all they got to do is just like get a pistol and just like, you know, win the anti-ecos, and you're chilling.
No, nonetheless, they did play an amazing job on Ascent. We were just saying, like, it was a very even matchup, I would like to say. But next we do have Fracture. And Fracture is a very different type of map compared to the rest of the maps because it's almost double attack, which is kind of scary when you think about it. Do you feel like there's one composition, either Rose or Jackpot, that maybe favors the 2 attack?
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at some of the history here for Jackpot, they've been running the single initiator breach comp with Neon Wele at the helm, okay? If that's not a double-sided offense comp, I don't know what is. No drones, no information. It's all on Cypher to unravel the map and get info. But there's so much offensive and defensive fighting pressure, right? Like, you have the breach util to support the double dive. You have the pre-nerf Neon. You have the Wele as well. Like, there's so much speed on the X-axis. You got Wele flying as well in the air on the Y-axis. Like, I feel like there's so much offensive power, and kind of seeing how Jackpot was feeling towards the end of that first map, I feel like if you're Rose, you're not feeling too comfortable. Now, to flip the sides, we do have the agent select as well. I mean, for Rose, I feel like their composition is a little bit more balanced, where, you know, they can play slow, they can play fast if they want to. Obviously, Raze is not quite as high tempo as the Neon and the Waylay, so there's a lot of pressure on them to unravel the map and kind of get some map control and do a little bit more push-pull. But for Jackpot, I feel like just keep doing the things you were doing in the first map. Just like be disruptive, be aggressive, get Twigs active, get Huff active. He was feeling it in that first map. He was decimating on the operator as well. So I'd like to see Huff get the operator up online as well, and then just work together and just kind of disrupt Rose and don't let them run their game plan.
There's so many ways to attack Fracture, and you could run that double duelist, like you said, that dive, that brawl is so popular right now. You could run the double initiator, which is also so great for attacking. You could even run a double controller. We're seeing double initiator and double duelist on both of these sides, and I want to see which one of these play out to maybe be the better composition for Fracture. But we're gonna see in this game, Tenrek and Shayo, all to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's get this going. I mean, honestly, between these two teams, I feel like, you know, they love their individual compositions. They have their own styles of play and approach to a map. This one will test both what you like to do and what you have to do inside the game. Such differences between both these comps and these teams in this one. More so, I think, even than the Ascent concept we saw at Tenrek.
100%. Yeah, comfort picks can get you very far in Challengers. How far can they get you in Challengers promotion? Seeing Bob on this Raze with the Corrupt Sky, the Charade Chamber, this just feels like quintessential Rose individual players. These are just the characters these players love to play and play pretty well. That being said, Jackpot's got a really good composition for the modern day at the moment. This double duelist looks absolutely terrifying, especially on a map like this where you can get hyper-aggressive on a singular of the 4 channels that this map contests and take it over with impunity before taking over the rest of this. A bulldoze is in Rose's near future if they do not tighten up and take this second one early.
Yeah, I think positionally, the best player from that last game might have been Aqua. Really good at, you know, picking apart some of the stragglers from the side of Rose, but also putting Util down for his team. At the same time, the scariest person on the server, in my opinion, was Charade, who just came in with that operator, was just shutting down, you know, certain sides of the map. So whichever player gets online first, that'll be the question. Quick crunch coming in over towards the north side. Bob is ready, does not want to escape, and she's good for 2.
She's even got the trademark set up on top of her. Look at this. This is such an odd 1-4 that they have set up. They're having her take all of this attention, and she still gets 3 by herself before the site's been already fully taken over by Rose. Again, this is a pistol team.
Actual tear gap on these pistols. Charade might have been seen actually swiveling there. Yep, unfortunate. Aqua is actually gonna be the first person coming in, so nobody to flash in for, nobody to actually play with the aftershock. Taking matters in your own hands, and it's gonna work for Aqua. Moving forward, more battling in the smoke. All the work that was done by Rose in the beginning just put down towards Tim, who has to defend this one. Off position, off time, gonna catch up, and knows that the spike is still getting diffused. Is gonna be able to play for the fear play, but no, the stick in to the side of Jackpot. KHS just has the right option every single time.
Wow, that is a really tough 180 to start out on if you're Rose, when everything looks so decided off the backs of just Bob on top of the zip. The double swing into the turnaround on the second double swing. That gives away so much positioning. You know you have a free site. You know you have so many more players. And yet KHS and Aqua just start walking it down, taking these re-peaking fights that Rose has been allowing so often throughout Ascent. And they do get punished for it very aptly with the weaker guns and health pool that both sides boast.
Yeah, close game on that first map, but I feel like Rose having that pistol, the bonus, and more so after the fact really helped. This time Jackpot has that leg up. It's all about converting this round. Patient shots from Charade. The whole team's here. Those stuns coming in to push these players back. Dish control still gained though for the side of Jackpot, so things are looking nice. It's an all in here for Rose, which will get stopped by the smoke, and they're gonna have to reconsider where is it worth staying here with the noise cut? Is it nice to re-hit? They're gonna say yes for now.
And a lot of Utah's still in the pool here, so you could at least tease a little bit longer with 65 on the clock. Double blinds included, but they're gonna full send it.
Yeah, going right in, blind and falling off the top rope. Giving a guardian over to Tim. I mean, this is gonna be dangerous.
Terrifying.
Charade up on top side, they have complete control. Dog has had the smoke to make sure that nobody's trying to cheat space either. They don't have Sands control, which might be the kryptonite here, but they have a lot of boost and firepower in this one.
Look at where Corrupt is as well, taking the staircase for the off, so that anybody that enters in from mid primarily can get taken down by the headshot to the dome.
Bob's on an off timing as well, so they have a trap play coming. Twigs gonna find the first step of this one. Corrupt is the one with the power. Headhunters fully loaded here for Sherrod as well. The HP is not there. Here comes that trap play. If there's hesitance, there will be damage. Bob finds one, able to almost adjust another. Sherrod has that firepower. They stuck the last time. Gonna be able to check this soon. Can't see everything coming up. It's good for the room buff from Bob. What is this game? Are they able to save the weapons too? It seems like it. Maybe a guardian for their side. Yeah, that's huge. What?
I gotta take a walk after that one. That was a weird one.
I don't believe
First,
it. Just
like they get the one opener. Nobody from Jackpot decides to contest the stack. Everybody backs out. A dog intimidates 2 members of this team when they have the best economic advantage they will all game. And then Bob comes in with the pistol from the back, and you're not even fighting the boom bot because you're terrified. I mean, where did the nerves come from for Jackpot that round? That's completely silenced what was an insane pistol clutch for them. That was the morale booster that they needed to get on their feet.
yeah, and that was all. That had nothing to do with investment for the side of Rose. They invested in headhunter bullets, and that's about it. Those weren't even the ones to find value. It was the flood. Another one coming in, and this is how you handle a flood. Rose does it so well.
One enemy remaining.
Very standard takeover. Knowing they have the control of the clock, knowing how Fracture works by default. In the meantime, Bob is wherever she wants to be. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a trend when you have someone like Sherrod who's able to kind of linchpin this stack very often.
And the biggest thing that we saw in map 1 when things were going good for Jackpot is cohesion, I think is the word. They were really good at playing together, playing off each other. The one word we did use a couple of times though, Tenrek, when things are going bad for them, is disconnected. It feels like this team, when they have a set strat going on and one person goes down, everybody just kind of backs off towards the wall and looks for a savior. I feel like nobody's actually ready to help a teammate that's kind of down bad in a moment, unfortunately. And it feels like that's what happened on that previous round. Maybe just using this one as a pseudo timeout as the time falls down is kind of nice. But I like your analysis too, though. I like the fact that you're pointing out that Bob can kind of just be on her own wherever she wants to be. Raise can do whatever she wants to do. It's kind of weird though, because you would assume Sherrod might be the one taking over that role. You want that nade with the team, but hey, if you have a silent boombot coming in and winning you the round, making it what, a 6v5? Sure, I'll take 2 to go.
I'm not even knife out. You have to like
They're
use
just
the
talking.
bathroom or something? Yeah.
Wait,
I
hold
mean,
up. Yeah, wait. Chillin's gonna be saving that. Is that this might be a tech pause? I'm not sure what's going on, but Chillin would want to, probably go down to the spike there. So
Yeah.
tech pause called. We got to see what's up. Apparently, from what we've seen right now, Chillin has disconnected.
Remaining.
So whatever he ate in that orb might have been bad for the system. Gotta be careful. 1 in 4 orbs on Fracture. You could pick the wrong one. Wait off for now, but we've talked a lot about the comps previously. Now looking at some of the tendencies from both teams, the one player we haven't talked about enough that really needs to activate on the side of Jackpot is Huff. I feel like in moments like that take we just saw from Rose, the anti-eco where it went their way, Rele can fill the gap when a player is in trouble. Double dashing on retake onto a site gives you so much information, lets you hold on to the anchors a little bit longer. It feels like Jackpot on this side have a lot of options. They just have to either A, stay together, or B, fight around the map. Even against an eco, you got to fight. You're double duelist. It's going to be harder to anchor in general. So I want to see some of those fights prop up every now and then.
Yeah, that just brings me back to round 2 as well, where there was just this uncanny need to stay alive above all else. And when you're playing Waylay and you're in a 4v5 and you're in a mid-plant retake, you don't stay alive. That is not your job. Your job is to go in and start the fight and then die. And instead of doing that, Huff went in for scouting and then immediately refracted back before even tossing anything down. Like no saturate, no nothing. Doubles back, you lose all of your space instantly, and now you have no way to recreate it. And that was the one contestable situation you allowed yourself against pistols. It was just such a strange, very strange call for a player that should be very willingly the spear tip here, but I guess, if you're trying to double duty that with Twigs, maybe the communication on that may be a bit awry. Bob's doing the thing again. Look at this. All by herself, trademark to protect, big stack coming in for specifically her. She's not looking.
Yeah, gonna be found out this time. And this is the play that I was calling for from the side of Jackpot. Be on one of the sides of the map, look for aggressive fights early. The defense side kind of has to play attack in the beginning. That being said, it doesn't mean stay in the open after the fact. Aqua, no defensive zone coming in from the side of KHS, and as a result, going to be easily picked apart. No stuns, no retake utility really going to be in tow either. Very early saturate, and maybe also a very early ultimate coming in from the side of KHS. No orbital strike just for now. We've actually slow walked on site from Arcade. Nobody knows this is happening. Very early orbital to be able to take things off, I think, from the attack side on this one. Tim's able to find a pick. Huff going down. KHS can then save this ultimate, but the rest of Jackpot get absolutely rolled over.
And completely misread this freeze. Like you said, walking into the open, Aqua giving away his life to make it a 4v4 again out of nowhere as they make their way back after getting that freebie, and then they completely misread the freeze. The slightest bit of cutting noise necessitates so much of the util bank for Jackpot there. And like you saw, KHS was, tossing around the idea of the orbital strike before a head was even shown outside of that smoke. Rose is really scaring this team at the moment, even after these singular threats are taken care of, even after Bob dies after she's unable to do anything, or Sherrod gets cut short after they enter first. It's like, Jackpot's nerves are really getting the better of him at the moment. Now Bob's gonna take this fight against the stack. Quick flashpoint to deal with that, and once again, the raise is nullified.
This time they're gonna actually get a big reward off of that one. Rifle gonna be put into the hands of Aqua for now. They got orbital strike, overdrive for the retake. Huff getting a few picks, might even make some work with his own ultimate. Bucky on site too, so this might find some value before things go down. Unfortunately, an early shot will make Chillin have nothing. Orbital strike very early. Nobody's here to play off of it. They're all still inside the spawn. It's just a delayed tool, but a very expensive one. And now you kind of have to pounce with this one. No sands control, not sitting over in heaven rope. This is tough for the side of Jackpot.
Yeah, that ulti was on 150 ping. KHS, just the reaction time to be able to collapse on top of that stack that was just taking over the wires was not worth it. And now Jackpot will take the backstab again. They have so many angles to approach here, and now the rolling clipper gets everybody.
Ooh, at the same time, you're gonna rock the boat, but can you actually make it to your destination? An overpeak from every single side. It's all the way down to Tim, and somehow, some way, even with that ultimate invested over from the attack side, things look good for the side of Jackpot. The pick early, some messiness, and they come out on top.
Yeah, only having to deal with 4 there, and I mean, if nobody's landing their shots on sliding door, then it's a lot easier to make the sequential cut. Another just real question raiser after Rose take that on. And again, it's like they're not terrified of this at all. They walked through the one-way cage on top of the double trap wire into Chillin, not necessarily knowing if there was the immediate follow-up from KHS, which there could have been. There just wasn't. It was just late. And by nature, like you said, kind of early, so that means because you were too late to follow up on your 1 and too early for your 3 to follow up on you. Just very strange work here is now the smoke to try to dissuade the entrance into B main, but Rose is going to take that fight and for the majority win it. Bob trying to pile drive with the showstopper, but no one's home. Doesn't matter. You've at least boxed this out.
Both these teams look on very different rules. I've never seen a chamber at the very start of the round not be able to, just reset back with a rendezvous. It's not set up from Sherrod there for the moment. Aqua going to disrespect things, has the rolling thunder, 2 flashes, Raw peeks over and gets the pick. Dropping it down to a 2v2. Seeker's available. Gonna see exactly where both these players are. Bob sinks over in the tower, chilling up close, personal. Looks to send a message. It lands, received by Corrupt. Now all down to Bob. On timing, double swing is good from Jackpot. Playing well for their favor.
So strange seeing like these amazing game plans strung together every once in a while, like these great fights won, and then they're just dotted with the strangest insecurities and mistakes that make it basically anybody's game. And like you, I mean, that Rose take was just littered with them. Like you said, Sherrod with no rendezvous to take the first after the opening extension. The takeover of the stack into the showstopper from the staircase when there's still the potential for the default.
Yeah.
And then
you have numbers advantage.
No flowering out after on top of the spike play. Like, there's just so many things that Jackpot don't even, they don't even mean to punish it. It's just happening.
This time, though, Chillin is dead. Sure. Sometimes it be like that, though. It's a
Give her an
Bob
ace.
round.
Why not?
I think I ordered one 30 minutes ago, so it's starting now. KHS, disrespecting space and time,
Oh my God.
and getting paid for it.
She might actually have to as well. Corrupt. So no, it's gotta be Bob.
Oh my God, Bob with the ace off the top rope of dish. I mean, sure, we were waiting for one. She's been nerfed all the way on the north side over and over again. Stick with the team on this one, champion them through the chokes, and get your flowers. I mean, that is absolutely insane.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, no one else hit for that either. Like, that's another episode of Rose's players just not landing their shots apart from Bob, and she saves it. Oh God, it's so. I mean, if we're at a state in this series where we're a quarter of the way through map 2, and half of these rounds are just becoming singular, terrifying prospect for how one of these games is gonna go. All right, now Bob's with the stack. It's a full bingo. Up B main this time, and Jackpot is disconnected from it, at least for now.
I think Bob heard where that stun came down, so she understands how this round is playing out. She's going to trap play the rest of the team that's trying to find her and punish her, and have done that a couple of times. They're gonna 3-walk into her cross hair here for a second. Yeah, it's not actually going to happen. I think they're aware of this space as well. The more noise made on A, the higher likelihood that this is a possibility. Don't knife into the angle though. Ooh, wider swing with a crouch coming in. That's kind of nice.
If you're gonna make the contact work like that, not against it. Look at where Sharad's been implanted here. I guess justified now that you've confirmed 3, but hey, you've got to make this work now on A, because they're going to start rotating quick. And yeah, Sharad's not going to be able to get anything on the way down. Chillin can, though.
Very good trip play from that perspective.
30 seconds left.
Hop going to come in and be in trouble as well, all the way off the backside. I mean, it is looking a little bit messy, but it's working over for Jackpot right now. Other trip. I mean, this setup is devious. I have to give that round over to Chillin. Stopping the push and then having this trap as well. That works both ways in case people want to leave the site too. Very nice ever setup.
He's been switching up those wires just about every round as well. Sometimes he's had the double setup for the stack. Sometimes he's had, like you said, that off angle one for the extra approach in case they try to double back. But every time it seems like it's been, you know, welcome to the scenario. It doesn't seem like it's specifically built for one approach. That it doesn't have to be this, you know, end all be all read that Chillin goes for. He just has a lot of backup positions that'll get value with how he knows Rose is going to extend. You know, Bob or Sharad is going to try, you know, looking for that extra meter forward. So put something a little closer to that back line. You know that Corrupt is going to try and extend on top of Retro's flashes to be able to make that space for Bob in the opener. So you can opt to put a trap a little further ahead. It's almost completely ignoring conditioning coming from Rose, because it is like it's a one size fits all method that Chillin is going for, and yet he's not doing the same thing every round, which is it's very admirable to see, you know, a Cypher on Fracture go to those lengths, especially when he's been setting up on A majority of the time. A lot of the time you see Cyphers just default on B for like half a regulation, and he's been almost allergic to that just because of the arcade takes and Bob's presence on top zip. It just hasn't been necessary.
Timeout for Rose on that one also is going to be maybe figuring out what page they want to stay on. They've had this 4-1 that's going to work for map control and information, even if Bob goes down. But at the same time, when Bob is with the team and they bingo stack, push the site, exec, it's also looked really good. So where do they want to have things solidified? It seems like they want to stick together for now. Very similar to last round, letting Bob explore a bit more, especially on this eco. You can take more risks. I'll get a bit more map space for the moment, but not going to find too much. He may not challenge it either, but after the Trailblazer does knock off off the op line, ooh, they're gonna find information on both sides of the map. Stun nade coming in at the same time. The Molly actually gonna do a bit of damage and at least get Twigs off the line. Smokes has a response utility from both sides, absolutely expended. Bob here gonna be able to land the flick at a huge cost, 145 to her health, or I guess 95 for the moment. Retro might be able to switch guns with her and have better firepower. They're gonna flood that site fast. Aqua very close by.
The trademark got caged.
No way.
The flank from Chillin as well. Rose is not prepared for any semblance of this. Corrupt finally on the way back. They were lurking for a long time as well on A-Hall. Kind of a miracle that they managed to catch up with the stack here.
Sometimes lines are blurry. All good. We'll be able to tune in exactly to what's going down. We pushed in. I heard a showstopper coming in. I would assume if I quantify where the positions were, right? If I go into my mind palace, that has to be a Rose win. There were two people side by side. Showstopper gets like 1.5. After that, Corrupt swings. That's another pick. We had a Bandit operating really well. Or Showstopper dies because Bob was at 5 HP. We may... No. I guess the Showstopper did work. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, she did okay. I just got to save the op now. So, well, yeah, I can only assume everything. Yeah, Corrupt with the regrowth as well. That's huge. That's another reason I find it baffling that they were the one that opted to lurk on Hall as well. And then on the other side of that, Rose did all of that work to scope out Arcade after putting the trademark there, then having Sherrod leave, then having Bob come up through the tunnel and double check it again. And then they still take too much time to make it onto the B side as a whole so that Chillin can cage the trademark, get past it, move in, get a flank, and then everybody gets pincered. Low-key a miracle Rose got out of that one after everything they had to do to make it through, but Cavalry gets there in the nick of time, and now you have a meditative period after all is said and done. Rose taking that lead and taking a breath.
Their timeout worked for them, and now this tech pause might ice down Jackpot's momentum as well, but they still have the potential, their ultimates, to keep swinging things through, right? You got Overdrive, you have that Orbital Strike from KHS that was used a bit haphazardly last time. Hopefully it's more connected with the rest of the team. For the rest of Rose, I feel like positions right now are just absolutely better, faster, and again, more cohesive for them. People are playing around each other's space. When Bob gets a pick, Retro's fully there afterwards to support the space she's gained, right? You're not gonna see the same side of that happening for Jackpot. You have an op way deep embedded. A lot of people are anchored on their sides. Their initial plan has to work. Rose can keep battering down that door. It gets scary and scarier for Jackpot, but as a result, you know, they'll be able to take more fights individually. They have more ultimates right now. They've got more options, just they don't get to ask the questions.
So strange seeing Huff and Twigs be such good buddies across this entire defense, and yet it feels like Huff has gained very minimal value because of that buddy system. You would think you could get a lot more op trades, or you could also justify a lot more light speeds into shorties with the trade back potential from Twigs. But it feels like Huff is getting absolutely no space. You're either forcing him to stay still with the operator for the first peek out, or you're forcing him to, again, be a decoy body that Twigs is going to be forced to follow up on top of. And either way, you're not in the prime position to do either, because Jackpot as a whole is so terrified of Rose's stack taking in that Huff and Twigs almost always have to be like premeditated, calibrated for the post-plant take back. And that's just not what their kits are built at. Like, they're built to do a little bit of stalling. Like, if KHS is there in time, if Chillin is on top of that site, you can stretch these rounds the same way Rose did last map, and you can force them to get nervous, get greedy, force Sherrod and Bob to overextend, take those extra fights. And you've seen so much disposition out of Rose when it comes to the 1-4s as a whole, when there's like 45, 50 seconds on the clock, and on a map as expansive as this one, it feels like Jackpot have so many more opportunities to just trip Rose up, force the clock to be their worst enemy across these rounds, and it just hasn't been coming.
Yeah, they just keep losing players before the clock gets way too low, as you're saying. And then at the same time, you're talking about Twigs and Huff, like, you know, not being able to have the biggest connection together in these spaces. Huff not being able to have that space. It's true, but at the same time, also, I never even see these guys. You know, their best option would be to play retake together, which is not the best way to play this map. The best rounds I've seen from Jackpot so far, they've taken the fight to Rose early. But there's discovering where Bob is or fighting B stairs. A round like this is the opposite, I feel like, of gaining control on the map. It requires too much luck, in my opinion. And even with luck, you know, the luck being a player running into you, you still have to land the shot. So why not take luck out entirely? Right here, Huff. Very lucky Bob's here to be able to fight him. But if Bob lands the shot, it'd be disaster. Okay, story continues. Roll with that luck. We'll split off and we'll go again. Able to see exactly where Chillin is. That's lots of information to work with.
Yeah.
And there you go. If someone's not walking into you the best way possible, you're just relying on luck with these anchor setups. You have no control. It's fine, in my opinion, if Chillin goes down, but no one's here to play off of it. That's the problem.
You had so much time to be able to have the follow-up after Chillin should have communicated that the Trailblazer clocked his shotgun, so he knew they were going to get pincered eventually. and just did absolutely nothing. They're still walled away because they want to let Huff get as many picks off like this as possible. Because his flank goes awry as well, so it's just this stack that Rose has to pay attention to.
Yeah, refract down. Huff has to use that dash with an operator for the moment, which is going to be tough. Slow and singular is the approach, and that's not the way to play. Still, though, 2v2. Flash coming in. Retro with a judge. Has to hold things close and personal first. Can't really challenge the spike too far. Ooh, the tap's going to come in, and actually a self-team flash is going to be a problem here for Rose. So unfortunate. Luck is on Jackpot's side. The #1 quality winning them these rounds. I do not believe that timing.
Yeah, Retro really sold that one, man. First, not prepared for the immediate swing in when you know there's two there on your shotgun, and you whip out the flashpoint, and that flashpoint hits your teammate as he's trying to recover the round for you. That is tragic for Rose here. A complete stopgap that forces such an awkward buy from them now as well.
Yeah, the awkward A-rush buy is what they're kind of known for in this map so far. I would even say that's a Rose just lose the round. If they had two teammates playing together, the same problems we keep talking about for Jackpot, they'd be fine. You know, it'd be completely appropriate for Retro to be able to take out utility and have corrupt swing. Unfortunately, not the case this time. Gonna have to play this laser maze Mission Impossible first, which we know has not been their forte. They've died to these tripwires over and over again. Found both now this time. And you're wondering, yeah, if there's two main wires, that's kind of what you do to play off site with, on top site. Very good deductive reasoning there from the side of Rose. Easy pickup, immediate retake. Aftershock coming in to get both the top and bottom hit. Shots coming through though. A nice little flash to be able to buy some space for Rose, but time is being gained by Jackpot as they land the first shot faster. Bob though is alive. Bob is thriving. Bob with a 3K, almost 4. Huff down to a 1v1.
Against the operator, Huff has no decent way to grab a gun in the immediate, but the spike not planted yet, so Retro could go for the switch up anyway. Flashpoint back up as well, but so much of this comes down to contact against that peak with the operator. And Huff still has the saturate and the light speed, so could also collapse if the spike goes down first. Feels like Retro has to go hunting.
We'll try to for now. Huff's in a really good spot to react to both sites. Spike finally being tapped.
Spike planted.
And he's gonna actually move off the box without Huff seeing. Now he knows. He still thinks it's the same spot. He has no idea where the Rolling Thunder's coming from. For him, Huff thinks it's coming straight from sight, from Dice. What?
Just real quick to clarify, I guess
it
going
looks
crazy
a little
here.
bit central.
You can see your enemy's Rolling Thunder on your minimap, right?
Yeah.
Like you can see like
But if
where
your
it
op is zoomed
originates.
in, can you see your minimap? If your op is zoomed
Facts. Yeah, he's kept the op there.
in? Yeah, that's the thing. Tech pause to maybe check brain cells for both teams right now because they're both doing weird things. Maybe get an MRI going mid-half before it locks in. I feel like that must see some strange things from both sides, some unfortunate timings, some crazy plays you cannot quantify. I've never seen this stuff before, man.
Yeah, a million ways Huff could have taken that fight, and I could not have guessed it was going to be that one. Just holding scope on top of the blocks when you're not even fully covering the escape from it. It's so again, it's just bewildering.
The server can't handle things right now. So we saw Chillin was disconnected before. Charad disconnected for now, though. So waiting for them to get back into the game. We'll see what's good. 5-6 Rose with a slight lead in this crazy Fracture game. And it's not even crazy because these guys are taking fights. The craziest part of Fracture right now is the post plans. When do you see that coming? And that's because of the mismatched utils and plays. I mean, Rose and Jackpot, these guys, the 777 and this entire Jackpot identity fits the team and honestly has bled into the entire match. We are rolling slots every single time for this one, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's definitely infected the lobby. How about, I mean, God, this leading into that post plant, which like you said is the ultimate collapse. How about Bob nailing that 3K to save Rose that far into the round in the first place when the rest of the team had overextended so far beyond Spike? They were bottlenecked into the outskirts of the back site before the rest of the rest of Jackpot didn't even need to fully be there. Huff didn't even need to fully be there to contest. Bob with the one cross that is the saving grace for Rose yet again to let Retro get a bare bones clutch off the backs of a minor error from Huff yet again. Yeah. Let it ride. Let's go.
Let it ride.
Round 12. I'm ready, man. Let's do it.
I mean, individual
look,
performance as well, I think.
Yeah, no,
go
it's
ahead,
quintessential North American as well, you know? Like that,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
feels like so natural to the identity of this region in its final phase of promoting a team to this next level. It feels like a right proper send-off, I would say.
Still, it's flabbergasted by some of the plays. That's it. I'm, you know, we're on a bit of a delay, so I'm just watching back the play to see if there was anything that could have been possible from the opposite side. You got to just see this coming at an angle to you, man. You got to be able to. You're 1v5. I know there's might be protocols for comms, but like somebody on the team is not a comm that he's not on dice. I mean, that is crazy. I've genuinely the fact that we're seeing things for the first time here, we've never seen them before. It's a feat for Val, man. I mean, I feel like I've seen it all, but one thing that's really impressive today is Bob. We mentioned her a little bit already, but the fact that she's not even getting the same type of support when it comes to like the utility to frag. Like you see this composition, you're like, oh, Bob, a double initiator. She must be getting all the stuns, perfect pop flashes from Corrupt. No, she's saving people with Roombas on flank pistol. She's solo, like, you know, getting 4Ks on north side. She's single-handedly working through chaos and just tapping tapping heads left and right. It's insanity, man.
Yeah, the flashes have been catered to almost solely Sherrod for the push, because Bob is doing the lurking more often than not. They're more used to just the full stack with the sniper, which they're gonna go for again in this last round of reg. I'm gonna try and let them get the free swings, but it's also like it's made some of this attack just feel so clunky, and that's another case of it where Sherrod, wow, yeah, you're taking a hot minute to hit that rendezvous, my guy.
All good, all good. Sherrod, they're gonna be able to hit that rendezvous. Blew up this time because last time it was not up. We're seeing some progress. At least the ability is being used. I like that. Sometimes you miss an ability. It's all good. It's just promo relegation. I have high standards for these teams. We're seeing who's getting let into the Challengers League. We're seeing who can get up to that upper echelon and play for what is the path to champions now, right? There's an entire different circuit coming in. CypherCam finally fans over like it's a sitcom and says, oh guys, there's two here. KHS gonna be able to play off of it. Just one of the picks coming in from Canteen for now. Not going to see much after. I think he gets spammed down. Bob slow peeks over to Chillin, who's having such a rough time over at Tower and at anchoring for this B side. A has been amazing. The tripwires too have, at least if he gets picked apart, slowed things down for Rose. But in taking this B side, I don't think Rose have been stopped once. They're looking so
not
good.
at all. Yeah, Chillin has been a very minor speed bump on B site in particular. And planting him there, which will have the rest of the team move up first through spawn, now up through arcade. Already so much time burned, but you've managed to slice and dice this.
Nice dodge. Yeah, the retake's been tough in the past for the side of Rose. 1v2 on the cross. Nice classic shots. Oh my god, but
Jeez.
have to hit 3 from that range. Not lucky enough this time.
Switching sides.
Another half to see if Jackpot can go gambling and end up winning these rounds. 7-5 for Rose, and they find a way to stay consistent through the chaos.
Or at least 2 rounds strong. There's a lot of skeletons of the game plans for Rose that you're still seeing like be replicated. Like you're seeing a team that understands the level of conditioning and repeatability of what they're doing. It just comes down to the improvisation that happens afterwards. It feels like sometimes everybody just gets a little scared. Defense, though, I'm very curious how aggressive Rose decides to get with this, because you have so many threats that are deigning to be singular, but enabling them would require relinquishing some other crucial space. So it seems like everybody is going to try and be singular here for Rose.
Hero position does not work for Sherrod for now. Where's the second link, though, for this defense? Not here for the moment. It's going to be full retake, at least covering Heaven for the time being. We do have one person all the way up on Rafters, Huff, and a God spot on this retake coming in from Dish as well. So there'll be lots of things cleared on the path over to this retake on the A site. And yeah,
Chillin didn't check his cam. He had a whole cam set up on arcade to wait for the double swing coming back from Rose, and then he just doesn't check it while walking up drop, and that's given everyone free passage. That's another indescribably strange whiff from a team here when they have the proper setup. Like, he had a camera. They ignored it when they moved past it. He had infinite time to check it, to see if that's such an open space that the cam is looking at, and you just never check it? That's the whole reason you put it there. I'm losing my mind. Right? Look at this up. Look at that upper left corner of the map.
It's
There's a little
top
red
left
dot.
corner.
You can look at that whenever you want to see the two flankers, and he dies first. That's ridiculous. Like, that is an inexcusable move at this point if you're Jackpot. Like, you have the setup, you have the punish, you have the read, and you completely bungle it for no apparent reason.
Sometimes, you know, confidence, you try to make the call. I'm trying to cope here. I'm trying to see both sides, but I think yours is the right one for now. We'll move in. It's tough. Ooh, slow in combination with the aftershocks. Not going to be able to find that trap, unfortunately. I don't even know how that chip's going to be able to land, but it's all good. We're moving back over towards the A site. It's going to be an absolute force here for the side of Jackpot as well. So they need to win this round.
Spike planted.
Plant up front too, so it's planted for everything. They're going to take the fight over to spawn. Stimmed up though. Going to be able to move around easily. Twix finds the first. It's a beam spray down on both sides. That's the force, by the way. That's how it's played. No passion, no aggression, no commitment. And as a result, no chance for the side of Jackpot. 9-5 to Roser on Absolute Eco. This is mega tough.
Yeah, no mindset at this point either. And another aggressive fight where you see the vision, you see the beauty, and then they start pushing while reloading. They aren't checking behind them in the pocket of seconds where Rose could be reapproaching. There's just such slop in the middle of all of this beautiful strategizing that Jackpot is bringing to the table. And it's letting Rose pop a couple extra freebies on the board here. I mean, after that opening round of the map, I wouldn't call Rose a pistol team here, but Jackpot isn't exactly helping their own case with rounds like this.
A stun is huge.
Rose.
Rose.
That's insane.
Yeah, he stays on it. Gerard, this player's insane. Retro's gonna be able to peek after that KHS. Yeah, you got the little bit of a frag for the movie, but at the cost of your entire team, Chillin is at least able to watch the flank this time.
Got the spike.
We tap that cam. We do for a half second, so we see nothing on the north side. Now they're learning Tenric. It's all good. At least they can see this time. We're getting there. 2v3 still doable. If it was Rose, we say it's possible. For Jackpot 2, the shots have been there. It's just the, again, organization while they're moving onto a site. They'll get re-explored on here by Rose. Tim hobbling away to his dark depths of underpass.
Dog, pull your gun out. Please pull your gun out!
It's tough. Doesn't understand that there could be a rewalk down towards the stair side. And Corrupt gets the final pick as well. So unfortunate for this eco on the side of Jackpot. We'll see if they can come back with this crazy deficit now. I mean, Ascent started the same way. Close game on the first half. Suddenly, Rose kind of figures out how to play that defense side. Their defense looks 20 times better than their attack, by the way, when it comes to how much they can stretch a lead, the game plan as well. And Jackpot have already forced once. This is another all-in round. Look at their numbers on the left side. 3, 150, 4, 50 credits. That is not enough to be able to have control over the rest of the game with. Not only do they have to win this round, Tenric, they need to not lose players. If you lose more than 3 players, you're in trouble. Sherrod, gonna get one blind!
How does he hit that? How did
I
they
don't
hit
know.
that?
Where did Retro get the kill from too?
Enemy remaining.
Oh, they've locked him down. They've locked him down. That's the game. That has to be the game. You might see a timeout here in just a second, but I don't know how Jackpot come back from this one. I'm calling it so I can maybe curse it. This guy's going for trick shots. So, I mean, there's no way.
Please one.
No.
Please one. Oh my God.
That's tough. Sean's having a little bit of a rough game. The anchors also haven't been the best over towards one of the sides. Has been a terror on A though, on the defensive side, but on attack right now, I just don't feel like Jackpot can really utilize any strength the team has.
I have been looking at Chillin a lot these past couple rounds because his kit feels so crucial to Jackpot's bottom line on the attack. The trap wires do such a good job of kind of, without even having to think about it, just condense one half of the map with such fluidity to the point where you don't have to necessarily, check your 6 every 5 seconds for a flanker as often. Or to the other side of that, you can also discourage the flank opportunity or the counter rotation should you decide to turn tail, which I also think Jackpot is underutilizing drastically on this map. They are not nearly, they are not juking Rose out nearly as much as they could be, and it's leading to Rose being able to maintain a very chill discipline about them. Again, it's like they don't have to change too much of what they're doing because Jackpot isn't challenging them in those respects enough. And it's just letting these marvelous enablings happen like that previous one where Sherrod once again gets to stand there for an eternity, let Retro util dump for him, and even while shaken, Sherrod is not stirred, able to grab that opener and let the rest of Rose just come collapsing. And like you said, Shayo, that just might be game, truthfully. Like, it feels irrecoverable at this point. You're back to the Force Eco again with very limited rotation on ultis as well. Just about everything's been bottled up here. 2 rounds to make it official.
Bit of an investment, a lot actually for some of these guys. Down to 800 creds. You should be able to half armor by a rifle in the next round. So Stinger's ready to go. And last time they were here on the A side, Sherrod's op was in play. I think they're realizing that could be the case for the moment, so they're wondering how they want to take this. Could smoke them off completely and then go straight towards the sand side on a crunch. You still have to work through a stun though. That's the issue. Here comes that first little fault line. After that, obscene. Okay, what happens now? No death. Sherrod 1 HP. Stun down, double flash on the other side. Sprays gonna finally come in. Corrections from Retro. 2 for 2 for this one on the trades.
It's enough so far, but just barely. And Jackpot, they still have to get this down and set up shop before the remainder comes back. Corrupt's already gonna clear all of drop here.
Okay, finds one person under sight. Stim comes in. Bob in her prime position where she cannot lose, but it's chilling this time to lock things down. Oh, Tim though has found one of the trades and access to sight. Chillin has been seen as well. Corrupt, they're not known to lose rifle 1v1 from this position. It's so patient but so good. Smoke finally coming in. The defuse, Molly off as well. Twigs has to find the spray. Locked in though, disrespecting your own Molly. Corrupt has every answer, and even when things look the best for Jackpot, everything is there. They play 2 individual 1v1s, are not able to actually get online together, and as a result, Rose now on another map point.
Did Twigs drop that stinger to pick up the operator as well in that last bit of the fight? Again,
I've tried, yeah.
Feels like a lack of optimization in that respect, but I mean, real credit to Chillin there. Got that first fight against Bob and then extended hella against Corrupt, but Tim refusing to die, placing that pressure onto Twigs, and then Corrupt eventually winning, still having the time to return and deal that final blow. Massive props to them for being able to excavate the entirety of the site there after one of the closer encounters with Jackpot this time around. 7 rounds of map point now, Shayo, and there's no stopping now. Oh, Bob again, quickly countered.
The timing. Oh, but the damage. Better on the side of Rose, at least just for the fight. Yeah, one person taken out completely though, and it's Bob. It's your star. It's the individual that's just been popping off inside the server right now, winning almost every single fight. Flash gonna come in, sees, and actually hears a bunch of people on this side as well. So information really good to keep this anchoring, staying over towards the arcade side. Look at this, playing in 2s. The up down is gonna be huge. Each person can swing off each other. You're seeing one, the cage will be in play, actually just baiting Corrupt completely. So Corrupting over the reswing again. They're not going to see Tim on this angle at all. Going to clear one of the sides. This is going to be fine. Chillin has to maybe move up. Has neural theft, so maybe he wants to get close to actually use it. And Tim will play for the trap play. Has to find resolution here. Needs this trade. Oh, but it's genius from Chillin to just back off a little bit and let the round simmer. Oh, straight into Toronto. Hold up. One shot. Nothing more.
Nobody here to punish though. So Rose have plenty, or Jackpot have plenty of time to in fact get this spike down after the distraction they were able to do. Retro was kept away, but now the absolute spam lets him just take the freebie. Oh, and Tim finds Twigs. And he knows that Chillin's gonna be here because of the wrap from Arcade.
Yep.
We're back to the same 2 players that were fighting before.
And Tim has the space and the time. Already won once before. Shot over, so I think Chillin knows. Yeah, not on, but oh my god, Tim! Faster, smoother. Rose looks better. The team now up 2-0. They go down with 5 ultimates. They've lost the map with 5 ultis not used on map point. Oh my god, Rose slammed that round and slammed the game down.
Yeah, a big welcome to the big leagues for Jackpot, I think, was that map. Just so many very crucial mistakes and chokes and nervous decisions and lack thereof that were made that led to Rose just getting so many easy collapses and not really having to change much of what they do well. And they did what they do well, pretty well this time around. I mean, we mentioned Sherrod is a pretty consistent threat on that sniper. They never really got challenged happily across the entirety of that game. Same being said for Bob. While her dry contact eventually got punished, she was still able to frag out and get those crosses lickety-split.
5 ultimates! 5 ultimates! They didn't use one! Guys, I gotta go to a break. Maybe I'm back, maybe we're not. We still got one more map though. Best of 5. Stay tuned. 5!
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Five ultimates in the wise words of Shayo. I mean, what did we just watch? I felt like it was a fever dream of a game, Roy.
Fever dream is one of the words I would use. It was fast. It was a high tempo game. It was brawly. It was messy. But I mean, that's what you get when you put two confident teams against each other and one of them does not have an info initiator and you say, hey, play the round out, right? But all right, let's lock in, right? Let's get serious because the first half, there was a godly curse put up on Rose, and they actually lost the pistol thanks to Shio because he absolutely said some crazy lines and then just completely cursed them. And then it actually looked like Jackpot was in a pretty good spot, right? And then we got the thrifty happened from Rose, and we started going back and forth. We ended the first half in what was a very brawly, very messy 7-5. Thinking, okay, you know, it's tame. A 7-5 on Fracture, it's not unheard of. We've seen that many times.
Game.
Right? Yeah, it happens. It's a perfectly reasonable half. But then we flip to the other side, and you get an attack side from Jackpot where they don't have an info initiator. And I feel like Rose kind of picked up on that really early on, right? Because we saw them running these like kind of, you know, passive setups. They know that Jackpot wants to play foot on the gas. They want to play high tempo. They don't have info, so they're gonna need to just press the double duelist, press the breach util. And it kind of felt like Rose had a really good read on it, and they had the right setups, and they were just punishing nonstop.
In that first half, you did see Jackpot kind of put like a little bit of a halt because Chillin had those great setups on that A site, and it was kind of stopping them a little bit. But once they were and they flipped that side, and you know, you're not pushing into that setup to stop you. What is stopping you at that point? I know nothing was gonna stop Bob ever, and nothing was gonna stop Retro toward the end. They just got the picks that they needed, and even Corrupt got these very, very important rounds that I feel like set the game apart.
Yeah, I mean, the clutches from Corrupt. I mean, first of all, Bossa, phenomenal game. Let's just put it frankly. But for me, I think the scary thing, and this is historically speaking from having watched Rose play over several splits now, they're not the team that you want to feel very confident and very like disrespectful. Like you want them to stay humble, and you kind of want them to respect your structure, because as soon as you have Chairrod and as soon as you have Retro and Bob just really feeling it, they start to really heat check you. And when they're feeling it, it feels like the game becomes a lot more unpredictable for the opposing team. Like Rose just feels like they level up when their players are feeling very confident and they're not very stressed out. And right now, Rose just looks so comfortable.
Off rip, you already saw round one, like they did try pushing out a little bit Jackpot, because with Fracture you do have to play that double attack and you have to take as much space as you can, but it just seemed like Rose was shutting them down over and over and over again. And that's when they shifted a little and they said, you know what, let's just full push A main, or let's just full push B main. Like it just kind of ended in no more taking the space, because whenever they were trying to get the space, they were losing their ones, unfortunately.
I think a crazy thing though, and I don't know if this is a crazy take, but I feel like Jackpot were in actually oddly a lot of winnable situations. Like even when rounds like felt messy, it really felt like they were not out of the rounds. Like they were clawing back a lot of the rounds. They're also decent at finding opening kills as well. Like they were having success in multiple phases of the round, but when it came down to those late rounds, like every time it was the 50-50 scenarios, it kind of felt like it was going Rose's, you know, kind of in favor of Rose.
Especially like in that beginning round, like it was just going checkerboard. I felt like in the kill feed the entire time. But Bob is one of like the main game changers, I feel like, of this game.
I see what you did there.
but Bob really did amazing, especially on that first half. We saw her go what, almost double, triple positive, something crazy like that.
Yeah, I think 20-8 was I can't recall. It was a fever dream of a game, but yeah, Bob, I mean, just off rip, she was having a game. Like she gets a 3K on pistol, defending solo, by the way, on that side of the map. It's absolutely insanity, and just feels like she kind of kept that momentum going. Also, this ace. I mean, dude, I remember Shio and Tenrek were excuse me. I remember Shio, it made me cough. Oh my god, it was such a crazy play. But I remember Shio and Penric were talking about how, like, oh my god, she's gonna have to ace if they want to win this game, because it was looking so winnable for Rose, and it stopped looking winnable for a second, and then boom, Bobsa has the ace. And at that point, my hands were up. I was saying, yup, it's Bobsa's feeling it. This is a Bobsa takeover. We've seen it many times before. This is why we highlighted her coming into this game. I mean, it is what it is. It happens. You've been Bobsa. Go next.
Exactly. I mean, within those first few rounds, we were just all wondering, when were we going to see the Bob ace? We knew it was going to come eventually. And when it did come, I was so excited. The positioning on Bob was just so perfect. They knew when to push up. She knew when it was time to play a little bit more back. And just all of the ways that they played off of one another really helped Rose in winning that Fracture game, which was actually Jackpot's pick. And now we're moving on to Lotus, which is going to be Rose's pick. A 3-site map. We haven't seen a 3-site map get played today. What are you looking for out of Jackpot this game?
Let me have a look at their composition. Okay, they've been running the Waylay Neon. I feel like the Waylay Neon on this map is actually super viable and very strong. I actually really like the composition they're running. It feels normal, it feels sane, and I think looking at Rose's composition as well, if they're still running the same things, it's also pretty tame. They're using the raise, and it's a double controller, by the way, so there's no double duelist for that end. But yeah, I want to see Jackpot not feeling like they have to constantly press the issue. Like if they're comfortable or they find themselves in good scenarios, just like play your game, don't overthink it. But I feel like they're feeling overly inclined to just like make a lot of plays, even though sometimes it feels a little bit forced. So I just want to see just a little bit more nuance in the decisions that Jackpot's making.
Similar to Ascent, where we didn't see getting like mid taken as much. Do you want to see them take more of that mid space, that B space, or are you looking forward towards more just like isolated pushes?
Sometimes a little bit bait. It feels really hard to go B sometimes. So what I do want to see from Jackpot coming into that attack side, which they're starting on, by the way, for the viewers, I do want to see them if Rose wants to make their aggression obvious on the defensive side, just go opposite and just slam the other side with the double duelist, right? Because it's so easy to bypass the Vice util with the Waylay and also Omen, who can kind of just breeze through the util quite easily. So I want to see a little bit more of the just like, you know, kind of the nuanced reactions across the map. Like don't press the matter constantly, and just be willing to let Rose show their hand and kind of play around it. And if they can win, you know, just some rounds just that way, then now they own the macro, right? Now Rose is going to feel scared to show their hand, and now they can start to accelerate early on in the rounds and such.
I like that you mentioned that Vise, because I do think Vise is such a good sentinel on Lotus, on that C site. But one thing that is a little tricky with the dive duelist is I feel like you kind of almost put yourself in a 1v1 situation with the team on site, because that like wall could just get closed behind you. And then what? It's just kind of a 1v1 until your team bangs open the wall and eventually gets let in. And we do see the Vise come out on both sides here.
Yeah, and I that's a really good point, and I think that just puts a little bit more pressure on Huff to kind of keep things rolling. But I mean, he had a really good first map. He was a little bit more quiet in the second one. He's starting to heat up towards the end, but I feel like if Huff is really heating up and he's kind of shotgun abusing on this map, it's really not that hard to overrun the Vice at C. So I want to see a little bit more setups for Huff. I want to see a little bit more cohesion is the word that the casters were using as well. So I would like to see a little bit more of that from Jackpot. Fix the spacing. There's a little too many, you know, multi-kills happening for Rose right now. And I feel like that's really it for Jackpot. Like mechanically, they're all insane. It just needs to be a little bit more constructed.
Well, this is map 3. If Rose takes this, they qualify, but let's see if Jackpot will win their jackpot right now and send us into a map 4. Tenrek and Shayo. Let's see it.
Comebacks here needed for Jackpot. Thank you so much, Mia and Roy on the desk right now, just holding it down, dropping knowledge, I think, for the stakes for both these teams. Tenrek, I feel like Jackpot, again, will be the team to watch to see, you know, is it going to be crazy again? Will they, you know, rise up, ironically? Because on the other side of things, Rose, they just have to sit and watch. They have to wait for, I think, the team to combust. They're kind of just hands off, letting the game come to them.
100%. Yeah, Rise of Scarlet Empire doesn't really have to do too much moving the needle at the moment. After that previous map, all eyes are on Jackpot to make sure they just don't screw this up. A lot of really crucial game-breaking mistakes on top of mechanical excellence that has made this team quite frustrating to watch take on the Promotion Relegation Challenge. One map out from that final opportunity at making it into Tier 2 Valorant after such long efforts from all 5 of these players who have yet to hit it will fall flat. Rose trying to gatekeep one last time.
Jackpot starts off a bit faster over towards the B side. Already going to be getting a little bit of information. Thorn's already tripped over. So now Corrupt's gonna have to just move off the side a little bit or get some help. 3 people actually moving over towards the B side. If they're supposed to see take and be good, they had so much space. They're not getting taken down. They're gonna move off with momentum and keep pushing forward. Twigs activating, taking the helm, leading the charge in terms of bullets so far, and they've all landed towards the heads of Rose. Not even a single trade back on a life. Body's not going to be healed up this time. No Sky on the roster, but I don't think it matters right now. These guys are looking so good on this attack, moving over fast. Retro now in a 1v4, 1v5 to start things off. This should not be possible, should not be doable, and it won't be so far. Low HP, the slide coming in on a one-way. It'll be tough for Retro to get out of this one. 3 players still left in front of him. At 47 without a flash and some thorns. Hold up, curse the last pistol round. This surely is not possible. I know Chillin's low, but there just is no way.
I'll let him cook. He's got the Rose too, and Chillin's low, and also peeking immediately. He's been dancing with this a lot though, and with the lack of time paranoia, yeah, that'll settle it for sure here.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was about to see it. I saw a dimension. I saw a reality, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. 1-0 Jackpot.
Yeah, they'll keep me terrified, I think, a couple of rounds before they really fully stabilize, but a couple of segmented attempts at defense from Rose combined with their inability to hit the pixels at the right time this round made it so Jackpot had a pretty easy legway into the A site and able to strip apart a couple of those opening members, and then you just have to deal with Retro, who does have that bevy to his name, which will force Jackpot to kind of reconsider challenging him even in these rounds in which they have the massive advantage.
I'm going to slow down from now. I'm blocking this from the side of Rose to actually fight over for Rubble. Already showing some, early signs of how to control this map on the defensive side. You have to go for the Rubble fight, or at least try to get some sense, or just, I guess, structure on mound towards the C side. Last time, I think the space was just completely cheated by Sherrod. They were able to really move up there. This time, they're actually taking the fight all the way over to spawn, and they're waiting for it. I said that Rose are going to be the team not just to wait over and see what happens. A very nice stun coming in from Twigs to slow things down, and Jackpot really end up pushing the aggression back. Huge round for them. No value found from Rose so far. I'm liking the courage available on this eco round, but I feel like they're biting off a bit more than they can chew on that one. Going over towards the C side, trying to take the last person down by force. Huffle's going to be able to find that outlaw shot and reveal that rifle as well. So now Rose have a few challenges to deal with in this next round. They lock it down, and again, their comp I feel like works a bit better on defense so far. No double duelists. Have the Viper to be able to play with on the map as well. I think they're big up. We didn't get to talk about it really that much, Tenric, but Viper on this map, when you have it and it's non-mirrored, I feel like you have such an advantage, especially on defense.
100%. Yeah, Corrupt is so easily able to play not just one, but two of these sites with just that screen available. That lets the Rubble fight feel so much more powerful with even 2 or 3 members on that defense out the gate. So Jackpot's going to be forced to challenge these narrower openings a lot more often. That's why you see them going for B a second time in just 3 rounds to open this.
This time, actually playing in the hands of Rose. Door opening over, that control on Mound and the pressure on Rubble pinches these guys into B, and the trap play swings in again. Corrupt is going for the opening just to find a few shots. I mean, that I don't think is there off of any information or any thought. It's just a instinct type of thing, but they're not going to find too much. Jackpot now is an easy walk-in with a few of their B options on the side of the Rose just being completely dealt with already. No Viper wall, no Thorns on this side. Retro's found the timing so good in the clutch so far. Teammate's so far away. Is he taking this himself? No help. Whips the first one, survives the second somehow. What is going on? Where's his teammate slowly coming in? Bob is almost going to be there. Oh, I'm liking this though. The delayed timing from Bob screams that she has to be waterfall or coming in from flank. There's no way she'd be baiting him heaven, right? But she is.
Yeah.
Up and down. Actually taking both players down. The right read over towards main. And Hunt gonna see exactly where her opponent is. Aqua, there's no way. She's positioned for the jump spot here. Gonna peek and she lands into the wall. Bob, you're insane. Do you have the time? I know that spike was defused before the circle showed up. And she showed up in this round. Honestly, what the hell is going on?
I'm just aghast at Bob's ability to clutch up again. It's coming through the same angle. Retro somehow finding one on the way down there as well. And after so much angle dancing that Jackpot's been getting away with across this entire series, Bob actually tracks that last shot and wallbangs it. 0.67 seconds left on the spike on the defuse. You just can't make this up, man. You can't. Even still, weak bonus by Rose. Weak bonus by Rose. So you've got not much to work with. Aggression would be very much appreciated here from Jackpot on this round. Just to sink that knife back in, restabilize.
Hard to fight for Mound. Hard to do that B trap again. Hard to even get a space out. Rubble with 2 judges. Yeah, one of them on Corrupt, who's holding that B main side. Another one back sight with Retro. Sherrod going to be able to get some pressure down before as people cross. if you can't fight for some of these sites, it is on the attackers to have an advantage here. Twigs will proc the wall for now. Nade will come in and maybe block off anybody that try to cheat that space. Pivoting over into the next Judge and Thorns. These trap plays are set up from Rose, and I know they look good, but should be easily traded here for the side of Jackpot. They find the first straggler, Sherrod, trying to get a bit more value from this position. Thorns come in, and the Judge is seen. Okay, take longer range fights now. Don't slide in or have a teammate to do it with. Flash could have been disastrous there for the side of Jackpot, but they have this round just figured out clean.
Very well taken across that, understanding how much Sherrod was fishing in that round, and then knowing the follow-up onto Retro needed to be swift and cycled, finding him nice and quick. Beautiful takeover that leads to the 3v5, and Rose once again slow going in the walk back.
Okay, big denial, and again, this is the bonus over from Rose, so expected to kind of lose over on this round just to find some value, but if it's a flawless from Jackpot, this might just be over. Twigs has been looking so good at using the proper util, activating some of these first fights, and even ending the round too. Really nice from Jackpot, actually finding some sense of control, some nice patterns, actually choosing the right sites and playing against the options available in front of them. I'm liking it as their lead expands to 3-1.
Knowing the traps that could potentially be set as well, these razor vines are something that Jackpot's paying a lot of attention to at the moment when it comes to their the immediacy of their push-in, because they understand how much it matters that Twigs and Huff both get in for so many of these execs. And you'll see that's why they've been narrowly avoiding that B site this time around, understanding the potential for the screen on top of the vines, on top of the shotgun that was there. They see the weak link in the C site. They see Sherrod with less of a kit. They see them needing to find that connection before Rose can start encroaching, and so they punish aptly. Well done. Look at this angle by Chillin. Very cheeky, almost finding something decent.
Here.
Chillin on alone though, or in a operation. Feels like sometimes, at least on Fracture, the shots weren't really landing. This time though, not as much information gained, but they know that there are people on the other side of this. Full eco for the side of Rose as well. So we said it was a bonus, but it feels like on this round, yeah, they were actually all into the last one. Could not find too much. So the loss actually does matter. Paranoia will not affect this classic close range, but Rose will be able to play off of it. Lots of useful info gain. That door being opened from the B side as well is a very nice trap play from the side of Jackpot. Sliding in, trading maybe on this side. The Vipers being very patient. Sherrod gets Twigs down. They're playing into this. See the TP come in. That's going to be a solo peek over and over again. 3 of them to flood through on this one, and Chillin diffuses every single form of pressure.
And again, that's just a lack of proper timing that leads to Rose swiftly getting dealt with when, like you said, the patience was really paying off. Corrupt with that spot choked up with the classic that had been completely hidden even after the slide in from Twigs. And the TP cooldown looked pretty dicey as well, coming from Chillin. But, I mean, yeah, you're just asking to be traded in this manner with the guns that you've got. So, very awkward from there. It's the one kind of opportunity you get when you go into that eco and it's squandered. So Jackpot now have the 4-1 lead with a lot of advantages that are able to go toe-to-toe with Roses. I'm a little surprised by how Rubble's been almost completely ignored by them up until this point as well. No attempt at an aggressive angle on Rubble taken by Chillin. No attempt at a snipe out from Huff or Twigs yet. You'd think they'd go for that at least once, even this early into the game, but nothing yet.
Don't need it. If this B stuff is working, if the sole place of, you know, letting these guys use their utility to get Rumble is working for them, so they have less on the retake, it's totally fine. I think because of this as well, you'll see Rose using less and less util to take Rumble. And that means on one of these other rounds, the conditioning, if Jackpot choose to fight it, they should be at an absolute advantage, where sometimes maybe Rose does not use the Paranoia, does not use the Caesar or the Nay, they just take the space for free. This time it might be the activation on that conditioning, exactly what you and I are talking about here, Tenric. They'll push in. The goal for Rose here is to use your util to take the space. I know you've got it for free a couple of times. I see the nade held out. I think we're gonna get a seize on that left side as well, and a pair with the door being open too. Instant smoke. We hear the dash coming in. Tough at the top spot. You're gonna be able to find one shot, but nothing else. Taking a lot of damage. Cleaved as he recalls back. Still finds Tim though. Showstopper does get the trade, but it's not enough. Bob does not have to get involved and even things out. Nightfall coming in to trap them over towards the left side. Not gonna be able to find anything but 80 damage. After that, Corrupt, it's your turn. What do you get off this Viper wall? Nothing but delay.
remaining.
Huff still remaining attentive to it even after the Prowler didn't catch him.
Shadows traveling.
Steel Garden up for Retro. If the timing's good, you could make a meal out of this. He would be the kind of guy to.
Oh, the timing's great.
Spike planted.
Gonna be able to ring this Rosie around, but not gonna be able to find too much after the fact. Now, Steel Garden's here. If you have the read that everybody is in tree, I see a play, but that read, unless you can see through these walls, genuinely impossible. Somebody could be in drop. Someone could have pushed up heaven. You haven't cleared that. Retro is gonna have to make the call here. 3 crosshairs on this angle.
One enemy remaining.
Takes out 2.
You're kidding
Here's
me.
the third. Steel Garden, lock it in. These clutches from Rose are insane. Shorty on the right side. Is there enough of a gap? Yes! The spray!
This is
Prayers answered one more time, and the clutch is there. Enough time. Way more than enough for the defuse. Rose's picture hangs sky high because I don't know. He's come from heaven to win these rounds.
We have seen time and again these dances on the corners lead to so much time being wasted by either side, but not often has it led to the double pickoff on the lower health pool in the process.
One enemy remaining.
Every member of Rose clawing to just keep that last ability an extra second, and Retro managing to sneak into this site mid-plant, get the 2 players that were lower first, and then outlast the shotgun that is in his face. Blessings upon miracles upon outskilling for Rose. Just for a second, still an uphill battle.
Corner comes in. Okay, Jackpot are not done fighting. Immediately 2 kills. A little bit of a mismanaged push there from the side of Rose. Nothing going to be able to be found for their side. Pushed back in the tree. The tools for Corrupt. Not going to be the same as last round. Retro is still alive and has found a way onto backside as well. Paranoia, they've taken care of him now. It takes all the util and the aggression from Huff in the world. At this point, there is no clutch.
No.
I hope. We said that every time so far. But yeah, you can see the temperance from Jackpot this time. They're playing off each other. They're way far back. They're spread apart. You have a dude all the way in rubble too, so there's no way.
Yeah, that composure got him a lot of this round in and of itself. By Rose overtaking their attempt at rubble and then mismanaging their shots on what was ultimately pretty dry contact once they exploded. Jackpot really didn't, again, they could just sit back and, I guess, detonate the fireworks. Able to pretty swiftly deal with those opening 3, and rotation from Rose is both necessary and imminent. Jackpot's ready for the quick fight after the fact, and pretty conventional to get them to 5 here. And Rose, in response, it's back to the eco again. Potential bingo gamba stack for rubble here, but yeah, at this point, why would Jackpot go for that out the gate again?
Gonna fall back here.
Jumping for it one more time. B push over from Jackpot. You're right. There's no sense of going for it again, especially when you know there's an eco coming. It'll be tough. 3-round deficit so far. The biggest Jackpot have got at the very start of this one.
Cover going out.
That's a good door trip, so you force out at least 1 smoke from Rose. Now you can stay neutral.
Everybody moves over towards the left side. On the eco, not going to be able to see too much value from the side of Rose. Oh, they're just completely goaded to the right, to the wrong side. It's
Yeah.
tough. Slow round from Jackpot so far, but again, I'm very impressed by their resilience and not getting rattled by some of these clutches. Genuinely, the game should be 7-0 right now. And they should have a big bank to be able to work with. The 2 clutches from both, what is it, Bob and Retro, insanity. And are on man disadvantage. Shouldn't have happened.
30 seconds.
Here we are, though.
Wow, and now the extra pivot in case this next rotation's been sus. This is a very complex take in the anti-eco, but it does make Retro a very easy opening pick.
Spike planted.
All good. Pushing in from one of these sides. Let's see a waterfall take happening again. Not too many weapons in hand whatsoever. Yeah, I'm liking the, again, we talked about it on the desk and the cast, the cohesion on these ecos. If you guys didn't get to watch the other two maps, these rounds were a lot tougher for the side of Jackpot to even confirm. This time though, yeah, getting silly with it, getting confident. Twigs in the business. These guys are understanding that their hits are working. It's their post plants that are getting gapped by some miraculous deity that we can't see in the server right now on the side of Rose. But Jackpot is really controlling this map now. For me, again, 8 rounds of utter dominance. They haven't looked a step down past the final 1v1 in a single round. They've had control.
Agreed. Yeah, the setups have been there. Knockdowns pretty quickly on top of it. The gaps are starting to thin, and it's making Jackpot look a lot more fluid. Viper's Pit will get it set up immediately here by Corrupt. Will be assisted slightly by Retro, but again, it'll be the rubble take that Rose opt for primarily, just so that space can be guaranteed. They can prioritize whatever targets coming their way next, which will be in this pit.
Top in, try to challenge it. I'm wondering if they can salvage it on the side of Rose if we tap back in. There's a danger behind it though, so no, pit finally going down. Does that change the game plan a little bit? Yeah. It seems like on the side of Jackpot, they want to maybe go back, but they look to solidify on the other side, saying, nope, we can really push this on the other way. We know there's one person rubble. Let's take care of them.
I think this is also just a good call towards Corrupt's mannerisms, just knowing how many resources they feel they need to allocate now that the pit is down. This is something that they have done in these sort of defensive calls a lot on the Viper specifically. Good read of tape. Tim, that's his first kill of the game, by the way, and it's one that comes off of the contact. Now, trying to get skated around, and Aqua can at least refrag it. Sherrod with the meat back, and now it's their turn to trade their way through, and they'll get a little more on their way down.
Last player standing.
Oh, chilling with the attempted TP, too.
30
Yep.
seconds left.
I forgot about him. It's all good. Covered over on all sides. This is one of the first rounds where things kind of look similar to Fracture. The tier gap, the player diff is coming in from Rose. Util taking first. Huff have to just back off that C's line for a second. 13 seconds. Has the spike. Has the
10
chance able to
seconds
keep continuing the conversation inside this round. Huff will go over to the spike site, get it down. 5 seconds left. Double up from door. I mean, we've seen Rose do it before. Huff has the HP pool and convergent paths. Has the angle too, so there's a chance. Ooh, Shorty though, at a much closer range. Can't whiff from here. Unless peek poorly. Don't need a whiff if you control the actual flow of the game. Convergent paths and be able to hit what? One player? Two player? Stop time. Peek for it though, Retro. One tap. All he needs from that angle. While he's slowed down. Bending light. That's insane.
Sick plan from Huff, though. To challenge Corrupt with that kind of timing on top of the shorty, lets him get that high ground back, but gives away the position, forcing him to use that ulti a little early. Luckily, it does catch both. It is a miracle that Retro's able to hit that first shot. Trade war from there was pretty by the book for Rose, though. I would say Jackpot just were not prepared for those opening fights once they went for the rubble take, and that's the level of patience that Rose can ultimately punish if given to them too long. It becomes disrespectful at some point. Jackpot now understand they'll need to go back to brawling it out if they want to prove that they can hold this margin.
Thing is that a brawl, yeah, it's been going okay for them a couple of times. That last one now, Tim's starting to figure out, you know, a few more better off angles. Rubble's a bit of a threat. On a judge though, all the way back on site. It's gonna be a C fast hit, but how fast can you really be against the Vise? Retro utilizing the Viper setup as well. You're going up into a what, double Sentinel-esque setup here with the Viper orb first, then the wall. Omen smoke coming in. Perfect util layering here from the side of Rose. Jackpot though, position's looking nice. Have to come to deal with this with, but okay, Rose gonna be right there with it, disrespecting all the space all the time, forcing people back. Twigs down, both duelists been found out. That's such a good hold from Rose.
Retro was inches away from that relay bolt. It would have stunned the entirety of River if it had, and Jackpot had an easy in, but that one shot lets go of Twigs and forces Jackpot to go at an even slower tempo. 45 on the clock, and now 3 members here. Tim no longer needs to cycle the smoke. He's just got the shotgun right down their gullet.
To push back, of course. But okay, the read from Rose is still here. It is still here.
30 seconds and Huff is left.
Yep. Trying to make as much noise and space on the other side of the map, but you would expect some util to come from it first. Yeah. Fake's not working. Bob's also figured out Huff. I mean, okay, the team's starting to Retro, weakness in the bones for now. Not an op being safe from chilling either. So insult to injury in that one. Still have a bank to be able to work with. The Jackpot at least have done the work earlier in this game. I think, again, 8 very clean rounds, 2 rough ones in general, and then 2 of those 8 been clutched on as well. So out of 6-4 with 10 on the board, all they have to do now is just get confident in this take first. Maybe start with the fake, then with the side hit at the end. I mean, many options available to you. I don't think anything's worthy of a timeout just yet. Let's look at the ultimates as well, because those can really prove to activate the round. They have Aqua's Steel Garden now and Overdrive for Twigs. You know that C's the hardest side to hit. Get that mount space first, then activate afterwards. Retro though with the op.
Oh my god. You
Not
saw
gonna find the
fingers.
first shot, gets back on it with a quick scope is insane. If Retro goes down, the C side's gone.
And this is really brazen coming from him out the gate here when you already saw how willy-nilly Jackpot was willing to be with their sight hits. You can again punish the opener, then it seems like they have no more gas in the tank out the gate. You rotate Night Guard shifts. It's Corrupt on duty down the river, and this relay bolt is once again such good value for the opener.
Starting on backside, Steel Garden finally coming in. Just give them space for this plant to get guaranteed. So they're not going to be able to fight this one with it. Not going to be able to actually even get some value out of the way. They're actually pushing into where the rifles are somehow, some way. They're making it work. Crazy shot from Retro. Has a Steel Garden of his own, but no time to put it down. Quick swoop again. Going to miss. Steel Garden answered back, pushing these guys all the way over to site. They're going to stay with shorties though. Up, down. Gonna be a problem here. Switch over to the rifle. First shot going to be taken in. A bit of a throw maybe if the spray comes in, but no, the trades are good for the side of Jackpot. The risk finally pays off.
Strange interactions abound there, but that hyperextension from Jackpot was amazing. Not ready for it at all. Bob, hey, she's done this before, right? Not much time though. I think you're cooked. Yeah, you gotta dip.
Pass for value.
What are your thoughts on that Steel Garden by Retro? Reactively, it seemed solid, but yeah, Jackpot, they have so much space to work off of. Even if you put 2 shorties on top of it, it just doesn't feel like you have enough time.
I think based off Bob's position on the flank, it's actually not the worst call in the world. If she sped up maybe just a little bit and that pinch, it kind of pushes everybody into Bob. She's so good at fighting those fights and at the same time gives these guys a bit of reprieve. I think it's so surprising that Jackpot stay there with the shorties, you know, but at the same time, the thing that I like is that Rose is trying to play the game. They're not scared to get back into it. Steel Garden is not the most important ultimate to have. You want to use it in moments like that. I hear you though. I think it is still a very risky one. You could have found maybe a better chance for it in this round when things are more neutral. Tough scene. They're going to be able to refract out, and Aqua actually fights off the space.
That was a tough angle to manage with all that pressure on you too. Sharad's going to be pissed they didn't manage to get one on the way back.
Still look at the chase. Yeah, they're gonna go straight back in. It's been a thing though that's happened multiple times. So Sherrod sees it coming. No value from the showstopper. The value is gained in the space it takes, and Bob is able to find that first fight.
Managed to knock Huff down to 22 as well. So yeah, intimidated at least.
No. And it's Bob that gets taken down as well. That's just tough. 55 seconds and another person gone. It's Retro. Both clutchers down.
Another walk-up as well with the guy who's one shot.
Okay, the first trade is here though, and the second one for Sherrod, the value to put it down to a 1v2 instead of a 3, so much more so doable. The spam coming in, snake bite after the fact. You understand the last person's that door. You have to all in that they're taking it. And KHS not gonna have the crosshair to be able to work with this one. Corrupt now knows where the last player is. Not this time. It's Chillin', the guy who's been manipulated every single time, lost almost every trade as well to lock down the round and send the team over into an 8-4 lead.
Very slim. And again, when all else fails, fear Rose's multi-kill potential. That'll just lessen that gap so quick. Making it yet again tight as can be, but that confidence from Jackpot that has finally manifested in full meant everything there, letting Huff keep on walking up now, top fragging the entire lobby, and daring to fight on top of that showstopper once noise was cut, knowing how much danger you were standing in the face of, and still rising above and conquering, understanding how much power you're capable of maintaining. Rose now on this attack, not much mobility to boast about it, so it's got to be all about the boxing. That's a start.
AD swing over to Mount and get that pick on C is insane. Suddenly, you're down. You're smokes. I'd say they'd be fine. You have a Viper, but oh, checks watch, checks notes. You don't. There's no Viper on defense, so this one's going to be super tough.
Maybe feeling that C is viable, knowing that there's probably just Aqua there. The toss-up of what is left, now nothing. That Rose will, at the very least, slow. But yeah, there's no sheer. This is the round you should be able to get away with this, Tim. Oh, that's glorious!
It's too easy. It's too good. Rose back in the saddle, looking just as dominant as they did on other maps. Didn't really have an identity too much on that defense. We're going for certain side takes left and right, but I feel like Jackpot really had like what, 10 good rounds on that half. This time winning the pistol is to start to build domination of your own. Huge from Tim there. Tim's been kind of silent, I feel like, too, overall in this half. I know he's had some really good spots on the A side, but it has kind of been the retro Bob show, so it's cool to see everyone leveling up inside.
One feeling generous?
Absolutely. Yeah, seeing Tim take that position with the confidence that he deserves to and winning out all of it. That's morale back for even your top frag. And the advantage. Now all about sussing out the traps, making sure that Jackpot's players don't have that same kill potential. This Boombot's been so good, whether it's been from Bob or Sherrod. Been just doing a great job of sussing out the openers. KHS swinging back thanks to this smoke. So Rose really hasn't been able to manually clear a lot just yet.
Pushing forward still. This could be a nice little trap if anybody here from the side of Jackpot was with KHS, but one and done for now. You'd assume that Bob would be on the other side of the map, maybe looking for a bit of information, just having that ghost, but everybody's locked in together, and this should be a one and done round for the side of Rose. Retake will come in a bit slower from the side of Jackpot. They have really no firepower for this one, though. Bob will keep exploring. Again, if she goes down, it's not a big deal. They just get a ghost upgrade.
30 seconds left.
Rest of the team want to build these alt orbs. You want to see Sherrod getting that showstopper active fast. You want to see Bob getting the Nightfall 2. These are also you can actually act off of to keep pushing these rounds over and over. Getting a win for you before they even start. And there are the two players, Bob and Sherrod, getting those orbs down.
Enemy remaining.
They keep hunting. 3-4 for Sherrod. Ooh, a bit of an expensive situation for the side of Rose, though. Chillin picks up a few, but again, if we're able to pick up that rifle, things should be fine. Yeah, for the side of Rose.
Yeah, fine round for them to springboard the recovery into. Not sure if this is. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, but I'm curious if Jackpot's 3-stack that was flanking through B knew about the sheer and just opted to trip it, or didn't realize it was there until they couldn't 1-2-3 it and then had to kind of just dip out and scatter, because it felt a little more chaotic than they would like. But of course, beggars can't be choosers in the follow-up on pistol. So I'll move in with this bonus. Really solid buy. Twigs daring to challenge very early on to drain the well.
Left-right situation. How do you handle it? The one way just breaks apart that crossfire entry from the side of Rose. Jackpot doing a really good job at holding onto this mount space and at least buying, what, 20 more seconds of time before inevitably it'll be a little bit too hard for them to hold it. And yeah, Boombot in combination with Prowler, you're not going to be able to see too much now. It's a guarantee that they have this mount space, but they're not going to take it initially. Look at the walk down and the utilization of this Viper wall from the other side of the map. You've got Retro just gaining so much space for free, and for Jackpot, Aqua is playing such a passive line over the cross on A. If this wall comes up one more time, I mean, this is an absolute crazy lurk for the side of Rose.
Orb will give away Kurup's current positioning, but yeah, with Retro continuing to rail grind this toxic screen, it's tough for Jackpot to make a clean decision. Still, guys holding an Outlaw, and Aqua's 150, so not a clean trade. And in fact, Aqua will be more encouraged to leave this A side alone now that that pick is done. So Rose even more bottleneck.
There's so much info for seeing that was Vibes as well. Vibes usually see So much util to be able to spread through or just be with as well, but it's just bodies. Huff able to break util and take sprays. Activate KHS 2. Rose had absolute information on that round. B was a really good option there too, but they've been stopped by the guns. You can have the best brain in Valorant. If you can't shoot back, it does not matter.
Yeah, totally stonewalled. And for a second there, it really didn't look like Rose was shooting their guns, but just had to prio what they could. Now that gap has been fully closed up with a flawless fashion by Jackpot, though. There's no solid advantage that Rose can even pretend they can hold on to, so it's got to be back to basics, back to just outwitting and outplaying. And C Mound seems like it's been the spot where Jackpot's been acting the diciest. The rubble take by the remaining 3 will also make this Mound look a little delectable. You're able to find one on the way down. Chillin' is in an odd spot.
Kind of by himself, you're gonna have to have your Vice peek for you as well. Now he quickly goes back. Just wanted it to be a little bit more of a distraction. Onside Mound, but gets sprayed through the smoke. You can slow down the round, or you can activate off of it. Showstopper all the way there. That sees is there too through the box. They can see that Aqua's on this position, but nobody actually clocks it. Sherrod's there for the trade. Cross on waterfall. Entire forms of bodies falling down straight into the water. Tough, and now it's just Twigs here immediately. The duelists already, but they're not hand-in-hand tandem. They're looking for solo players. They're going to need them if they have to take down 4 different players.
Steps made by Huff, gives away the angle to Twigs. Now that sheer can be burned, but that's going to give you away. Gotta just frag your way through these last 2.
Yep.
And the Molly's on top of Spike too, so you've got to go fight Corrupt.
Be a little bit of time left for it, but I'm liking the fact that Rose is giving them nothing. Jackpot, though, done a really good job to get this down to a 1v2. So much more so doable. Snakeback comes in, slightly misses, maybe, I think, but that's maybe just to get the fight canceled as long as it's the site. Yeah. Scan there as well. The haunt. Not going to see anything. Rose keeping things personal. Just 2 rounds away, 7-9.
And that worked off of a lot of yeah, I mean, that trace to start things out is so crucial, and then you can hyper aggro Aqua so that collapsing on top of the sheer doesn't really get you that far. Sherrod's showstopper multitasking as well, so Jackpot, even though they reacted properly to the rotation, they still couldn't act on it, still couldn't fight through it. The timing was stilted, and so you could start paying attention to the right spots. Rose finding ways to isolate these members of Jackpot even when they are together. So the conversation goes back to communication for this Premier team. How tight can they keep these comms so that when all else fails, when all resources are drained before you,
Bring them down.
you still know there's someone that has your back.
Shadows traveling.
Sheer trip to Walker up, finds one of the picks over. Where's this A side? This Viper wall again has been so useful for the team to be able to scale this Rebel side for free. Jackpot's not even challenged it once. This time they'll re-swing into it. Corrupt caught between rotations, unfortunately. Up close and personal is Tim. Although Rose has had control of this side easily, they've not actually done anything with it. And if anything, I've been thwarted off of it multiple times. It's been Aqua a few of these times. It's KHS this time though. Sun coming through and a paranoia afterwards, but nobody able to act off of it. It buys time. It gives KHS this fight, which again, he wins. 30 HP. Another one almost there. Sherrod taking just 1 bullet to the dome. Was able to keep moving forward. Aqua in such a good spot. This cross is crazy. Sherrod not going to be able to decipher this one in time. Both players taken down again. When it comes to gunfights, it just seems like the Jackpot are the better team. Able to grab Spike here, I guess, in a second. Yup. Scoop it over. You have the option now with 20 seconds. Is it a quick A-side hit? Jackpot's here. And you're allowed to move, Tim, for no damage.
Crumb.
Spike planted.
Sprint up by Chillin' and Aqua. No time to waste.
Oh, 1 fight, almost gained. 50 HP from Tim. Scared on the side of Jackpot. Easy is it almost for Tim. The shots were lining up. We had an opportunity, but not this time. 3 clutches, a hat trick for the team is denied. Goal kept by the side of Jackpot.
I gotta shout out Twigs in particular for that round after such an early fall by Huff on top of the toxic screen. Did such a great job of making sure that KHS could be properly supported for the refight, despite the fact that the screen could still be active. And then that relay bolt as well into grass prevented Rose from being able to pick up after Corrupt fell. Tim was overextended, so they feel like they have to fully commit to the fight. And then they get picked off on the actual approach to the B site once all of those options are drained away. Some really good funneling Jackpot's able to do with that round, still with some ults on the table as well. Free.
Again, good value. I want to give a shout out to the rest of this team on Jackpot. I feel like these guys are playing this game so well. I can count like 5 different things they're doing really nicely. For the side of Rose, I can only really see the clutches that are the highlight for these guys. Nothing in approach to this game seems like control for this team of Rose. Nice saturate to buy yourself a little bit more time. Numbers online as well. Tim trying the desperate Mako TP, but not going to find much there. A little bit of a sneak in towards this side of Water 2, the bend. And you see even more players getting affected by Util. I mean, bit of a scuffed eco, but they're trying to cause chaos. I know 2v3, but the HP is not looking too good for the side of Rose.
And then 2 are about to hit this door on Mound, so Bob and Corrupt will have to pay their attention back that a ways.
Do not hit the door, though. You hit this door, you give them a chance for a clean 1v2 or 2v2. It's just, you don't need it. Play the numbers. And they're just looking back towards the B-lurk. I like the fact that they don't hit the door for the fight. I mean, Rose just might, though.
30 seconds left.
Not going to see anything giving Jackpot the opportunity, but they're playing as a team.
Good time waster so that Bob can make some extra space on A without Jackpot necessarily considering. Still, they'd rather just, pack up and take the 3v2.
10 seconds
Not take any
left.
extra risks here.
Spike planted.
Breaking baby door, keeping me Corrupt in the spot. Again, Viper can do so much with this wall active and blocking the site. They can use it, though. You'd expect them to play behind it. They're cheating space in front. It's Bob actually going for this type of play, too. Corrupt on a longer line with less HP. Bob not going to find the wraparound just yet, though. They're not putting up walls, so maybe, you know, the message is we're not holding sight. Paranoia going to hit nobody. Lots of free information gained. Bomb going to watch this. It's kind of planted over for main. Smoke going to come in. It's just Bob now. First pick gained. Second one not going to be found. Can we get the spray even? That's the question. Oh no, the back and forth. Bob getting toyed with. And what a good retake from Jackpot. Amazing smoke for that spike and really good jukes on that final player.
Very well taken. After Bob and Corrupt had feigned a lot of the tree presence out the gate here, it was good of Jackpot to still consider how much extra coverage they needed to do outside of that. And managing that against the worst buy is still going to work in their favor. The C take, it was pretty weak sauce with the guns that Rose had. Again, very one piece after another without necessarily having that synergy with each other. So the timeout, I think justifiably called here just to get everyone's heads back in gear, get that mind meld going, especially when this will be your fulcrum round to really fully recover the game and take this out in 3. Because, I mean, Jackpot have a lot of different ways to approach this up-and-comer. They could take the rubble fight because it's been a hot minute since they've done that. But with all of this C-Mound neutral that Rose has been playing, I feel like you can start getting away with those like contact punishes with the stacks. Maybe throw a Paranoia in there into the TP on boxes. That's how Rose managed to escape relegation a couple times before.
This time though, in the hot seat once more. Those options are available, but at the same time requires such an all-in.
We wait.
I'll wait and see exactly what the plan is here from Rose on this attack. They're looking straight for that C side, and this time, I think they've understood that Aqua likes playing over towards A. They've ran into Thorns a couple of times, and we've seen it in some of these bonuses too. I think Retro saw Aqua inside one of those outlaw scopes as well, and was able to trade some damage. The retake, though, will have a lot of answers for the side of Jackpot. I don't want to say it. Again, I don't want to say it. 5 ultimates on the side of Jackpot this time. And hopefully they're going to be able to use one. I know Twigs is not there just yet, but come on now. Nightfall to be able to use. Still Garden. You have to guarantee they're coming. Okay, Nightfall first to delay the space and at least the HP when things are happening in terms of a fast push. Sharad is already in, though, taking the space and kind of completely dismantled the Nightfall pressure.
Yeah, this will be Twigs and Chillin with the primary intel, but not the primary reapproach. So free sight gain, nothing more by Rose. A lot burned on the way in, though, and now the Steel Garden in retaliation.
That's not going to hit much, though. Just one player. Unfortunately, Corrupt going down. The pick going to be thwarted completely. Retro's going to be the only one actually using some of these bullets. Conversion Pad's not going to be able to catch up to the slow man all the way over to the bench side of this retake. Op going to just be able to lag. Nobody's on spike still just yet. They're going for the fights. Op finally finds one more. Bob, last person to be able to play with. Huff is not playing games today. Op shots on retake. So impressive that Jackpot does it this way. They're not doing it with style. They're really in control of this game.
Yeah, something that Huff has been really trying to do this entire game, be a little more extra offensive with this operator for the retake situations that they know are so inevitable against this meta, this composition, this map, this whatever. You know, just understanding how many times the reapproach is going to be necessitated. That is a really tough round for Rose. The pit burned immediately on the post plant. Corrupt just not understanding how close Jackpot is to the situation, how quickly they can punish off of that. Makes any follow-up basically a non-starter there. And now there is no real way for Rose to get the extra leg up. 4 ultimates burned there for Jackpot, but even still, how does Rose recover 5 rounds strong?
It's 5 chances. They've got rifles in this one. And they're still getting active, pushing forward as much as they can. Buys on this side will be a new threat for them that they haven't really, or they have dealt with before. It's just it took a showstopper last time and really good fade util. Here's that fade util coming in, the haunt and the dash at the same time. Here comes that showstopper again. Aqua being found out, and a blind rocket finds Chillin. So momentum and hope available for Rose.
Sense to retarget after the first frag when you're blind is just nuts. Sherrod so locked in, and that continues.
Sherrod to rise here was one of the reasons that this team was winning before. Has been kind of blank on this map, and Solve found out, losing fights this time at 3K with the back against the wall. For Rose, they bloom in this one. 8-12 should be the score of the match so far. 4 chances sound much better than 5-10. Right? Once you see 8-12, that's where there might be worries. That's where you might want to call some timeouts.
Oh yeah, it gets real, and it gets real fast, especially when a round like that with Sherrod so keyed in, showing that Rose did come to play today, and it is still today. Of early take back on this op. Won't be hunted down any further by the looks of it. Yeah, the eco for Rose is so fragile at the moment. You don't want to risk that. Gotta hold on.
You're looking into this next round again. You want to be able to push forward these ultimates over and over again from the attack side when you get them. Nice to instantly use that showstopper once it's there. Sherrod will hopefully have one before the next one comes through. They have to keep winning these rounds. But when it comes to ultimate economy, I feel like Jackpot will be closer to closing out this game if these neutral rounds don't work out. Just with these impact ultimates kind of getting up faster, you know, Steel Garden, Nightfall, I feel like we'll be coming in tandem together at the same time as Conversion Paths. It'll be tough for Rose to kind of combat that once it's there. Again, going for the C side, and this time Vise, Aqua, all the way on the A portion of the map. Now, every time they've re-cleared into A Rose, they have used this wall to gain space. The result has been nothing, though, after the fact. Yes, they've juked the op a little bit, but every single time, Huff has repeaked. Twigs has got to pick. Sometimes Aqua just wins his 1v1 fight. They've not utilized this wall to actually get onto the site or win the round. Their A wins have just been crazy clutch retakes. So, could this be the round? Wall gets up. Oh my God, any one of these shots could have been good, but the wall, you have to respect it.
Aqua with the tuck. This is the major bit here. That'll be the immediate punishment on top of the orb, Cubby.
They're not clearing it.
Not revealing it. And
They're not
nobody's
clearing
looking
it.
at this dude.
Can't find 3. I was about to say, if that's how we lose the round, it'd be insane, but it does get Huff back online. Twigs there to cover. Beautiful from Jackpot. Every single image aligns. They get paid big. Even with this clutch spot from Tim, there's so much contingency. Double swing, single swing coming in. It doesn't matter. It's fine. KHS is there. The map is theirs as well. Huge for Jackpot to keep having a line inside this game. 2-1 is the series so far. This best of 5 has some legs now. Penry.
It's the kind of recovery we were hoping Jackpot could make after we saw their performances previous. It's great to see the nerves eventually get shaken off and this team understand just how powerful they really are. They got here for a reason and they're able to fight their way through just about everything. And honestly, the fact that Rose did not deviate much really played into their boons. I think that, like you said, the inability to really act off the toxic screen when it came to A main felt like a huge weakness, a huge hole in this half that led to ultimately the final round of the map, in fact. So Jackpot just continuing to cash in on the right spots, and Rose not avoiding those pressure plates leads us to map 4.
Absolutely. Map 4 is going to be a banger in this one. Don't go anywhere because it seems like both teams are alive now and ready to play.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Just hit the jackpot. Sorry, it's in my head now. Everyone's singing it constantly.
Okay.
And it's been going the entire time. But Jackpot takes map 3, sending it into a map 4. I feel like they showed up and showed out this map, Roy.
I mean, it was like a night and day difference in the way they're playing. I can see the life force. I can see their chi. I can see all of it. I mean, yeah, it just looks like a completely different team. And now I'm starting to see the reason why this team has made it this far, right? We got to see a lot of it in action. We got to see the cohesion that they've been lacking in other maps. We got to see significantly better overall macro from them. And it kind of felt like for the first time in this series, they were in the driver's seat, right? Like they were the ones that were setting the pace. They were setting the tone. And a lot of the late rounds and a lot of the people that have been, you know, kind of quiet on this roster have really woken up. It feels like they're finally heated up. And I one thing that I've personally enjoyed watching in this match is the versatility of their win conditions. Okay, this 1v3 by Retro
was crazy.
I thought that was honestly that sealed the deal. I was like, oh man, this comeback's coming. But yeah, I think there's a couple things, Mia. Okay, number one, I'm very impressed with Jackpot's ability to bounce back from harsh losses throughout this entire map. After losing the 1v2 to Bob, they lost the 1v3 to Retro. And there's also like multiple other blunders in this half where every time they had them, they bounced back. And I think that is a huge sign of life. Now, the other thing that it's kind of bodes very well for Jackpot is the versatility of their win conditions. Like, they weren't only winning off mechanics, like they were getting into really good spots and they were manipulating it well. And it felt like they're doing a really good job at punishing Rose.
Valorant is such a mental game. So if your mental is up, everything else could be up. And nothing is truly over until it is over. And Jackpot has done an amazing job at showing us just that. And just like you said, we've seen names on this roster that maybe we didn't see the past 2 games. One person I want to point out is Aqua with this amazing positioning, pushing up. That's what they gained. They gained so much confidence this round right there. They pushed up B main, able to catch people off guard, and that's really what won them this Lotus map. And I hope to see more of that in map 4 on that Breeze.
And when it came down to the retakes too, like, they were so much more well constructed, and that was kind of the sticking point for us and the casters as well, right? Where we talked a lot about just like it doesn't even feel like Jackpot's doing the wrong things a lot of the times. It just feels a little disconnected. Like, the spacing is poor, they're getting multi-fragged a lot. But in this map, we didn't really see too much of that. Like, yeah, there's still moments where, where the micro was a little bit weird, but overall, like, the sign of life is definitely there for Jackpot. They looked a lot better. They're able to convert a lot more of their first kills that they were able to I mean, it's 13-8 on the first kills. Like, that's it's a really good sign. Yeah, huge sign.
Especially when you have pushing up A site, pushing up that C site, taking space on a map like Lotus with these 3 sites is just so important. And I think Rose was also doing that same thing. It's just Jackpot was doing it just a little bit better. And once Jackpot got that momentum that maybe they were lacking these past 2 games, you just saw everything else flow so much better.
Yeah, oh my god, I mean, there's a huge step up happening from Jackpot. And I think for me, what is a good sign for Jackpot going into this next map of Breeze, it's the fact that Huff was kind of popping off. And I feel like when we come to Breeze in a map that's very open and there's a lot of, really good op plays and there's so much value to be found with the operator, I feel like having that like really confident like sniper player on the team is going to help so much. And I feel like Huff is that guy for this team right now. Like, he really stepped up. Now, obviously Aqua did, there's a lot of players that stepped up for Jackpot. It wasn't just like a one-man show this map, but I think specifically headed into Breeze, which is the next map, I think that's going to matter a ton.
Oh, 100%, because you saw on Ascent Huff get those really important op shot kills. And then you see it again on Lotus. But you know what? It kind of lacked on Fracture seeing Huff's op shots. And maybe that is kind of what set that round differential out on Fracture. So Breeze is definitely going to be a Huff map. And I'm excited to see the Huff and the puff and blowing Breeze down, mayhaps.
Well done, dude. Well. But yeah, I mean, okay, there's a couple things that I think we're going to need to see a repeat of in the next map. Now, we've seen both of these teams play Breeze, where I'm sure we're going to get to the agent select here shortly. But I mean, if all things are still the same, we're going to be seeing the jet chamber composition coming out from Rose. And I think that's specifically for me why I want to see this, the operator is going to be a massive factor in this. But if Jackpot is still running the ISO, Mia, that could actually be a massive problem as well, right? Because sniping against ISO is a little bit more awkward because the shield can come out of nowhere, and it's just a lot of pressure. And especially also when you're running double controllers on that map as well, it feels like a lot of the sight lines can get cut off. So I think with the way that Jackpot's looked in this 3rd map on Lotus, and how they're utilizing a lot of their util and how they're putting their players in good positions to pop off, I think those conditions are very much transferable to Breeze. And I mean, that 4th map could go either way.
Oh, 100%. And I like how you pointed out the ISO. For me, ISO, which I guess could be a hot take, what I'm about to say, but I feel like ISO is almost like a free Phoenix ult every single round. You just get that little bit of intel, especially if up against operators. It's just one shot and then they kind of have to already go re-peek into a different position. And it gives away so much intel for those attackers, especially. And here we have Jackpot picked, defense. There's defending first. So we're especially going to see that operator on defense from Huff.
Yeah, and I think it's Rose that decided to go attack side. I think they're just a lot more comfortable on the attack side on that map. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. Also, just quickly looking at a very small sample size here for Rose. Okay, this is a very small sample size of 1, by the way. They played Breeze 1 time in the last month or so. Actually, they lost to a Jackpot version of this roster. It's called Redbox, and there was 4 players that are currently playing for Jackpot. So it seems like Rose really struggled on their defensive side when they played against this very much same team they're playing right now. And I think there's a reason why they picked attack, is they struggled a lot on the defense side, and they just want to set the tone right now and kind of just keep the momentum, kind of flip back into their pockets. But overall, if this is a repeat of what we saw last time, I think there's a ton of pressure on this first half for Rose. Otherwise, we could see ourselves go into that 5th map on Pearl.
Especially, I think pressure for both teams. I mean, they're fighting for their life right now. Jackpot needs to win this map to send to a map 5. And then as well as Rose, like, they want to close it out in this map because they don't want to send it to Pearl. But actually, I did want to just say Evictix did end up winning their game 3-0, 13-6, 13-4, 13-6 again. So they got a 3-0, but we might be seeing 5 maps coming up soon, which we kind of said. We are actually waiting for some players to start this match, so we're gonna be right back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
And we are back. Rose wants to win this game to stay and qualify their spot. But also, we can't also deny Jackpot also wants a spot to qualify here.
I mean, Jackpot knows, Mia. They know that if this series it goes their way, if they make this comeback happen, they're going to open up their careers in VCL next year. They're going to have the spotlight on them. So a lot is on the line between both of these teams. Rose looking to reclaim their fame, another shot at redemption in VCL after falling off. And now Jackpot is looking to regain that spotlight. Mia, this is exciting. This is where magic happens. This is where storylines are created and where champions are made. Now to tune into the agents for Jackpot, we have the double duelists. It's not the ISO, unfortunately, but they do have the dive. Twigs, Huff, both have looked phenomenal in this series so far. They're looking to keep that momentum going. And of course, against a team like Rose, disruption is the name of the game. So I want to see Jackpot continue that full throttle, continue that momentum going. And for Rose, make sure to get to sponge up, to absorb a lot of that aggression and to move around and keep pushing and pulling as it's been successful for them in the series so far.
And just like we said, we see those two Jets on both team and the chamber. I have a feeling we are about to see Op Central, Tenrek and Shayo. I'm so scared for the operators this game.
And you should be. I mean, at this moment, thank you guys so much for breaking it down for us as well. The ops, the long range battles, I feel like I've been going towards the size of Jackpot so far. You think about the scopes, think about some of these longer range engagements, even at this advantage, they have been the ones in tow locking it down. Tenrek, in this map, I feel like it could be anybody's game. It's just about who is in form.
That's been the tail of the tape for Rose's entire term in Challengers as a whole, is whether or not they have actually been able to show up. And that seems to breach any, differences or strange happenings or just spur of the moment decisions that tend to plague the matches that they play. And this one is no different because, as per usual with Rose, we are seeing a radical role shift this late into the series. Sherrod is not on the signature chamber. That role goes to Tim, who is no longer on the smokes. Instead, that's Retro, who is usually on the Senti, which he's swapped. It is really strange seeing these players shift their comfort levels so drastically, map to map. But comfort is comfort is comfort. And after a stunning defeat to Jackpot in the previous MFH Wild West qualifiers on this map most recently, Rose has to drastically shift to comfort as Jackpot wiped the floor with them. Of course, far less consequences, far less money and potential, eyes and, posterity on the line. But even still, once again, the eyes are on Rose to bring this back and get this done in 4.
We'll try for it. Choosing to attack in this one with this composition. You have so many options to be able to keep pushing your aggression. Chamber util to be able to use Sherrod, being able to dive in as well with Retro, using those smokes at the same time. Setups for the side of Jackpot as they end up with a really nice trap sprung over towards tunnels. Elbow broken down as well. Now Rose have to try to find a comeback in this one.
Just trying to inch their way through, getting the implants possible, but now Twigs getting that distraction to help a Chilling.
It's a disgusting crossfire. They have to be very careful here on this pistol and not push forward when they do not need to. Using the body of Chilling for bait. They haven't seen much for now. But looking at maybe trying to control over towards, this elbow position, you might think that the entire B hold might not be as structured. If the Viper is playing off site as they've seen right now, they're calling it out. Yeah, if your anchor's off the site, you have nobody on B. Rose have gotten this control, slowly encroached on all sides of the site. Tim has taken an insanely aggressive angles all the way almost over to Arches. And now the map is flipped. All eyes now on the defensive flank of Jackpot, but at the same time, yes, Corrupt going to be here stopping that first form of aggression. Stun kind of being used, taking over. The position all the way for Tim, though, is insane. About to find the first straggler coming in from A. The timing, though, could not be worse for Tim. One shot taken down, can easily beat two different angles he has to deal with fast. So moving back, the second one active. Tim sees the slide come in, stops it midway, and the second shot's not going to be there. So a 1v2 for Corrupt is already weak. It's not going to be possible. The start for Jackpot's amazing. The ending is even cleaner.
Respect to Tim for that hyperextension in the 3v5, but even bigger respect to Aqua for understanding that that hyperextension was possible, and so fighting it out the gate, turning it into that double swing, and eventually winning that long-winded fight that granted them that extra space after the rest of B was pretty properly taken. Again, I think Jackpot's patience there paid off in the long run for the rest of the players to just do as much as they needed to do, nothing more, nothing less. KHS pretty unstoppable with all the other resources divvied up. Able to just come in through the archway, and now with a Guardian in his hands, he'll try to lead Jackpot to a quick 2-0 here. Feels like this attack comp is going to be pretty stilted permanently with Tim on this chamber and Corrupt on the Viper. It feels like you have to kind of go into the same game plans and slightly switch up, improvise, wait for those lurks to find their purchase, but that means the Jackpot can adapt pretty quickly to this.
We have seen issues in this like anti-eco round, or the eco, I guess, from the side of Rose. Issues as in like not even just that they're playing it poorly, but for both teams handling these anti-ecos has been a little bit slippery and tricky. It's been usually expensive for Rose, and I think Jackpot has lost a few of them as well. So on this side, the aim for Jackpot is just not to lose. Full retake. Hey, I wonder how many times you see that in this one, but I guess without a harbor, it might be a little bit less. Might have some anchoring going on in here, but already time being ticked down. Less firepower just means that this hold should be so much harder. Stun. Molly coming in. The wall comes up to react after the fact. An amazing double shot from Twigs. The third one with the slide's not going to be there. Tim Zedhunter rocks it down. A few trades on all sides. Just suddenly one player left, taken apart by the crunch coming in. It's a very good retake from Jackpot.
Yeah, definitely can be happy with that, with how much was covered up, and double cover on the boxes was quickly taken care of by Twigs. Props to those shots, being able to wrap that up pretty nicely. But I agree. Yeah, you don't see the 5-man retake too often when the harbor isn't available. And again, this composition from Rose is just flat out weird. No swamp, and not even an Astra on your side. Playing with the Omen instead, allowing for maybe a bit of extra mobility so you can team fight your way through stuff, which I get that if you're putting Tim on the chamber as well. Clearly you have a lot of trust in his aim when Sherrod is often the one that's holding that, but they've got a spear tip.
Very similar to what they opted for on Fracture. Just less util, more chances to fight. That being said, you got to be able to win these fights. Tim going to be active over in window, has a chance to rendezvous back. Going to be controlling this entire left side of the map. Up in middle, lots of space gained. Unfortunate timing for Sherrod and no help either. Up against what would be a bonus and a few picks, you would think this team would stay a little bit more together, but unfortunately they have some gaps, and Jackpot's found them.
At this point, if Rose isn't following up, they are losing.
Again,
and you're so alone again.
Window. Yeah,
we're just not seeing that togetherness that you know you're capable of holding on Breeze with these takes. Rose see every imminent threat as a potential trap, potential multi-kill they could fall victim to. And it's letting them actually fall victim to it.
See ya.
Yeah. Too much time to walk in. Smoke was there. You're not hiding anything. These rifles are wet noodles right now.
30 seconds left.
little smoke coming in. And yeah, picking up a few of the pieces that were brought down in middle as well to repurpose the weapons that you have. It's tough for the side of Rose right now. Same patterns that we saw on Lotus as well. I'm not sure if it's a misunderstanding of the map or just not being able to just work off of the advantage you gained. Before it was a Viper wall they couldn't ever convert off of. Now it's just what, better economy. They get absolutely run down. You would assume that Jackpot is the team running Chamber Jet right now, the way they're just winning every single fight and putting down the pressure. Rose will have a bit more of a say on rounds like these where Headhunter is active and Jet can kind of dash in whenever she wants. That being said, though, again, their take is a bit slow. overall, like they haven't really, Jackpot haven't given away how they're playing the map either. They played a full retake one round, but then the last one was so different. So they have so much to figure out here, Rose, and are already 3 rounds down.
Yeah, this is gonna start slipping quick if they don't get a foot on this now. Get the Hunter's Fury to maybe clear the board, but you're not working off of intel much, so you've got to fight your way through, as always.
Ooh, Sherrod getting the first one after dashing on the site. Bot picks up another, electrifying, and gets more damage and information all the way on Huff. They could spam him down too. So again, conversion is the name of the game for the side of Rose. This time off the Hunter's Fury are able to find a little bit of space and time. Sherrod, I was about to say biting off more than they can chew, but things looking fine right now. Huff and Aqua kind of equalize things there entirely. All the way in the open here with no help is Corrupt. Why? Your teammates do not have the rifles, do not have the weaponry to be able to do this, but they do have the time and advantage of that spike being down. I mean, this is insane. So insane from Aqua to understand and look for every single side of things. Okay, very nice timing from Retro though. A Thrifty coming in for Rose. It could have gone down in flames though. You know, fortunately, these guys have been used to clutching so far. They're doing a really good job on Lotus, and it continues on Breach with that 1v1.
Yeah, we will 100% take those at this point. If you're Rose, after the refrag quickly coming through, Aqua finding 2 players that are kind of headless chicken walking around the site, allowing way too much space to be regained after Rose did a beautiful job of completely carving it out with the Hunter's Fury and Sherrod's rushdown. And now they do it again, and Huff has an op this time, so it's going to be a little tougher.
First pick already taken. Patterns of that Lotus are going to be repeating themselves. Ooh, Hunter's Fury of the defensive side coming in. Not going to find too much in this one. Huff back sight, low HP, supported by Aqua. This duo looking lethal. Turtle shell levels of protection as well, but Corrupt is waiting for the first mistake to happen, capitalizes, and then crunches back sight. Really good trade from the team so far as Retro is there, dropping it down to a 3v2, but ooh, the positions are amazing from the side of Jackpot, coming in from 3 different angles. Retro now has a little bit of information, but is razzled on where each player could be.
Elbow's just so strong with this much time you have to waste if you're Rose. Twigs can get back so quick. And now, with the smoke cycled out, Retro's been fully psyched.
Ooh, nice try, waiting for the next pick. Retro should be able to beam things down here if he's able to find the angle. But look at this from Jackpot. Ebbing and flowing back and forth in 2. So good. Is able to slice the pie for just a little bit. Gets the TP. Is able to make it off the site. Insane. I like the fact that Chillin's checking for the cancel as well. Sometimes that fake works and buys even more time. Unsure as to where the spike's planted, finally understands that it's A. Moving over to Retro, who's had a chance to move any which way that he wants. No space. The timing is huge, but Chillin finds the shot first. I don't believe it. Played so aggressively from Retro. Could have played the time. Could have been mysterious. Chooses to be aggro. And the timing does not play for the side of Rose. It's gonna be a long day. I feel like that. It's gonna be a long one this time.
Strap in, boys. Man, seeing so much extra aggression from Corrupt. They're so desperate to find a second once they get their first that they're completely abandoning the game plan that's set, which is so weird because they're doing so much of the calling.
But the thing is, like you called it as well, Tanner, like this composition, right, screams that we want the ego chow. We're going to be hitting our shots. Like we want to play the aggressive, cerebral way of Valorant. The thing is, if Retro has that drop there, right, if Corrupt is playing out in the open, find value. If you think there's a tier gap, I want to see it because I'm not seeing it right now. Because they're losing gunfights. They're not playing together properly. That last round, the scaling was really good, but past that, Retro has to win those. That's this comp. That's what Rose are screaming. That's their win con. He has to win those fights.
Shuffle of trades throughout that round as well. And yeah, like you said, that's just something that Rose should be prepared for. You should know that Jackpot will have a cross for your cross, for their cross, for your cross. We'll be going to 1v1s a lot this game, I fear. But with that ulti burned by Retro and Chillin with a very solid frag, to make it 4-1. Rose are still trying to battering ram their way into this game in a solid fashion. And like you said, yeah, it's got to come down to winning the fights. And if you're not abhorrently winning the fights, then you are looking dire.
And no tour de force active on this round, but we will be locking in with knives, it seems like. Not going to be able to find an extra one, but Sherrod is actually going crazy with this paranoia on both sides. If you get closer, nice refresh on the knife. Oh, never mind. That looked like almost a headshot, but Retro takes the kills, so knives not going to be refreshed. Both players have rifles, though. Understand there might be a lurk coming in from the flank, and that's what it seems like here. Aqua moving up, getting some pot shots over, dealing damage to Sherrod's total health bar. Not going to find much more. If that's the case, as they're mid control, more questions now asked for the side of Rose. We're not going to see much yet, but have to choose something to do, though. Like, it's the times tick down a little bit. If you want A as an option, you got to start moving at 50. This angle from Aqua is devious, so the crosshair positioning is perfect. Whoa, the random stoppage, though, could be a problem, but it should be fine. Really nice from Aqua there. This guy's insane so far on defense.
Totally unshacked after all that hesitation, and there's very little util to be able to suss you out. So that repositioning that Jackpot knows they can swiftly take is going to be able to cash in every single time. And we've seen Aqua do it maybe twice, thrice over this game already, just being able to constantly shift positions. You're seeing really everybody do that to an extent. You see Twigs doubling back with those dashes a lot more just to reset the positions that Rose are ready to swing on top of. It's just a great way to throw some static back into the comms when it's already so high and dry on the side of Rose. Now comes that TDF from Tim on what will be rifles for the rest of the team, but still such a fragile buy, a fragile attack that is on the precipice of getting completely hammered.
Saving for the operator for the next buy as well. We have to equalize things to at least a 6-6. That's been the model for Rose so far. Ooh, one miss. Nice response for Tim. Second one about to come in as well. Okay, suddenly active, and it's off the tour de force, the scope of Tim here, all the way in mid. Split the map in half so far. What, like, slice, I guess, do Rose eat, though? Which side do they move?
Contact peek into trade. Aqua again winning this window peek, and that's the spike as well. Very tough position Rose have immediately put themselves into if they can't scope out the rest of these players. Aqua yet again unchecked, this time unpunished though. And so it'll just be Twigs remaining. Still, Spike's got to get picked up, so you have a little bit of time to play with here.
38 to get into a position though, but off of one into a 4, it's going to be tough. I'm surprised that Aqua misses that one, and he's able to be in such good positions with nice crosshair positioning for every other kill. It just seems like, what, the nose itched? Or like, you know, there was a call. Looking at the mini-map, it's kind of unlucky there. But luck's also the name of the game. It's been a factor for both of these teams and many of the maps we've watched so far. Save round here right now, and this is off of, you know, recent timeout that also happened for Rose, so it looks like they're back in action. Have a Viper's Pit as well if they end up hitting a site to be able to use to win another round. Twigs is also here with Overdrive, and I see some ultimates here from the side of Jackpot that you might not want to let go. Tim dying, totally fine, no investment in this round, sleeping with what, 4,100. And the next, he's going to be able to have that operator. That's exactly what they're doing. I think attack opping on this side. It's so slow, though.
There you go. Won't even need to buy it now.
True.
Even better eco for Rose going forward. Yeah, I mean, where do you stick Tim at the moment? Because window has been super held by Aqua, and then the elbow lurk whenever they do try to take window has been really quick. Then mid control is tough because you have to dry walk up elbow in order to gain the space, and the only way to win the fights is if Jackpot try to contact peek it, which they do, you know, every other round. It's like Rose have to wait for them to play into their hands to a degree.
Yeah. Tim is supporting things right now, just covering the longer angles as he's actually with the team. Defensive wall to be able to play with. This drone's about to see so much, I feel like, if it is able to go over. And yeah, understand now where the players are. Para dash into your own smoke to be able to actually make it through the cross and then figure everything out. Huff, though, is going to be able to have a voice in this one. Sherrod, crunch stop from both sides. Corrupt, though, able to figure things out. Do not re-challenge. Play for the objective, my friends.
Dude. Yeah.
I mean, I
after
know
you, was that one bullet for the collab as well? That was ridiculous.
Full running or something. Maybe we missed the first kill, but insanity for Corrupt. Do you Viper spin in the 1v2 when your teammate has the scope? No. Challenge passed. Quiz. 100 out of 100. We move on. Chillin. Could pit for himself here. The thing is, Tim's watching like a warden. Sightline, and isn't it be accurate? I feel like a little bit slow today, but the slower Tim shoots, the more accurate he is so far.
It just has to line up the shots it's had. And once Rose has gained the advantage, he does have the space to do so.
Spike down.
And again, it's very strange seeing him take on the chamber as opposed to even retro. But yeah, again, it's like the comfort level for this team is so odd and tough to place.
Timeout from Jackpot. They had a control, a hand, a grip on the entire game, and now, yeah, 2 rounds away, 5-3. It's tough.
I wonder what you discuss here if you're Jackpot. The plan at the moment has still been so bare bones. I assume it would be just to calm everyone down, make sure maybe they don't try to play for peaks as often, because they've been getting punished on that a little bit more. And also, it's by nature for them to try to trade their way out of those disadvantages once they reach them. So there's been 1 or 2 rounds where 5v4s have quickly become like 4v2s. But probably just a bit of a way to get them back in check. Make sure.
What would you say is a good half for Jackpot right now? Like off of 5 rounds, like 8-4, 7-5.
Their buy is still garbage coming into this round, so I'd say you'd be happy with 8-4.
Yeah, off of when they were 5-1. Yeah.
Yeah, I think dropping any more than this next one would be a pretty big liability.
I think already dropped 2. You're looking at an average 7-5 if you just keep playing retake. Or, as you said, they talk about fixing the smaller things. I think, you know, taking a little bit of space on the map and playing for trap plays only gets you cheese rounds. I think after a little bit of a while, a team's going to adapt. That's clearly what Rose has done. I need these guys to do 1 or 2 adjustments. Play full for retake, which is the meta on Breeze right now. You just don't have a harbor, so it's a bit harder to do. Or B, just play for more aggressive traps. Stop waiting for them to get sprung. Go for mid crunches, elbow walk down. Stop waiting at the tips of these places and get all the way to the base. I feel like is the entire idea so far for these teams. Tim, again, going to be the person leading the spear, leading the charge, holding that longer sight line. You drone off of this one, dart off of it, and then activate. Sharad, comfortable to come in. Dash available as well for another peek. We do see one on the left side. Connor Yuto chilling. Not like this. Your teammates now left on their lonesome. Huff able to find Retro on the backside again. This is an eco, but the positions, the aura from Jackpot make it look so strong. They're using that to find more picks, even on both sides. Overdrive available. Twigs in a god spot not cleared either. With the Bucky's going to be heard. Jumping around, solved. What a strange round.
Yeah, this is a head scratcher from both sides, really. Allowing so many offhand picks and then Rose immediately abandoning that advantage.
Brain is morphing. I'm trying to understand. Rose trusts their teammates, so they keep slow walking, which tricks Jackpot. Onto something. The doctors will be with me shortly and will let me know what my condition is.
Talking about the controller comp here for Jackpot. Seeing the Astra in with this Viper. It's something you'll see, or that we have seen pretty consistently still, but I haven't really seen Aqua's util get to do much. Like, I haven't seen too many connection from these stars even waste a little bit of time for the pushes, which I think they would, but they've been so primarily used for the immediate door stops, the Nebula plus the Nova Pulse or Gravity Well to make sure that the Spear Tape doesn't have a good time getting in, or the secondary, that there hasn't really been an excuse to follow up, and it's led to a lot of far weaker retakes.
Well, yeah, the thing is too, they're losing so many bodies before these, you know, side hits actually happen. It's maybe you don't want to use the Cosmic Divide in like a 1v3. Tag coming in, chase over with the ult, do something. You gotta get 3 shots out, and there it is. Nice info. You know where the Viper is, way back in the pit. This actually helps Corrupt so much. You can counter pit this if you want as well. Have the space and the time, but choose to just be silent. Now the mind game really comes in. If you're chilling, I mean, I got Hunter's Fury. If there's somebody inside this pit, they would have maybe pushed with, against it. Maybe I should push back out for the information. I'm not sure why Corrupt didn't follow. Oh, but Sova's looking to finish their own job. Chillin finally found out. The Shock's kind of pushing this Viper exactly where she needs to be. AHS now the last form of defense.
Now Retro TPing back after playing the distraction. AHS was willing to game on this chase and will take some good value for it, but Tim with the scope from the doors continues to be absolutely unstoppable. And Huff completely pincered. It's only a matter of time, right? Yeah. So tied up at 5 now. And I gotta say, I really respect KHS for reading that pinch once Chillin got tagged. Issue is, you still lose your first body and you still only have one man able to properly react to it. And that's just not the way you should be fighting this map at the moment. Rose is going to meet the threats with more firepower every time. You've got to turn and play the long game here a little more if you're Jackpot. You have resources abound to absolutely smite them that way.
I feel like those resources were completely locked out in that round 10 rec. If you look at Tim and what he did in that one, stopping the mid push coming in, another op shot to just pick apart somebody from backside. That op at Aura in mid doors, nobody on Jackpot was able to come and actually help KHS. You had to try to make that solo play. This time, Tim again, gonna try to find, yes, some information and damage onto Eco. Twigs there, who's been such a monumental difference maker at giving space for the side of Jackpot. Stop now, hindered, fractured in his legs. Gonna be risky walking around. Sherrod, confident again to be able to take the pick off of Tim's pressure. They're climbing on each other's backs, being able to pop up on this one. They understand that there might be one person weak. Tim goes down, giving them an up in mid doors.
Wondering if they'll dare to challenge or rotate quick. It seems like Twigs is already on the way back once the steps are heard, and in they go. Chillin the double Bucky shot. Come on!
Should I use a stick next time?
Happens again!
Last round.
Over and over and over. A 3K for Chillin. Really good spot to be able to just let Sherrod go away from him first. Walk into the smoke. A lot of the people under the pressure sometimes might just stay back, shoot the jet, wait for more people to come in. Plays inside his own Viper orb there. Ends up jumping out towards the end and getting 3. I like the proactivity from the side of Jackpot on that one as well. Not just Fury coming down after you see Sherrod super low, maybe just to burn the dash, maybe just to be able to get that cheeky kill, but it ends up finding Tim. So again, this should be 7-5. That's the value Jackpot are looking for. Total buy-in though for the side of Rose. Have the op active again. Have knives for Sherrod. Harp is with an op 2. Overwhelming pressure. Paranoia in there. 2 Aqua can't hear anything. Your scan doesn't matter. Tim, scope again. Has 2 now to work with. 1 for each arm. Ooh, Sherrod actually gets the second op.
Whoa, yeah, this is the kind of element I was hoping Sherrod would get to hit. Not many excuses too, but round like this, go crazy.
Tempo swings on the wild. Let's hear that first op shot. The elbow from elbow. That's crazy.
That's nuts.
Huff gonna get that straight from Nest. Sherrod now in another spot. Not sure if they know there's a second op online. Retro found out on the other side, not made. Retro getting active. Holding the smoke though. Sherrod has to cover perfectly. The crunch comes in and it's actually found out from Jackpot. It's perfect. They play with each other so well in that moment.
Yeah, just unbelievably great timing coming there. And I gotta say, it's really tough to be the guy that has to pick up the neon in a meta like this. You have a lot of responsibility resting on you, but I think Twigs has done a great job of managing to be the pacemaker for Jackpot in a lot of these takes, understanding the rhythm of how the stacks can shuffle in and making sure that you could squeeze as much blood out of those stones every time you go for the approaches, even when you have more in your kit, which again, most of the time for fights like this, Jackpot do have more in the kit. Side swapping, 7-5 for the side of Jackpot, a solid one, but definitely after the 5-1 opening, let a lot slip. Trying not to let the same happen for this second half to get to 5 maps. On Sherrod, not dying. Okay.
Gotta go.
Put himself on one of the sides. Keep pushing forward. Hobbs taking fast space as well. Smokes will down one of the sides, be able to actually get that spike down. Full retake for the side of Rose with numbers. Should be easier for them to win overall. And Sherrod's trying on that close range fight. Not going to find too much just yet.
Here.
Aqua going for the long way to wrap back to the doors.
Toxins going up.
That'll be a good backstab if Rose actually managed to make it all the way through.
Here they come. 4-1 in tow. That backstab is going to be active in a little bit. Scan going to come through first. Stim able to take it away easily. Huff understands there might be a drop down inside the middle of these pyramids. Is able to build these blocks even higher for the team. 4K all left down to Tim now. So many pocket spots with the time running low. It's not going to be possible as Jackpot. Another pistol under the belt. Power and control available for this next half on the side.
That's just another amazing setup there by Jackpot with the limited time that they have. Rose opting to go for that full-fledged 5-man take back, and yet Aqua goes unchecked for too long. Sherrod was even looking at the doors for a hot minute there. Gets the free angle in on top of what was already being held from spawn. And then KHS hanging around the pyramids, creeping on that nebula. That extra bit of sauce to get the extra swipe in means everything against a team that needs to know exactly where everyone is at any given moment. Again, these slight shifts in movement mean so much against Rose's composition.
Oh, almost converting that one would have been huge for Tim. And the movements are genuinely making the biggest difference here. The slow approach from Jackpot, though, is kind of nice. Refreshing, too, with how active they were on the last one. They have so many different ways to play the game. Lots of control on the map, too, right now. Nothing over on the B side, and I feel like they can sniff that that might be where things are weak for the side of Rose. Jackpot can take this easily over to map 5 as well. Again, the reverse sweep against Rose would be crazy. I know Roy was mentioning that they beat Rose before. That was a BO3. Rose kind of won the BO3 today with a very fast 2-0. Inside the BO5, though, it's about endurance. It's about making it the distance, not getting too overconfident. Seems like that might be the case here. Sherrod, yeah, trying to get in on the flank. Left. 30 seconds still left. An absolute option. An insert here to alert from the side of Twigs. Body's being shot right now, too, so they kind of understand. Yeah, 9-5 will be huge. I think, honestly, we got to give it over to Aqua, though. This guy on this map, from start to finish, has been the difference maker.
Just been getting anywhere and everywhere, every time. Taking a scalpel to mid so many of these rounds.
Planted.
Poor Bob. She can't do a thing.
Not on this one. I feel like in Lotus, it's a bit easier to get active, to clutch up as well. There's not too many rat angles or, play from main situations. You have to be, forcing fights. In this one, though, it's a bit more about the push-pull, a bit more about the teamwork. And on the retake, it's just about positioning. And right now, Rose does not have it. Still have a chance to show it on defense, though. Was just pistol on the bonus. 9-5, do or die, I feel like, for Rose. If it goes up to 10 here for Jackpot, things are done.
Yeah, we're going to 5 if this bonus is taken by Jackpot for sure. Outlaw on the defensive side kills, what, 3, 2? Or offensive side kills 3 here. Yeah. No, 2. But yeah, eyes on Huff for the opener if nobody's gonna reveal anything else. Sherrod, if you peek this and you're one shot, right now, it just does not feel like the best tool. Okay, taking the first peek instead.
Gotta be confident with it again. Jet chamber. You probably don't want the jet dying because retake might be a lot harder without that dash in the smokes, but picking apart one person that's very important to these takes is huge. KHS gone away. So yeah, what happens to be ladder? Much more confident to play in. The jump up, easier to be able to search for. That is crazy from Corrupt, though, but lots of information gained. As to these guys are still over towards the B side. Stay on your back angles. Await that rotation coming in. And again, we're able to play a close angle from Corrupt just because KHS is dead. No recon, no info.
Really got to respect the guts that Corrupt has had for all this open space that he's had to do a lot of manual clearing for. Some of it unnecessary, but some of it really entertaining to watch.
I have the spike.
Right now, no dart as well. So look at this positioning from Retro. Just going to be able to spam apart anybody coming in through this wall. Does not have to worry about any spam back or getting revealed. Tim as well, playing this close side, usually droned off. This time, activated. Wall will fall down, and that operator will be that much more of a threat. Look at this, though. Sneaking it all the way through half wall. Finally seen. Chillin actually gets corrupt. No Viper available for this one all the way towards the very end. Tim finally gets one shot down. Unfortunately, rendezvous into a horrible corner. Both duelists can see that. Weird 2v2 spawns because of this.
Definitely a better escape plan available for Tim, but just doesn't take it. Aqua not swung on as the paranoia goes. Retro, that was what it was for! What's for him?
Tough. I mean, it's all about Bob now. Can she salvage a round? No idea if boxes are still a threat. I mean, questions have not been answered here, and chances can't even be taken if we don't have this information. Jet on one side, the dart will come through. Scan finally going to be able to be seen, but there's no time. No time, and the Chase double swing comes in. Aqua plays it perfectly again. The kryptonite to the super team of Rose. I mean, it's tough.
Still daring to fight that when you know you're out of time and you know you're about to, like, economically tumble here as well.
Yeah. At least they're confident, though, right?
Yeah, no, that's gotten the miss bar, right?
Yeah.
I mean, man, letting,
Yep.
Corrupt getting hit in CT there as well, while you still have another defender allocated to the B site.
That's the thing.
How
Yeah,
do these
that
guys
timing.
keep getting through, dude?
The timing from Chilling is insane. And yeah, you have one guy kind of just, I guess, on B pillar, watching main. Nobody sees the tunnels lurk come in. The timing is genuinely so bad for Rose there. 10-5, absolute uphill battle. Things will have to be perfect. Same situation as Lotus. They got close on that one too, but it was the ultimates that kind of rang things out. And at the same time, I don't think Rose have had a consistent strategy overall in approach. Again, they're on defense on Breeze as well. They do not have the onus to play the game. They have to wait for the game to come to them from Jackpot. So everything looking just bad, downvote. 1 out of 10 for them so far.
Just no through line established. Still always 1 for 1 for 1 for. Come on, girl, you're better than that.
It's not even her fault. It's just the timing is so rough. Everything on this match has just been tragic timing after tragic timing. Corrupt can't find anything either. Able to walk past them and get the drop down. Tim, would you like a timing? You can get a timing. Everybody else wants something? You can have it too. This is it now. Back against the wall, 11-5. This team's gotta lock in. If you're getting timing all the time, if I had somebody come up to me wanting Valorant coaching saying, I'm getting timing 24/7. My friend, why are you playing in so many 50-50 angles? Find yourself in a safer spot. Timings can only exist if you allow them to. Like, why? Well, just go towards a safe angle to use your util. If you feel like there's a problem, you know, get a teammate. Work together. That was like 5 individual plays getting 50-50 there. It's so rough. If someone half wall, other guys in ladder, I know it's an eco, but at least try to up your chances at 11-5. Here we go again. Drone coming in. Right through the vulnerability. Very good timing and positioning from Corrupt. Finally finding value.
Yeah, fantastic plan set up. Neither of these duelists giving them the time of day. Managed to swipe away Aqua as well. And in the meantime, rest of the B push is just gonna get written out as a nice little postscript. Chillin'. I mean, he's still alive, so I'm not gonna count it out yet.
Giving him this, by the way, this should have been a 4v1.
You're kidding.
Banks would love Rose the way they're playing with risk and they're unable to play it off. It's insane. And these guys over and over again are investing without any way to pay off the investment. Like, Tim is down all the way at the bottom. Doesn't matter now. Retro has found a timing all the way through this pit. No chance. It's good. This time, the cost though. To make this journey, to make a road trip, you need a car, fuel, food, time. They got the time at least if they win these rounds, but for everything else, the resources, no money. Op's gone. Retro finally finds it, is able to kind of climb back. He understands what's important here. Rest of the team, Tenric, look at the credits, man. Shambles.
continuously playing a panic attack of a game. Once you lose that first fulcrum, Corrupt said, "Oh my God, what do we do now? Oh, we're so screwed."
Enemy remaining.
3 down.
It was just absolute panic from Rose the second they lose their Lynch. There is again no way to tie everything through, to control this one guy that's sitting in a spot that everyone knows where he is and he has literally no util. There's no answer. It makes it terrifying every time, and the gap persists. Retro daring to challenge this first opening stack, and now the Hunter's Fury to try to punish that presence. It's gonna not tag anybody. Oh, that hurts.
Standing ahead.
Very rough one. Not going to be able to find anything off of it. But time is bought, though. The position has to be regained. Dart having to be reinstated and used. Just so they can get an op angle onto this side. Drone tag, again, will push these guys back. The map control they have is nothing for the moment. Just kind of A main for now. KHS his own Hunter's Fury, though, is going to get bobbed down with the trade. No Viper to be able to move back over towards the A site. Seems like this should be a B hit then if you want to go for an exec with Astra. They'll utilize that, double back over towards A, use the unexpected. Astra smokes to take the site. Nothing after the fact. Gonna be an all-in from Jackpot here.
Yeah, just a total caterpillar tunnel, and that's all Jackpot have set up. Very shady scaffolding with Rose already here, but with Tim so far out, Rose might need to reconsider their timing yet again.
Yep. Smoke's gone. No pit to be able to use. Paranoia and a smoke to be able to get all the way past. Tempo on the side of Rose. Postal activated on this side. One person to deal with. And now 2 in main. Rubble. This is the position. He had to be very scared of Twigs here. Could activate. Nice shot from Huff. And here comes Twigs. Things evened out for now. Actually advantage for the side of Jackpot. They're still rocking with this one. Shots not being traded. Jumps up in tow as well. Jackpot do it up to 12 match point. This is looking like map 5.
It's just been so effortless too, just holding it down without really giving it a second thought, because Rose are not giving anything a second thought. There's just been no follow-up, no preparation, no contingency. There has been, let's do this thing. I have this game plan to take out this one guy and it's gonna work great. And then nothing after the fact. The rest of Jackpot can just come in and collect so easily. The slightest bit of timer stalling, the slightest bit of flushing, the slightest bit of trading away, it means so much more for them than it does for Rose. It's gotten them so much farther. One more off angle they need to take, one more flank, one more backstab. That's all Jackpot need to send us to 5 maps.
Here's the Tim timing. Twigs is there with Chillin' though to be able to lock things down. The Seagulls an all in, just Sheriffs. They're not going to be able to find too much. Overdrive to clear out any rats that have gotten timings. Here's a big one though that's unheard from Retro. You have to all in one of the sides. You can't think about both, and he is for just a bit too long. Fails to find the 2 pick on the left side. Smoke coming in as well on main to make it seem like he's not here. But the longer he takes, the more this position is just possible with a normal, just a normal path, a normal flank.
Yeah.
So suddenly they're going to be aware of it. This is shambles.
Yeah, at this point, Jackpot are completely prepared for if and when Retro does decide to come in from there. Just giving away advantages left and right. Corrupt. The chance to go for his own backstab, and Retro does manage to find his too, so Rose do have a shot at this.
Corrupt and Bob. Bob's on the rifle as well. Going to be lagging behind just slightly. Corrupt picked one up of their own. Now it's just Bob. You understand where both players are, but I don't think you have the time.
No.
Yep. Gravity Wall in here as well. This is map point, pushing things over to a reverse sweep map 5. Twig stopped. Bob, no time whatsoever. That is the game. With insult to injury as well, Aqua and Jackpot keeping their dream alive. Again, a chance to play in the next circuit of challengers, a chance to maybe even tap into the play-ins for the playoffs of the actual VCT and Americas. I mean, it's the things that are on the line here for both these teams. You want to stay alive, and Jackpot seem hungrier. They want it more.
Yeah, both these teams floundering to the finish line. It is ramshackle above all else, but that just makes it all the more exciting that it's going to come down to this one final map. Real big kudos for Jackpot for sticking it out in the endurance test. Most challengers levels teams have trouble playing it out this long. These guys are going all the way, and they are showing that firepower across all cylinders. It is wonderful to watch the Punish game be executed this thoroughly and this well. On Breeze, it's a lot easier with the open spaces though, so Jackpot still has their work cut out for them to become the upset victor today.
One more test just left. The best of 5. You can leave no questions behind. We have that final map coming in to see who's joining Challengers right after this.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Roy, I feel like I'm watching a different Jackpot from the first 2 games. And what it feels like to me is like, you know, you pull that slot machine down the first time and nothing happens. The second time, nothing happens. The third time, 7. Second time, 7. And they're going for their third 7 on Pearl, Roy. I'm very excited for this map 5.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. I mean, things have just gotten interesting, right? Like at one point we were thinking, okay, Rose dropped the map, but we weren't convinced that the Jackpot comeback was real. And then we see this map, and now I'm like, holy, this is like a night and day different team than what we were watching in map 1 and map 2, right? Like they're heating up, they're leveling up. We're seeing the mechanics connect. We're seeing a lot of their ideas come to life. We're seeing players get value. We're seeing the individual step ups from these players as well. And now things get really interesting because we're on the 5th map. This is, I mean, the pressure is on. There's really no other way to put it. This is the do or die for both of these teams. Of course, a reminder, Jackpot is looking to you know, put themselves on the map, put their names in the list and the spotlight for the next split, and also a chance at champs, and also for next year when teams are going to reshuffle the rosters for the 2027 circuit. So that being said, let's live in the present. And yeah, Mia, this was a great match. It's inspired a lot of confidence in Jackpot.
No, 100%. And obviously, both of these teams want to qualify so bad. So everything is riding on this Pearl map. 2 towards Rose, 2 towards Jackpot. And the biggest thing for Rose, which we were talking about, was, you know, they lost those first 2 pistols, but then also lost the bonus. And those rounds are just rounds that you can't lose. You said something crazy, like if you lose those 3 rounds 90% of the time, like you're gonna lose the entire game or something like that.
So yeah, I remember. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something like if you win both pistols and you win both bonuses, your win rate is like 90% or something. If there's any data nerds in the chat, please correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's something wild like that. I mean, you pretty much have almost 8 rounds on the board. Yes, they did get thriftied on after the third, you know, the first bonus. It was round 4, but despite that, it still was a competitive half. And then, you know, we go into the second half, and then you have Jackpot taking the pistol. They take the bonus as well, and I mean, next thing we know, Aqua's popping off, KHS is popping off, Chillin is starting to really heat up, and the score is 11-5, and you're wondering what the hell just happened.
I loved watching Aqua and Chillin. They were in so many different situations where it just seemed like they almost like turned the game around, and they obviously did. I mean, there were a few rounds where it just went in the opposite direction from where it originally started, and Tim tried so hard with that operator in so many of these rounds. You saw so many first blood kills from Rose. Yeah, see, 12 first blood kills from Rose, and it was Jackpot's game. Kind of impressive.
That is a very interesting stat line. I mean, you would think it's reversed, right, considering the score line, but I mean, I think that just speaks to the volume of the team play that, you know, Jackpot's slowly been leveling up throughout the series. Like in the first map, in the second map, I mean, even Shayo and Tenrik were kind of losing their minds. They're like, where's the team play? Where's the cohesion? It's one of the favorites, the word of the day, but it kind of felt like, you know, Jackpot was lacking that. But now it almost feels reversed, right? Where it feels like Rose is starting to devolve the rounds as well. They're starting to take a lot of ones. And I think that desperation is starting to really creep in because things aren't going their way. And it feels like the team play is lacking a little bit. So people are feeling more and more inclined to make a lot of those solo plays. But I mean, just look at the stats. I mean, just Aqua's popping off. You have, again, Chillin had a phenomenal map. He's so much impact in this series. Not even just numbers, just the importance of every kill that he got, it felt like. And then Huff, of course, he's still slowly on the grind. And then KHS that also had a lot of important rounds as well. I mean, 17 and 12. And yeah, I mean, this is it's starting to get a little weird for Rose if you're a Rose fan, right? Because the momentum felt like it was entirely in their hands. Then the first 2 maps, and the next 2 maps are Jackpots. And now we find ourselves in the 5th map where it kind of feels like the momentum is all in Jackpot's hands. But I mean, we're going into Pearl, which is, I mean, it's not an unfamiliar map to either of these 2 teams. So I think it'll be very interesting.
Oh, for sure. Very interesting. And I mean, we can't count out Rose yet because we were saying this about Jackpot. Actually, before we went into Lotus, we said, oh, like, this momentum that Rose has, like, how is Jackpot going to shut it down? And they proved us wrong when we watched Lotus. Again, we felt like we were watching a whole other team that just gained so much confidence, had such great positioning, pushing up places that we didn't see them push in Ascent and in Fracture. And the same thing in Breeze, taking that map control, going up, pushing up B main, and mid is just so important in Breeze as well. And actually, Pearl is pretty important, that mid as well.
Yeah, I mean, mid is just so awkward for the defense side, right? And you have Rose starting on the attack, so they're going to be setting the pace a lot, and they're going to be hopefully have a little bit more structure coming into this. But I also, kind of a fun fact, Mia, these 2 teams, I mean, basically all 10 of these players, it's actually just 7 of these players, but they played against each other 5 weeks ago on Pearl. It was very Rose-sided, like extremely Rose-sided. It was like 13-4. I just closed the tab, actually. I don't remember the exact number. It was like 13-4, 13-5 or something. And it kind of felt like Rose had the answer on that map. So now we're going to be going into the Agent Select. The Phoenix is out for Rose. I really dig this. It's the same comp they ran last time they played Pearl against each other. I like this, Mia. I think the Phoenix is very strong on this map. Orbs are super easy to farm on this map as well. And with Phoenix still having the lowest ult in the game, 6 points, it feels really easy to get that online.
It's ridiculous, yes.
It's like, it feels like you're against a Phoenix ult every other round or every like 2 rounds pretty much. It's pretty wild. So I think there's a lot of pressure here on Jackpot to not only hold down sites, but to also try to deny a lot of those orbs and find a way to be successful in the map controls, or at least punish it if Rose is making it obvious. And for Rose is just try to get that ult up as often as possible, get as many orbs as possible, but try not to clash too much into Jackpot, because as of right now, Jackpot is feeling very confident. They're feeling very comfortable, and you don't want to clash too much if it's not going your way. But again, this is the do or die. I mean, there's no more try for either of these two teams. Jackpot looking to make their way into VCL for the first time, and Rose looking to defend their spot.
I'm so excited. Everything at stake here. Both of these teams are going to show up for such a good game. Here we go. Map 5 on Pearl. Tenrek, Jayo, let's go.
Let's hit it up. One more map to go to end the entire split. We get to see exactly who is going to be a part of Challengers. It's about to be crazy for it. Tenrek, looking at these comps, looking at these teams. Is this the Jackpot reverse sweep?
It very well could be, with the momentum that they've been establishing these past couple of maps and the level of momentum at which they like to physically move off of with these double duelists. It feels like Jackpot is going to have a lot of freedom on this map, especially in the opening 12, starting on this defense. Rose is going to need to strike easy and strike quick in these openers, start conditioning those easy win cons that they can plant off of quick, so Jackpot aren't able to get creative first. I mean, that is where the power lies, is that ability that Rose have to play proactively. That is what stonewalled them quite a bit in the previous map, kept them from being able to get the ball rolling here. This is their chance. This is their opportunity to be able to hold on to this series and their spot in Challengers.
Let's see if they can lock it down. Pearl, a tricky map to, grasp in terms of macro and actually be able to move around. The options both these teams have as well. Again, Rose kind of diving towards what Tenrek was talking about, more of that frag heavy side, less about, organizational moving on towards the map control, more about just winning your fights out whenever you can. The side of Jackpot playing something a bit more metas overall and stopping that double duelist dive with the Vise coming in. Immediately found sight though. Has Rose at the same time. Jackpot here to be able to stop it. Aqua somehow is not going to die. Everybody thrives on this side. And again, Rose in position, have their win con, a fight, but just can't land the bullets. Aqua is so good at playing with his teammates. Has somebody to use as a shield, as a distraction, or just has that first shot himself. A 4K to start the round. Cosmic Divide halfway charged online, and things are the same for Jackpot.
Yeah, a complete lack of bullets landing anywhere across that fight, save for Aqua being able to come in with that entourage and just lay waste. I mean, Rose were completely blackballed there on that entry. They had the shots, just none of them, literally nothing was able to find a target. Could be choice paralysis plaguing Rose with how quickly they move in, but in we go again.
Challenge on main. Scan also on a few of these players, jumping all the way across, but the peak doesn't come off in time, so it'll cost him a bit of HP, but still, the idea is finally complete. Trying to move forward after this. I mean, it's all about getting your Phoenix Orbs as much as you can. In that ultimate online every 3 rounds would be great. On this one though, what do you got in terms of tools? The Spectre to be able to use. Give that over to Bob for now. The options are to re-hit on either side, but again, this comp is just looking to fight, looking for that action, looking for explosive takes right now. And there's going to be a split coming in, maybe. Headhunter for Tim. All the way down Art. This drone might give him the timing to be able to actually use that. And yeah, it'll cause some commotion, stir the pot a little bit. Tim will get on that angle, but yeah, Twigs is watching it. He's doing it in such a good way. Ow. Let's pick up still. Job's not finished. Shiraz found backside. Bob has found a double as well with just 50 HP. What is this? Twigs was, I guess, low enough. Suddenly, 3v2.
Given a free sight line, but now they can start pressing it a little more. And get a slight cut of noise. There's 15 seconds on the clock. You got to plant.
Bob as well. They're giving it over towards Rod. That's huge. Be able to work on that Phoenix ult as well. Aqua going to be moving in. Bob has found even more. This is insane. Over and over again. Jackpot win the pistol. Lose the eco. Map after map after map. What is going on?
Just so flip-floppy. Unreal stuff after Bob gets handed that Spectre way too early in this. KHS so up and personal. And no one there to follow up thanks to the smoke that gets set down. The snowball starts rolling from there. And a little bit of extra time that Twigs has to take care of Tim actually does affect the power that Jackpot has on site to be able to win that fight. Little extra space that Rose turn into a mountain from that molehill. Now, bonus in their hands. It's been a hot minute since it's been this way. And the Gambit stack on A will fall on deaf ears.
Early dart coming in as well to maybe block off any of the cheeky spots you want to be able to go for. An outlaw martial type of off-angle shot. They see nothing. Sight is theirs. They've dodged the stack. How much value can they get from this position, though? Sharad has saved the ultimate as well. Does not have to use it. Can bonus it up into a buy round 2, or against a buy round at least. It'll be huge. Jackpot, they've got Aqua's Cosmic Divide coming in after this round. They want Twigs to get some value on this one as well. Every ult they have really can be used for impact. Bob going to be segmented by herself. We'll find the first spray, but after that, another stinger given away towards the side of Jackpot to be able to go for the retake. All the way over to backside, past a bit of a gravity well to be able to maybe just look at a sight line and an angle. Tim's going to deny the first one with a scope. On the backside, 2 more players. The fight's being lost on all sides. We're locking things down finally with Rose winning consecutive rounds.
It's good policing there by Retro, taking that Neon, which has been so something that Rose have been, you know, trying to not necessarily have to use here, but tail end of the meta where she plagues. Retro's gonna give her the old 1-2. And with all of the space that Tim is able to kind of scope on his own, lets Retro kind of run buck wild with these advantages that plague. Question becomes, how well can he take these isolated fights when the guns match up to his pedigree? Twigs is gonna prove that right now.
Twigs going for it. Not finding the craziest value ever, but now finally does and is able to actually cut things off after the fact as well. I'm surprised this happens without an ultimate immediately coming in from the side from Sharad. You're going to be able to trade it out easily as well. It's going to be nerfed away for 1 more round, so no chance for that run it back to help the team. Got to be a little bit more greedy, or a little bit less greedy with it, a little bit more guaranteed off that ult. Things are not done yet, though. Tim is in position against more players that might have less armor. Aqua going to be scared to peek this one, but he's so far away. 2v3 on this site for now.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Aqua's a ways away. CD available though, so they could take this pretty quick.
That's what just earned a dash back too, so could dash into a kill, into another overdrive dash to really get a distraction going. It's all on Twigs here on this retake. Aqua's Cosmic Divide will force these guys to stay on side as well. Here it comes from Tim, the spam coming in, actually getting Twigs down, so their pocket's gone. The pants are run through. It seems like Tim is up in the business as well. A double from Aqua. Now a 1v1. Getting that gravity well off. He's reading it correctly for now. The shot is finally there for Corrupt. They found the space. They're making the gap wider. What a round to win.
Very testy that round was, with the Cosmic Divide on the way in, and Tim over-tucked, over-implanted with no rendezvous available. Very one and done counter push that almost isn't enough, but Corrupt ultimately favoring that Cosmic Divide themselves, utilizing it to their advantage, able to win out that last one. I mean, that spam on dugout is just, again, great intuition, great use of what little time they had while in control.
Really seem to want to get this space first before they run it back. Against Nico, I guess it makes sense. Against the Rifle round, I feel like you can just send Phoenix in there. Maybe you don't want to lose the value of it. I understand. This time, they're going to wait it out. Run it back, finally coming in against the eco rounds. Any rat corners, any shotguns going to be completely answered for the moment. Remember, the patch you're playing on, Neon can still jump around in with. Shorties, Buckies, and Judges are still really good in the game right now, so
yeah,
don't want to fall privy to those.
Planted.
Any jumps with the shotguns, really. You'll see
No,
Sharad and
yeah,
Tim
they're
go
strong.
for some of those as well.
On flank now, but this is being completely read by the team. Both players waiting for it. Scopes will miss. Ooh, Aqua. I mean, this guy's just been insane today. Hold up. Just a minute. Aqua lands 2 shots, 2 kills. Gets the rifle. Time ticking down. Willie Dash coming in, eating both prowlers. Still able to win that fight. Corrupt knows no fear. Bob able to get one of the picks, though. A bit of a trade. They've stuck it in the past. Aqua has to be very careful with this one. Very nice shot coming in. The temperance from Bob. able to win almost every clutch. Not this one though, as it's halved. Is their time? Absolutely, and it's huge from Jackpot, carried on the back of Aqua game after game after game.
The fact that Bob is sticking around there after the shots are let go, daring to take the fight when you could just timer stall a couple crucial seconds longer. Another micro choke that leads to a massive round gained by Jackpot. That was with the run it back in tow to take that over so that the rest of your ult cycle could be clean going into these rounds that you know you should be winning as well. And yet, Jackpot dare to take back. They win the flank trade. Tim lands neither of those outlaw shots, so Aqua can get his way through all of it. And Jackpot, yet again, find a way to just blunderbuss through a round that should absolutely not be theirs to make this game contestable again.
Yeah, with that win, it feels like Jackpot, you know, hit the lottery and won the bonus, you know, wheel as well, or the bonus ball at the end of it too. It's huge, the ultimates they deny, but still, it's a run it back. And Sherrod got some value after the fact, so already halfway up to another one. A few ults on both sides to be able to use. Cosmic Divide again, already active for Aqua. Used it before. Gonna get into his own smoke to be able to disrupt the duelist coming in, but that is absolutely gumptious for a guy who has one of the best retake ultimates available inside this game. Nobody can help you from that position either. Mega confused on this one.
Spike.
Right alongside it. Try to take a shot out, but you gotta abandon ship, play for your spawn util as much as you can, while the rest of these guys hold court. Sherrod good for the 2 as well.
Last player standing.
The push forward for this one still. This is looking like business as usual for the moment. Yeah, Hubb's trying to get as far away as possible on this one. Ooh, faster on the scope too. We've seen that be a consistent thing on the day. Double swing maybe. This Neon is so tough to deal with. Won't be able to jump in the next patch on that one, my friend. Ooh, nice shot from Retro.
Well, Jackpot have a lot of resources now. With the buy reset, though, I don't know, maybe you call a timeout now. Because it's tough to know what to justify using this round. Especially after you already showed you can eco your way out of things. So, really, any kill, any angle in, any extra presence that Jackpot can manifest while on this defense feels like a pretty easy go button for them. To just try to spin it back into theirs.
So the aggression, the fact that these guys get to take their turn and do it again. For Rose, it's all about, I guess, playing A side only. You know, B maybe only on the equals, or where you have some of these ults. Sherrod not going to give him too much up, but understands the information available on the round. Nightfall coming in. Just with pistols, using one of these ultimates maybe just to even things out for the side of Jackpot, able to maybe land a few better shots as well, disrespecting the space and time. Risky for Sherrod, but able to be so close to another ultimate, flashing themselves for a little bit of celebration. This would be huge if we got the next one as well on the eco. So nice. And again, orb plant, you're ready for the next one at back.
Yeah, we've set up shop now, able to get through the weeds there, and now meeting up against the buy that Jackpot is going to be able to have this round. Yeah, now you'll call it. You know your win cons, and you know Rose lacks them. But again, not really a need to change from the formula too hard yet on the attack. Gotta find a way to stick a fork in the road here, and the only way you've been able to do that is forcing the stack into either street or A main, and then having at least 2 players ready for that take, which is pretty big risk in and of itself. So, question of who plays how far back for this upcoming round to try to turn momentum the other way.
Really, I think that's the key. I feel like that is a good description of what happened in those rounds, but it's also just Aqua. Every single time one of these plays is happening, yeah, a player needs to be there, but that player is Aqua, landing crazy shots with the Sheriff, getting active in a clutch as well, 1v3. Again, the round where Aqua played inside, you know, their own smoke and played away for the team, didn't play that bait last guy in situation, didn't find value. Bob gets Aqua as a first blood kill. No value for the team on eco either. I just feel like it's genuinely all on Aqua here for Jackpot. the surprise win con then is getting the rest of these players alive. KHS on Lotus was a guy who was playing so well, understanding the timings of Rose, filling in some of the gaps here. Twigs also was so good on Breeze, this time scanned, delivered for free to Rose here. You know, handled well the package. Well, it took a picture on the porch, everything was fine. The way that was so free. And now 3-2 splits coming up on the side as well. For Jackpot, you're looking to stack this one. Aqua's already on this side. Rushing into Rose fight. Do they fight into the stack? They peek out, actually. Double swing, easy trades for Rose. I don't know the decision making there for Jackpot.
Last player standing.
Yeah, this feels like a little bit of a desperation cling. Everybody trying to just make up the gap that gets continuously lost and driving you into continuously more disadvantageous places. A classic tale of North American 2.5.
I feel like I'm watching Breeze all over again as well, where it feels like, you know, Jackpot is just trying to do, like, one guy's popping off, so he keeps trying to do the best he can, and their anchors are getting absolutely abused. Before it was Chillin, who, like, could not win a, not even just not win a gunfight. Like, I mean, he just kept getting overrun by 5 people with no help. This time, they've put Dude on an island with no way to get on and off of it. They've avoided Vise over and over again, and anytime Vise switches over to A, they're at B. Is somebody watching the broadcast and giving them info? What's going on? These reads are crazy.
They haven't had to do too much flip-flopping, and that has helped them execute more consistently for sure. But yeah, I mean, if we're just filing on in, then there's no need to even consider using everything that Jackpot has at this point. While Rose is still sitting with no ulties. I mean, you could throw a wrench in these gears anytime you want. You've proven it time and again this series. And you have so many ways in order to do that, including Chillin with his Steel Garden might actually be of use, even if Rose once again avoids the Vice.
Not just a Steel Garden, you have so much in terms of usage of ultimates from the side of Jackpot, like you're saying there. Kenrick, it's going to be a crazy round for Rose to actually decipher. 2 split down mid so far. Sharada's running back. They can easily get active on this one. The first time, though, they're really going to be head-to-head against this Viper in a rifle round. Or the first time in a while, should I say. It's a 7-2. You're looking at a 9-3 half here. Tim also. 3 people spotted him out. Perfect for Tim to back up here. That is crazy. Sharks in the water at mid doors and Art not going to be able to see much just yet. We're waiting for that Phoenix pop to come in.
Total cut's ridiculous. Chillin the only one near this. Being said, the run it back will still burn the shear, and then everyone else from Rose will be a little stuck. So that'll allow time for Twigs at the very least to react accordingly.
Can't overreact though. These ultimates from Twigs and Huff have to come in at the same time. Here it comes. Action on site. Twigs can't die here. Overdrive canceled. That's one of the pieces of the pie. Completely consumed. Sheer wall gone down. The rest of the Armada's coming in, and Chillin's found out too. Nobody to hold things down with. Is it even worth it to use conversion pads and Cosmic Divide?
I think not. Too much extension, too much time. Rose has. They could start crawling under the tunnel at this point. They wouldn't be ready for it. Yeah, but you don't have to because Tim's got the op. Yeah. Go back to rifles. You gotta. This is cooked. Jeez, man.
Yeah, it's nuts. I think the only guy who had the rifle too was completely found out. The only person with an economy ultimate to be able to replace the rifle was also snuffed apart by the running back. Sharad has really leveled up towards the back halves of these rounds. In the beginning, I feel like it was Bob saving the team, but after that now, Sharad at the end of every running back has a few more kills to be able to prep another one. If there is no running back in a round, is perfect in terms of positioning in a post plant to be able to get value. The rest of the team as well is working off this space. Past what? A pistol round fumble. So good in A main. If you're Jackpot, what do you play for? You're staying behind your own lines, not getting any map space, and you got to wake up now.
Something's got to buckle. No early defender walking in this time. Try to get that first pick.
They still have nothing.
On street.
Yeah, I mean, waiting for people to walk into your stack just does not work on this map. Fight for mid control. Get somebody embedded deep into B right now. You're playing off of crazy assumptions for the moment, and you still have no control if the site hit actually happens on the map.
Shear's pretty far back in the gallery. You could get a little trap going with the 2-man on the rotation if that's not being watched, and right now it's not.
Well, I'm liking this though. Exploration in mid. This is what I'm talking about. Twigs is taking that timing. Are they aware of the flank? Nobody is turning back right now. They're so hyper-focused, lining up. 1-2, sheer wall will block the 3, but at the same time, it'll actually let Sherrod into that site. Conversion pads. He's dodged it. Playing with space, playing with time. Huff, refact available. They've solved the round. Jackpot have taken the space. Not fast, but patient, slow. They commit to it, and they have such a leg up in the round.
Yeah, that was such a perfect circling. Nobody ready to watch that immediate 180 through mid. And that catches not only on the shear, but the spike on it as well. So you have to refight anyway if you're Sherrod. Automatic pinch, automatic man advantage, 10 seconds to go. Retro has 10 HP.
10 seconds left.
No reason to even really fight this other than just getting rid of a body and maybe getting some extra credits down because you have such a ridiculous gap in that at the moment, but nothing doing there either. So Jackpot will in fact get their third here on defense, and off the backs of something that you could very easily slip through under the radar again. Rose have proven time and again that their attention span cannot cover every single angle that is cleared. There's going to be a crack in the armor somewhere, and Jackpot can exploit that.
Rose right now too, usually you say job's not done. Job is finished for them. 7 rounds on this half. It's all about how many more victory laps can they take to push the pressure over on this half. 8-4, 9-3 would be huge. And again, it's just patient play, working one side of the map. No embeds on the other side. Committed usually to one idea. It's been working for them. The flex speak over, so you don't actually, have the rest of your body overhanging on the outside on the right. That is a Zix level play right there. Shout out the shorts. I know everybody knows about this peak now. Tim's in though, entering with the team with the op on line. Okay, KHS, we find a little bit of value. Retro backs off, be able to do that damage down, but nothing else after the fact. Corrupt, still inside. Spike, not down just yet. Bob finally getting a chance to put it through. Sees though, a lot of this youth though coming in fast. They have to be able to act off of it. Attack from the drone though, and everything's diffused now. Multiple prowlers used. The C's, all these options gone. Off the flank, it's Aqua again.
Yeah, it's him again.
Home domain. What do you do now? Look at the utility they have to use on this retake. It's just Twigs who's active for the moment. Cosmic Divide, but Tim is ready on site.
Sticking around with the shorty now with the close quarters.
One enemy
Value with your teammates. Value with the headhunter. It's an arsenal that's left over behind the wall. You've got to deal with him, but you just can't. Pressure. What pressure, says Tim, as he handles and holds down against 3 different players on the spike.
Yeah, he did not have to do all that on his own, but he dared to after getting so far up. And with the Steel Garden committed, there's kind of no going back from that mindset, understanding that the army was going to get split in twain. And good duking it out just to maintain that gap so that the post plant could be clean. And in fact, this round wasn't even really a factor at all. So I think that ultimately the one thing Rose needs to do is just watch their 6 every once in a while, and they should be golden, genuinely.
And this time they say, don't need to watch it. We can actually just attack. Sherrod gonna be active, flashing himself. Sheer wall though, there too. Huff with a very nice saturate. The timing even better for the side of Corrupt. Do they know? It's a pullback. Oh, and it's almost perfect from Corrupt. Really nice option there from the side of Jackpot. But the first time they actually have somebody exploring a different side. This is them working off conditioning, and it pays dividends.
And all the meanwhile, Bob is still chilling in A main. And you also have this trademark set up on the stairs, so Aqua has to give away his position too. Oh, unless Tim calls it back. Okay, well, that does change things slightly.
Weird positions given up A. Still not with your teammate. Both players playing by themselves on the side of Jackpot. And such an important round. We're seeing if Chillin can find some value from this position. 3 stars, I believe, available for the side of Aqua as well. Top of the plant, here comes Chillin. Attracting more players towards the side. You would assume they're together. What does Aqua like to do, Tenric? Completely flank. He's going to be in that spot. We'll see if he's going to be an option.
Hey, old buddy.
Do they know?
Trademark meeting him again. You have a Nebula on top of this, but yeah, it's kind of pointless at this stage because you're going to give yourself away on the one. Tim with the scope is good. So yeah, 9-3 half by Rose. Really everything they could have asked for and more. And they were on the edge of getting even further than that, Shayo, off of that half. So now seeing a swap sides where they have kind of every excuse to remain even more stalwart, more disciplined, more patient. Feels like they're about to be in their element.
This is amazing. They kind of remembered who they are. The Rose from the first 2 maps are rising up once again, winning these gunfights, getting together in better trade routes as well, and are really just dominating one side of the map over and over again. The fact that they even work with the conditioning is huge. Last test for them, though, if they want to nail this one in the coffin. Can they win a pistol round? I know they've won a few earlier today, but last 2 maps has been kind of empty for the moment. Defense going to be sprawled a little bit. You have the Headhunter, which is one of the best options to be able to play with on this round. Phoenix kit as well is so strong with the options you have to buy on pistol. You can get delay, flashes, and an upgrade on the gun itself. Tim is going to see somebody stuck in space in a second and going to easily find things insane value. Twigs though responds. Sherrod gets slapped back too. Almost there for another. No more players to run through here for Rose for the moment. KHS. The AD cross peak is huge.
That's again that same syndrome catching up to Rose. His last couple players, instead of doubling back, going for the even Steven, they try to trade their way through it when there still could be that potential stack lurking. Bob falling prey to it. Turning this to a 2v3 after that opening spat led to the attempted invasion from beyond the street. You have the relay bolt available for Twigs and the saturate for Hoof. So these last 2 members of Rose, if they want to try and go for this retake, gotta stay shrouded as long as possible. Otherwise, they can be so easily isolated.
Spike plant gonna come in.
Spike planted.
Moving over from the arch side. It's still possible, but it'll be a bit miraculous for the side of Rose. Usually they have closer range timings, and yeah, headshot while Tim's already a bit weak. It's gonna be a tough one. Huff is just that guy. Mini raid boss there on those missile rounds. So a slight look in again from Jackpot. Again, these guys have problems winning the next round after pistol, so you want to make sure that this is locked in too. 9-5, doable, but it feels like this might be a 10-4.
Yeah, we've been scoring too many times for us to fully believe in this follow-up for Jackpot. Gotta prove a little bit more. How conventional can they stay for this take? Look at this shear. They're putting it back on spawn. And Rose gonna take the full-blown fight.
I'm out of here.
Push down forward for now. Have some control. How long will it last? The more time that passes, less information. You have no idea if these guys are staying or moving over towards the B side. I think Tim might be able to hear something a little bit, but no, he's a bit too far as well on this mid door. I think they're understanding this read is correct, that Jackpot want to look back over into DA main. Flash comes in. They understand the marshals here want to come back, want to fight. Not sure for the side of Rose. They're looking strong and actually push back Jackpot.
Go, go, go.
It seems like Twigs was trying to convince them to re-aggress so that they could trap with the stack themselves, but Rose ain't falling for that. They are keen to this idea that because of Twigs' mild presence, they're going to try and quickly rotate to the B site, but Jackpot will cut noise again and re-up on A. Now Bob's going to get that intel, and everybody's got to re-pivot again.
No one's re-pivoting. They're thinking that this might just be a fake. 4 footsteps heard though, and quickly you'll see the defensive shoes just move towards the B side, or the A side, should I say. Huff found Bob. Do they know if there's more people here? They actually stay. Chilling with the lurk. Just had a ghost as well, so this lurk is totally fine. Kind of sees that the stack was over towards the B side, so now the double back becomes a full force. Let's take the site. Our fake has worked. I mean, the cerebral play at hand right now. Every single player going crazy on both sides. Twigs though will force the stun. 4 coming in after the fact. Nice round again from Jackpot. They've solved it. It's taken a little bit, but they have solved it.
Yeah, got a finger on the pulse here. The Corrupt may be able to get one or two more bodies, especially if Twigs ain't looking the right way. Whoo, keeping us nervy. But 2 bodies standing for Jackpot. Here in the follow-up, definitely something they can be happy with at this stage in the game. And yeah, like you said, feels like the second they go cold, they leave it up to Rose's uncertainty, they are back in the driver's seat again. They can have their pick of where they exec, and it is yet again Rose that has to wait and then act accordingly, which they are just not as good at doing as they are when it's, you know, when they're holding the mic. And Tim, another glass op here. This is the 3rd or 4th time, even just this game where he's done that.
Put it in mid doors for now. And it's not going to find that much value. Sherwell also towards the A side to watch the flank. So it's not really even close to B. I'm not sure if they're checking and looking to end B here. This feels like a B fake to A. Just take the information, take the space. Make sure there's no gap here. Somebody could have snuck up on street. I'm liking this expansion from Rose, though. All the way in mid, they have a lot of control.
You've got to slow walk if you don't want to reveal yourself, which looks like Jackpot is for now. They are aware of the fact that Bob could be crept up or someone or other.
Oh, please. Why?
Wow,
Tim was on the angle.
So weird, dude.
Oh, they had to read that it might be the B side, so Tim left the angle, and now they've given him a rifle on the other side. They had such a good setup, but again, it's a hindsight thing for us, right? They can't see the map, Rose.
Yeah.
They can't see they had those god positions. Again, really good, just starvation of information for the side of Jackpot.
Aqua's still chilling on B main, so this will be a 4v4 at the end of the day, but with the option to rotate back, 35 on the clock.
Teleport's ready.
It'll take like 26 to rotate, so I don't think they're going to be going for it.
30 seconds left.
Aqua's still deep embedded. They're electing to just play this 4v5. Aqua now will start that 9-year alert. Twigs finds another pick throughout the smoke, and they have control of sight now, so things looking good for Jackpot for now.
Planted.
One bullet blows over Huff, but everyone else is properly set up, and now Aqua has crept all the way back through spawn. He's got to act kind of fast, though, because here comes Rose.
Face
Oh,
your
you
As
totally
long
get
as
him
it
here.
takes.
You're done.
Ooh. Nightfall, yeah, with a flash. Tim's been found out. They understand the trap's been swung.
Last
Sprawling
player
now.
standing.
The virus is about to take over the whole body as Jackpot comes in, spreads apart on sight. No chance for Rose. 6-9.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
That's a bonus. Taken away on the attacking side, and all of a sudden, you start holding your breath again. Watching these tables continue to turn, watching these members of Jackpot continue to get away with the same things over again. KHS has been swinging out from on high for centuries at this point and been able to get multi-kills along the way, but man, Aqua, this guy is just always on your shoulder, always whispering in your ear the worst possible option for you to make.
Wants that flank, wants that map manipulation. This round, Rose want to keep it scrappy as well. Praying that these guys just play into their stack at the same time. They're so, not indecisive, but careful with where they want to end up. Jackpot really want to get some sense of information, some whiff of just where one character is to start to piece together the puzzle on how to attack this round. Oh, being this slow, though, make a very good option for Tim to be able to get this pick. Do have like a, you know, dismiss smoke to go and use for the pullback.
Yep.
Not going to be there. He's found out by one of the prowlers. Ooh, one more millisecond would have been nice. All good though. A push in from Jackpot. Shock darts will do a little bit of damage. That's a lot in the mix. 3 players hit. You can see the HP bars fall. Now Retro, the Bucky, becomes so lethal, but he misses his first shot. Oh my
30
god.
seconds left. Spike planted.
It genuinely, just look over at Jackpot's HP. It looks like you're listening to an album like in Windows Media Player back in 2005. Like, you know, you got the bars going up and down. Dude, that would have been such a disaster over for Jackpot. They had the eco weapons, they had the options. So close, but again, good for them to confirm the round.
Yeah, and maintain a flawless fashion, so now your economy's set up for at least the tie game, if not far beyond that. So, very good resource management after such a big chunk was taken out. And now the cycle is continuing to prosper, both with this convergent paths. As soon as they gain that intel, which I think KHS has done a decent job of being able to nab. It's been slim pickings for Rose. whether they're trying to hold or whether they're trying to roll it back. And Jackpot, sparing no expense, bringing the bullhorn to mid before taking care of this trade market street.
Aggression is fast. They're trying to beat the timing of where Sherrod could be for the run it back. They have to keep going. Diversion pass and easily dodged, but it's eaten over by the player back sight. It's gonna be tough here for Retro to find anything, but it's a judge, so just needs one shot. Sees, dodge towards the left, sprawled all the way across the site, has a chance to interrupt things towards the back. Shorty versus Judge. The bigger gun is stronger. Second takes, and we get him. Absolutely. It keeps rolling through almost. KHS finds a little bit of reprieve. Sherrod has found some information with the run it back. The rest of the players from Rose are here all the way in Link to be able to get this retake started. On the boxes though, Flash found out. Chilling towards the backside. One player embedded all the way in Bend. Has to be found out first. Flash comes in. Nothing. Molly to be able to play with, but the shots aren't following the utility. Up top, the utility is not even allowing the shots to come in. It's a raw fight from both sides, and Bob's winning it. Double time. Can I see a 3? One more for the 4. And right now, Ox is going to be hitting the 4 Aqua. No chance for this one, and the spike is diffused on time. I don't believe it from Rose. The momentum in that round was perfect.
Yeah, that Cosmic Divide from Corrupt after the shuffle up from the run it back from Sherrod. Terrific use of the ultis that they were finally able to farm this far into the half. Nets them a lot of tremendous space on their own, but so much is on Bob there, especially with Sherrod trying to scope out the initial parts of the street. A real shame that the immediate trade didn't come through, but damn good that she could make up that gap nice and quick, and the rest of Rose is able to bulldoze there. They had every reason to be as confident as they wanted to. That will not remain the case, though. Double operator, folks, here on the defense for this round. Rose is switching it up.
They'll have much more control for this one, but that being said, they like these team fights a lot more. So I'm wondering how these scopes end up meshing well together. A second scope available for Tim if in case this round goes bad too. Flash coming through to counter the op. Tim though has position and Sherrod to be able to work with. That is where team play comes in with the op.
Exactly the kind of thing we were waiting for from those two. That's how they've worked best together.
There.
And it works beautifully to get the 2 for 2. And Twigs already giving away the spot here.
Flash peek is actually a distraction. Sherrod again. A torch to please keep looking at. Puff. Will puff but get blown down. Tim is there again. The op as insurance.
We're back up and running. And with still 2 ops on the table here for Rose, opting to hold on to both of them. Maybe that'll change with how much money they have at this point, but Jackpot are relegated to a pretty awkward situation at this point. Still some rotation, still some economy, but when fights like this can be taken so securely by Rose, you have to start doing more clearing. You have to slow down even harder. And when Jackpot have been voluntarily cutting noise so often to try to throw Rose off, you're no longer afforded that opportunity as often. Now, the cutting is for the sake of staying safe against this team that is daring to fight you more often.
They want to keep fighting over and over again. Twigs picking up the pace as well. Fast lane to stop one thing down. Retro peeks into it. This guy's a madman. Sherrod also on site. Not even having to run it back. This guy's running it straight forward. No ultimate needed. Let's build one right now inside the smoke. That's where Aqua is. Gonna have a tall task from this one, my friend, but can't even find the first step. It's just too awkward. And Rose are steamrolling these guys down.
Switch done got flipped. I don't know what happened here for Rose, but they are so full of life, so rejuvenated in such a short period of time. No timeout required. Just able to shoot their way through these issues and not even make it look close. 5 rounds, they'll have room to secure it one last time to make it back into Challengers for the final stage of its history.
Path of Champions available for these teams as well, depending on how they play in that split 3. Still 5 chances over for Jackpot. Their story does not want to end. Oh, too many options over for Tim. Does not know where to eat. He starves. Gets taken down. Do we stay strong with it though? Overdrive activated. Just to catch up, I feel like, from the side of the side. Okay, never mind. Aqua there with the spray. Bad weapons, doesn't matter if you cover the players with smokes. Chillin' also stops to run it back with some thorns. So everything's looking so fine for the side of Jackpot.
Yeah, already a fantastic start. Negated so much of what they threw at the wall. That fight from Tim just not landing. And Jackpot have no reason not to just launch it down main at the very least. The Nightfall potentially into the cut noise to try to go for the bluff, but with Corrupt still hanging out on B Hall, they feel comfy going for the 2-1.
Such a good position to use that fast lane as well. Unfortunately, coming in on this line, a spray is easy for Sherrod. Aqua gonna be nerfed for now, and exactly using that rifle, he has to get the spike down. Double up in secret, no flank coming in late either. That's what took Rose down last time. It's all mano a mano, face to face. Retro gonna run in first. Operator in hand, just trying to find some space and time. Wall will come through to maybe give Retro a little bit of space to work with. They can hear Sherrod. They don't know about Retro just yet. Okay, Aqua wants to peek over the line. Not going to be possible. KHS takes him down. Corrupt, though, is on the other side. The op is activated on the lighthouse up top, but the bulb is fused. And right now, the chances for Rose, one of them used up already to win the game. They got 4 more to not make it OT.
With that being said, economy is a little bit awkward here for Rose. They could still get away with fighting their way through that, but they won't be able to again. And with Jackpot starting to build up their own bank, might not be able to play as willy-nilly with these takebacks as they liked previously. Sherrod would have to be more careful. Bob would have to save that util, you know?
I might actually you. They got Tim on the full save with the Tour de Force. And if they're losing one more round after this, overdrive, right? Half armor rifle as well. So I think they might actually stay the same aggro levels that they are. 3-man setup over towards Link as well. Again, this is something we didn't like from the side of Jackpot, Tenric. Both of us were pointing it out. It seems that Rose is waiting for the game to come to them. And I know Jackpot's playing that way, but this is not how you gain control and keep control.
Same setup we saw from Tim and Sherrod previously on A main. Feels like you don't even have to check if that's there if you're Jackpot. Closest thing they have to it is chilling, watching all the way from his sheer to see if anybody gets wise.
I'm out of here.
Let's play set up. Dash with the saturate going to be coming in. I believe Astra will get hit here. So yeah, Corrupt going to be stopped. The stun is there too. It actually didn't land, or something might have gone amiss. Unfortunately, no saturate. Stun. Double dash gets used to push him back. Hunter's Fury gets KHS. That's the information. The power is still there though. Huff is alive. So are 3 ultimates for the side of Jackpot. And now their backs are ultimately pushed, squeezed against the wall.
Nothing to contest Corrupt, almost alien in nature.
30 seconds left.
That lets him get that free one. We're getting cruised on. Trademark will give away the push, and on top of the Cosmic Divide and Convergent Paths and Steel Garden, they're gonna try and make this work.
Oh, but look how long they delayed the spike. Ooh, jumping in after the thorns are tossed is disgusting. Breaking and entering, you do not own this space, but you take it and you stop the cavalry from coming in. Jackpot have turned impossible to another round.
And managed to siphon out 3 ultimates in the process, too.
Step 1, 2, 3 can't come in either. Genuinely, I do not believe it.
It is actually unreal. You had the signal, just the triple ulti, and again, Jackpot didn't even need to check a main to know that Tim and Sherrod were chilling out there. Just turn back on top of your own divide, peek out of it once. Vines, blind, dead. Turn your heads back to the situation at hand. And all of a sudden, Rose looks not nearly as formidable. But like you said, that buy is still decent. Everybody's at least got the guns.
Just no tools to use them with after the fact. The ultimates have been huge. Inside these retakes, not going to be coming in first. Bob not going to get picked apart in the move either. Thorns will come down, and Huff will easily end up winning the fight. Uncharacteristic to see Bob just go down without even getting a bit of a trade in damage towards their enemies. Fast retake is a possibility here, but look at the control that Jackpot have over at Secret.
Going up.
I mean, this is just huge. Wall will come up. They can turn around and look back. They have so much pressure here right now. Tim has to cover part and solve it. He gets knocked down straight to the brain. Twigs has hit nothing but face this round. And so have the rest of the team. A flawless headshot possibility from all players on the roster. I mean, 10-12.
And it feels as secure and as certain as those 2 frag-heavy rounds that Rose used to get to 12. Just seems like there's absolutely no answer there for Rose. And in that particular case, perhaps there isn't. We've already used so much, and Jackpot has already extended so far up. Yeah, so much of your take back is forced to contact, and that's not where Rose lies with this composition. Big stack up mid with the desperation buy, as Jackpot is on the edge of 11-12 here. Trademark's gonna be the only thing that's available to call the bingo.
Don't miss me too much.
They've explored so much in middle, though.
We're good.
I've seen it all. Could easily fast flank as well. The shear wall's there. They're going to be able to trip it very soon, or... Yep, there it is. We'll call it on that one.
I'm sticking to it.
Okay, more shots on both sides. Chaos activated, but not enough for Rose to actually fit in. That is a crazy kill.
Just having fun with it.
That should be the round there. Corrupt will be the shining beacon in this next round. And the only person to have an ultimate. Sherrod will be very close, but Cosmic Divide will do a lot more damage on defense than Run It Back will. So want to see how they can use that Astral Wall. Want to see how Jackpot play against it as well. Ooh, Tim with the double. Bit expensive. Not sure if the circle's already come through in terms of not being able to have that diffuse. Tim's going to go for it. Yeah, not a chance.
Covering it.
Yeah, proper coverage. And Jackpot do have the money to be able to buy their way through this, so we will have a full-fledged round 24 between these two teams. Everyone at max power, potential for 2, 3, 4 ults to get unleashed out the gate here, really. A lot of options. But the first they'll rest on is this hold that Sherrod will once again try to re-up a kill on. These flashes have been quite good at even just boxing out. And on a lane like this, it can be deadly. But
the scan.
Yeah, hiding nothing. That scan is insane by Bob.
Oh, but Tim's gone down, running back. They'll be coming in. Retro gets the spam on one of the sides. They have to protect this body. As you see, that Phoenix just barreling down and stopping for now. Sherrod's not going to be able to find much for the moment. D-pivot, an option. The men watch. Should be Corrupt for now. All the way towards that back site. It's the only protector of this side. The only protector of the chances for Rose not to hit OT and make it into challenges for the next split. It'll be a 3v1. I think the rest of Rose realizes that how much value can Corrupt find?
So much resting on them. To find one on the way down, timing is once again all it comes down to.
Spawn and 2 are found. Rose have done it for now. Aqua, the final boss. The reason this game's been so close has been spotted as well. Knows exactly where Corrupt is. Corrupt in that astral form will not expect the wraparound coming in, but does. Aqua with the flick, trying to keep it alive. Oh my goodness! 1v1 now. It's not finished. It's not done. Spike will be planted, but spammed away. Rose finally beat their biggest demon, finally climb up and have another chance in challengers in the next split. Congratulations on promotion.
It's by inches, it's by micrometers, but it is by Rose. They are able to get it all done in 5 maps, in 24 rounds, in whatever fashion they see fit. They can get it done. And it took so much replanning, so much rethinking, so much reapproaching, and so much reallocation of confidence from both of these sides. You saw the nerves, the idea of falling from this grace plaguing both sides so often, and it led to these really big emotional downsides, these streaks, these slumps that both teams were plagued by. But ultimately, Rose had the more cohesive game plan throughout the entirety of this series. It did show for the majority of it. A couple crucial mistakes kept them from making the series as insanely one-sided as it could be, but they're able to bottle up that reverse sweep potential, take themselves back to challengers, and become your very last team to ever see the league.
Yeah, they have so much work ahead of them as well. They're going to be excited to be doing it. The stakes for challengers so different in the next split, right? Play-ins all the way over into the VCT, a path to champions as well. gonna be crazy. Shout outs though for the side of Jackpot, really push them to the limits. Down 2 maps, almost bring back the OT in the reverse sweep. Tenrick, any last thoughts as you know we're the last people standing in the split so far?
Well, you know, to Rose, best of luck. You definitely have your work cut out for you with, like you said, what could be the most competitive stage of North American Challengers we have yet to see. To the people over at Jackpot, best of luck in making it through this next tier. There is so much potential for these players to make their name in the open circuit come 2027, and even in this offseason for them to give us some good moments. So hoping to see them in the scene continuously as Challengers persists. But for now, Shayo, we got our 16. We have our candidates to make it to champions.
That's going to be absolutely amazing. A lot more ready on the desk. Thanks for listening for now. We'll see you guys in the next split. Take it easy.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
And just like that, Rose wins map 5. But what a nail biter that map was, Roy.
I mean, it started off with pure dominance for Rose. It was looking sealed. It was looking locked. It was looking loaded. Mia, we were both like, okay, they're doing it. They woke up. They finally woke up in map 5. And we get to that second half where things turn. But I'm going to slow my roll a little bit, okay? Because it started off with the Jackpot pistol. They get thrifty, Mia. It goes down to the 3-1. Rose flips it around. They close out the half 9-3. Okay, a phenomenal half. So many step-ups individually from Charad, who had a phenomenal first half. Bob as well. There's just so many, you know, just moments there of shining. Tim stepping up as well on this map. And then we get to the second half, right? It's Jackpot gets their other pistol. They get the bonus. It's looking doable. It's looking 7-9. I'm thinking, oh my God, they're doing it. They're overrunning sites. Everything is going so well. And then it's back and forth between them at that point, Mia. It's going all the way. It's going literally all the way to round 24. All literally as close as it could possibly get. And in the 1v4, Aqua almost does it, Mia. He almost clutches it up.
No.
And then he loses it. And it's sad. It's heartbreaking. If you're the Jackpot players, heartbreaking. If you're the Jackpot supporter, what a crazy run by them. My heart does feel for them. But for Rose, I mean, they've defended their spot. Mia. They're back in VCL. They're going to have another opportunity for redemption and a potential chance to qualify for champs at the end of the year as well.
Yeah, we have to give them their flowers and their roses while they're at it. Because they did put on such a phenomenal performance today. But as you said, we can't discredit Jackpot and we can't discredit Aqua, because watching Aqua play on this map, just constantly behind Rose, I was screaming through the screen, look behind you, because Aqua is just always going to be there. And in the end, that 1v4, I thought it was over for Aqua, but at one point I thought that they were going to defy all odds in that last moment.
I mean, he really did his best. Like, he actually tried to get them to the finish line, and I mean, you could just tell just how much pressure was on both teams, right? Like, it's so painfully obvious. They're all feeling nervous. There's a ton of pressure. They know it's the do or die. And I mean, I have to give credit to Jackpot, though. I think the resilience, their grit in these high pressure moments, considering they're an amateur team, is so impressive. And just the way they're playing, honestly, felt like, you know, the first two maps, it didn't feel like they were doing themselves justice. And I thought they were going to crawl. This is the 1v4, by the way. So nasty. I feel like they weren't doing themselves justice, and it would have been sad to see Jackpot leave without a chance for them to display their true potential. But I feel like in map 3 and 4, we really got to see that potential. But I mean, Rose, they were the overdog coming into this. They're the overdog at the end of this. I mean, they've defended their spot, and deservedly so. They played extremely well in that last map and in the first two maps as well. And overall, it's nice to see a familiar face back in VCL. Obviously, it would have been cool to see some new faces, specifically the ones from Jackpot. But hey, Rose, Evictix, they made their way back. This is their chance now, the road to redemption in VCL Split 3.
With coming Jackpot came so close this time. We might see them in the future, how well they played against Rose today. Rose obviously played so great, and I'm so happy to see them in VCL still. And as you can even see off of this 14-10, like, first blood kills is really not that different. But the thrifties, I feel like I saw more thrifties than just that one that's on the screen. It felt like there was so many thrifties in this game that just kept on flipping the game back and forth on who you actually thought was going to win at the end of the day.
And I think that speaks volumes on like the mechanical ceiling in the server, right? Where it feels like no moment is free. Like every situation felt like it was hard fought for. I think at one point Rose popped like 3 ultimates to close off one of their anti-thrifty rounds. I'm like, okay, you know what? This is a little much, but I respect it. Because,
whatever works.
Yeah, I mean, at this point you just need rounds. Like, you just want to get closer and closer to that finish line. But I mean, first of all, shout out to Bob. Phenomenal 5th map. Shout out to Charad and Tim as well, who really stepped up in that 5th map. But overall, it really did feel like, I mean, map 1, map 2, map 5, I mean, that was all Rose all day. And overall, I'm happy to see them back. And I really do think they're going to perform better headed into the next split. I think the meta is going to be a lot more suitable for them. So hopefully we see a better turnout from them in the upcoming split 3 and their chance at redemption, and hopefully a chance for a champion as well.
Yes, 100%. And they all played so well. Charad, I really loved their Phoenix on this map as well. I wish we could have saw even more of that today. And someone else that I really want to highlight is Tim. That operator that Tim has is absolutely ridiculous. And that's why we have a Philip Snorelko interview. Tim, welcome on in. Congratulations.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Yeah, of course. So I loved watching your op kills. So did Roy. We were having such a great time. So after winning your first 2 and then losing the second 2, what was your mental going into Pearl?
Just have a good time and have fun. I mean, Bob literally told us in the pre-round that before the start of the game that we should just go for highlight. So that's what we did.
That's so funny. But you know what was scaring me a little? Not only on Breeze, but especially on Pearl, this was scaring me. You lose Pistol, and then you lose the bonus on Breeze, and then you lose the bonus on Pearl. How do you recover after losing those first 3 crucial rounds?
You just gotta keep playing, right? The game doesn't stop till 13 or until it's defeated. So we just kept going, you know. I mean, I knew once I got out in my hand, the game was gonna get really easy for us on T side. So I was really excited once I got the op online, and we just kind of kept stringing rounds together.
And we saw that definitely. And one last question, going into this next split, and you know, Neon is getting chopped, getting nerfed. Do you think your team will fare better in the upcoming non-Neon meta?
Yeah, I mean 100%. We didn't have a Neon player on our team, so it was really hard. I mean, that character was so busted, so we really struggled a lot. I mean, just shout out to my team. You know what I mean? They just let me pick Chamber. I pretty much said on Breeze that I'm gonna play Chamber. I completely disregarded every game plan, and I picked Chamber. So shout out to my team for that, and then obviously help supporting me on Pearl. You know, I wouldn't be able to do it without him.
Well, it all worked out. I'm excited to see you guys in the future as well. Congratulations on qualifying yet again, and have an amazing night.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, of course. That's so awesome. They make it sound so easy.
They make it, it's just go out there and just get the highlight reels, dude. That's the secret. Just have fun, pop off, get the clips.
Just go in there. Use the off. Bang, bang. There you go. The 2 qualifying teams. Evictix 3-0 sweep that we just didn't see on our screen, but Rose 3-2. It was a long day, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, Evictix had a bit of an easier, more swift time. They had clean 3 maps. For Rose, the first 2 maps were nice and clean, but it was a hard-fought battle in the last 3. Of course, it did end their way, so congrats to both of these teams in their redemption arc, and hopefully we get to see a lot more of them in VCL Split 3, and we get to see some developments out of them. And yeah, I think this is going to be really fun. I had a ton of fun watching these games today. I think so much was on the line, and especially considering the fact that this could have been the last promo relegation event possibly ever, which is insane.
I know.
But yeah, it feels symbolic. It feels cool. It feels awesome. I'm happy to be here, and yeah, had a great time. So GG's.
Yeah, GG's. I mean, yesterday Evictix and Rose were up against each other, and today they both came out on top as winners, both of them qualifying. But that is all for us today. Roy, I had so much fun chatting with you today and hanging out all day. I hope you had as much fun as me.
I had a great time. Yeah, this was awesome. Let's go.
Good. I'm glad. Well, for one last time for our promotion relegation, I'm Mia Mouse, and we will see you next time.
Or the previous round, slightly tripped him up. Now back in the one cubby.
Okay, are they even expecting one is a question. Not with this Sentinel until Corrupt has the space and the time and the patience to get 1, 2, maybe even 3 here. The net comes in with the scan. It's huge from Rose. Hubris on the side of Jackpot. They lose all their earnings from the previous rounds. Annihilations up until Rose tries to secure things. Because that was a 5-man push. Nope. Chilling up in cat. I would say has a rightful advantage, but the guns have been picked up on the other side. Low and enough to get
things that Jackpot they don't even need to punish it. It's just happening.
This time though, Chillin is dead. 4. Sometimes it be like that though. I took all rounds.
Why not?
I think I ordered one 30 minutes ago, so it's starting now. KHS, disrespecting space and time, and getting paid for it.
She might actually have to as well. No, it's gotta be Bob.
Oh my God! Bob with the ace off the top rope of his record. If Prime Representative was back to be able to pop up on this one, they understand that there might be one person lead. Tim goes down, giving them an up in mid doors.
Challenger rotate quick. It seems like Twix is already on the way back. Once the steps are heard, and they go chilling the double blocky shot. Come on! Happens again!
The results. The rod not going to put too much up, but understanding the information available on the round. Nightfall coming in. Just with pistols, using one of these ultimates, really just looking things up outside of Jackpot, able to maybe land a few better shots as well, just respecting the space and time. Risky for Sherrod, but able to be so close to another ultimate. Finding themselves for a little bit of celebration. And huge to become the next one as well, Rico. So nice. And again, fourth command, you're ready for the next one back.
Yeah,